the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. It is a brand new day and a brand new show. Not just any day, but Good Friday. And we thank you for being with us. Kickoff hour is live, and we're here, the Good Time Gang, ready to go for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We got some folks coming to the studio today. The Elite Grade 8. We thank you for signing up to be part of the Golden Ticket Seats today. That's our live studio audience that we do every Friday for a couple of hours. If you are headed this way, drive safely, and we look forward to seeing you in about 3 hours from now if you're listening live. All right, well, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, bring them in, bring them in.
What's happening?
Yep.
Everybody's hands in. Here we go.
Here we go.
Ready to go.
Ready to go. Fired up. And we've got RBU. It's ready to publish Saturday morning. Jason Whitlock was our guest, and we had a great time with him yesterday.
I'm sorry.
And I'll let them take care of that. I'm just going to stay away. But anyway, Fearless
on top of it.
Yeah. Fearless with Jason Whitlock is on Blaze TV. We're part of Blaze TV. He's, of course, known for a number of other things. Has that big sports background, was big deal on ESPN and all this kind of stuff. But now he is with Blaze TV. And he's got Fearless Army Roll Call you've been hearing us talk about on the 15th of this month, which is next weekend. And we talked to him about that and a whole lot of other stuff once we figure out who he is.
I'm sorry. I am excited about something, though.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, and it has to do with coffee, okay? We got a new coffee maker.
Yeah, I know. We do.
We talked about it. There's a new Keurig in there.
And this is the...
Am I saying that right? I've known what
Keurig.
Keurigs have been around forever, and I think
Is it a kick? Or is it...
Somebody's going to correct us either way.
Right.
I feel like in an email.
Keurig.
We got a new one, and I'm fired up about it. I can't wait to get in there and use it.
Can we just say coffee maker?
We could.
Are we trying to be sharp saying Keurig?
No, because there's two different kinds, and we actually have two different coffee makers.
Okay.
We have a normal one and a Keurig.
Okay.
I hate to admit, I was kind of anti at home. I'm going to dump the grounds. I got to using the Keurig, and I kind of like it better at home. Because it's just so convenient.
Yeah.
Easy
and look,
clean
if
up.
it tastes any difference, it ain't much.
Nah, it's not.
Yeah.
There's purists out there that will
they want to
hate
grind
that
their own
comment,
beans.
and I get it. But I ain't got time for grinding beans.
Me neither.
Maybe one day I'll get to a point in my life where I can grind my own beans.
That's right.
Not being I wouldn't call myself a coffee drinker.
He's a coffee
What do I
drinker.
have? A couple of cups of whole, like for the whole week, on some days.
Yeah.
But
I don't think you
what
would.
I've experienced is it's less hassle.
It is.
You know what I mean? It's like,
a lot less
hey, I
hassle.
want a cup. There it is. I'm gone. Yeah, I don't have stuff laying around.
Because we let them get a little skanky.
Yeah,
That's
we do.
fine.
That's good.
Well, and here's
heard
the
that in a
thing, and we give Keurig there's plenty of single cup coffee makers out there, but Keurig is like when you see a soft drink, you think Coke or Pepsi or whatever the case, whatever your label you've been put with.
Yep.
But that's what everybody says Keurig.
Yeah.
Like Zoom, if you're gonna have an online meeting, everybody says Zoom these days. Even times, hey, you may be using Microsoft Teams,
Right.
Yeah.
but you still say Zoom.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're
That's where you want
They
your
got the label. That's
where you
exactly.
want it.
That's it.
Where we are in our flagship market, Birmingham, Alabama, we share this building with other radio stations within the parent company here, and we have a big kitchen that's a shared break room.
Yeah.
And so we're talking about that Keurig. Is I'm saying that right? Went down in there, and
Yeah,
so
wore
now
out.
it's a big deal. So now everybody here's happy, not just us.
By the way, I wish we'd spend more time together in the kitchen.
Do you really?
Do you like it?
Because there's a big TV in there, and there's
It is.
chairs.
Yeah, I like that.
Those chairs
It
are
is.
comfy.
Yeah.
We could just hanging out in there with our coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try.
I
to
mean,
do
I just
that.
wish we would. I wish we'd take.
You talking about team building in the break room?
I wish we'd take 3 minutes and just sit in those chairs each day. 3 minutes.
Just
Three.
3 minutes. That's all we need. Yeah.
Hey, do you
And every day, one of us tells a different story. So, like,
Oh,
about
wow.
our personal lives.
We got to spin some yarns.
So like for like Monday would be Greg sits down and tells me and you a 3-minute story about something going on in his personal life.
Okay.
Then Tuesday
nice.
is Speedy, and then Wednesday me, and then we pick back up
we make
with
stuff
Greg
up?
on Thursday.
right?
And it
Greg?
doesn't have to be serious, but it's got to be about 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes about something going on
Wow,
that you wouldn't
you've
share
added
here
4
on
minutes.
on
That's
air.
gotta-
Is there pressure to
it's
lengthen
one of those
the
things.
story?
No, it's just one of those things that if you need extra time, it's there.
All right, well, Greg, let's do this. Let's start with you today. All right, do you have a story that you could tell us for about a minute or two?
Well, I do.
Okay, what you got?
I'm starting a new thing today called Rick and Bubba Kickoff Hour Shout Out.
Okay.
Y'all like that?
Yeah, I do. I like that.
Are you?
Greg, instead of
Anyway,
Bubba going, hello, whatever, you could just come
We
up
got
with your own
listeners
thing.
out there, and if we don't have them, we're in trouble, guys. So when you have passionate listeners, I mean, that's a good
How
thing
about
to hear.
They're my friends, shout out.
They're my friends. And this is a twofold thing. My brother-in-law,
Yeah?
Do we need theme music?
he lives in Pale City down there on the water.
Oh.
And
got
he
money.
was getting a little HVAC.
Got a little cash
getting a
on
little
me.
HVAC.
Deep pocket.
Getting a little HVAC work, getting
Okay.
ready for the summer.
Yeah, got to
And
do that.
anyway, he said he don't know how they got. Anyway, the guy who's a hard worker, blue collar guy, that's my people.
Oh, yeah.
I came from that world.
Uh-huh.
So he just brings up the Rick and Bubba show, talks about how much he loves it, and he's going on, and he said he was really passionate about it.
Guy there working.
Yeah, so which
Okay.
means he's not only does he support the show, he likes to spread the word.
Oh, wow.
'Cause my brother-in-law goes, well, I got a little tired of that. Anyway, so how about this? Shout out, let me get the name right. Joe Gurley,
Joe.
Pale City Heating and Air.
All right.
And he's a huge fan of the show and supporter. That's what we like to call them, listeners. I don't like saying fan. I don't know about
Buddy, we'll call him what we
No,
want to call
look,
him.
if a
You call
guy
him what
is
you want
just
to call him.
bringing up the fact he loves the show and he doesn't realize the connection to the person he's talking to,
Yeah.
that means he loves the show. So I'm giving him this.
There I am doing it, and there all my buddies are. They're doing it too, and we're all doing it together.
There we go.
I bet Joe Gurley appreciates that.
That's right.
Yeah.
How about that? Joe working hard, HVAC, man.
Thank you, Joe.
Fish get busy because this is that time when everybody tries their air conditioning and they go, oh, wow, it's not working. I actually finally turned mine on the other day, and it seems to be working, but I probably need an inspection anyway.
Okay.
Does Joe actually live in the area? Or
Now
just-
that I'm not sure.
I was wondering if he was excited about the new football coach.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, true. That's
I
yeah.
wonder if we're gonna have a
We'll
new,
have to see
think
there.
We'll have a new TV series come out of that.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Good night.
but shout out to Joe Gurley doing
Hey,
a great
Joe.
job out there working.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you, buddy.
I'm gonna have shout outs to the working class people. That's
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do because that's
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to do this every week, and I like
No, I'm
it,
not gonna do it
I
every
got,
week.
I got, I
I'm
like
not
it a
gonna do it
lot.
every
We're going to
week.
have some theme music,
well,
yeah.
and you're going to have to come up with
what I'm
some
saying
kind
is you
of
may not have anything every
loud
Right,
shout.
I give you that. But what about it? You know what it's time for?
They're my friends. And I also would
I
like
kind of like that actually.
Hey, also, I would like to add to that. We can if there's anybody that really hates the show,
Well, let's not do
and
that.
we won't give them a shout out. We'll give them
Greg,
a boo,
why would you go there?
just
Okay?
to call equal time.
Who cares?
Equal time. I get a kick out of it.
I
when
do
people
like.
really hate it.
I didn't know that I would
I do
like
get
that
a
so
kick
much,
out of it.
Speedy.
Huh?
I didn't know I'd like that so much.
Hey, what about this? And now it's time for people that hate the show. I don't know why I thought about that. All right, so hey Joe, thank you, buddy.
Shout out
Appreciate
Joe
it.
Gurley.
And then, so now we ask the
Thanks for
question to
supporting
the
the show.
audience: Who have you brought into the loop? Who have you talked to Rick and Bubba
See,
about?
Joe wants to share it with everybody.
Yeah.
How about that?
Thank you,
Now
buddy.
that's the kind of listener we need.
Thank you, Joe.
Who's ready to spread the word?
I bet you he does a great job on you.
Oh,
HVAC
I bet he
too.
gets a house of codes. You got to put a jacket on.
Company's really lucky to have him. They really are.
Especially, I mean, if he's a listener, he's got to be a smart guy.
That's right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories, and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsor.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might
might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
You know, we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for Home Security. Customize the perfect system for your home or small business in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
It's 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Let me turn those mics off real quick.
Buddy, I hate these.
Hey, by the way,
You're the only one, by the way.
Hey, I defended
the only
you.
one.
I defended you yesterday.
Good.
You weren't in here.
What about?
I mean, we got to have each other's back. You know what I mean? And and Bubba saw his mic and it was messed up, and he was blaming you. I said, I think I just see him sit there. I don't know how it happened.
Of course, his hands were all over it then.
Yeah, no,
Well, I
yeah.
was pushing back.
Your argument just.
And that was what made me think about it.
It
You were a
was
little
off, and I was fixing.
You were a little violent with it just then. As,
You really are. You play rough.
Yeah,
know?
you do.
But
You do.
it was off, so I was fixing.
Right.
But I didn't knock it off. Of course, there's enough food on the front of it to hill a nation.
Yeah. There is.
And you're talking about the spit shield there.
Yeah.
All right. So, and for those of you who don't know, Greg sits in Bubba's seat for the kickoff hour. Helmsy's over in mine. I'm at Rick's. And then we just play musical mics and then go back to where we are.
Also
for the
known
main
as
show.
your daddy.
Do I ever leave anything over here and you're like, we should just climb to space?
Yeah, a little bit of a smell. Did that just for you?
It could be a good smell though.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't.
He didn't clarify whether it's bad or
butt
good.
smell or anything like
he didn't
that.
say rump ribbon.
Right.
Say swampy.
Hey.
See, I know where the line is, and then you jump all over
I
it.
edited it.
I didn't say you went over. I said you jump all right up to it. You jump on the line. You don't cross
That's
it.
the way you gotta be, especially on Friday.
Have a little bit of an update on this guy.
Yo, what's up? This Coolio with the flow. You listening to the homeboys, Rick and Bubba, the two sexiest fat men alive. Give me some of the potato chip.
That was backstage at the
Coolio.
Grammys. Very nice, actually. Rapper Coolio. You remember he died September
Forgot
of
about
last
that.
year. And now, I guess, for some reason it's taken this long. The cause of death has been revealed. And he died from the effects of fentanyl, unfortunately. Just another one that we can say has done that. He also had traces of heroin and some other stuff in his system at the time of death.
How about that?
Gangsta's Paradise.
Yeah, it's sad. But his manner of death was ruled an accident, they're saying. So just somebody else that was doing something and didn't know it was laced with fentanyl or something.
Of course, you got a problem if you're buying
You
heroin.
do.
Yeah,
You know.
that hurts.
But anyway, the Gangsta Paradise rapper Coolio died September 28th of 2022 at just the age of 59, and now the cause of death has been revealed. Now
I rolled around in my car a lot with that song.
Oh yeah,
back in the day.
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah, I did.
So you were there
There were a
again?
couple. There were a couple of.
I'm sorry. Y'all like that?
Y'all would be amazed at some of the things y'all would find on my playlist.
Really?
You really would.
Is it all over the place?
The other day I was doing this. Have I told y'all this? The other day I was doing dishes, and I didn't know. I thought I was the only one in the house, and I had my playlist going.
Oh no!
And Amanda walked in and she said, "What are you listening to?" And I acted like my hands were so wet that it jumped on my tennis for the guys at our players playlist, and I act like it jumped to it, and I couldn't change it because my hands were wet, but it was my playlist. And I was like, wow, if Greg and Speedy heard me jamming to this, they'd be like,
I'm looking at, I got something there.
I mean, y'all, there's things on mine y'all would go, I didn't see that coming.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm that far, but there's a few that you would probably go,
What?
And if we could play music,
oh goodness,
if we could play music, we would maybe share some of those. We can't do that here on the show for copyright reasons.
What is?
I can think of about a couple that y'all would really make fun of me.
Yeah. Oh, and there's, probably a third of mine.
Now,
y'all
the
would be
majority
like,
of mine
what in
are
the
really
world?
kicking.
Right.
Greg especially. Speedy would understand. I think some of mine, you would really, Greg, be like, what in the world are you listening to?
Yeah. I have got the headline of the day just for Greg. Could I read it to you?
Oh, yeah.
And then we'll get some comment.
Sure.
Remember, y'all remember James Webb Space Telescope? It's been a big deal, right?
That's Philip Webb's dad.
So remember they had them ugly women talking about it.
Greg.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Actually made the last Best Of CD, I believe. You talking about that.
Was I wrong?
Well, NASA has released a stunning image captured by James Webb Space Telescope of the planet.
Who was James Webb? I forgot who it was. Never mind. Go ahead.
But James Webb Space Telescope captures the most detailed ever images of Uranus, the planet, showing the ice
Why
giants.
did they even put that out? You know what? If you're going with the Webb telescope, if you're going to look at all the planets, just skip that one.
Yeah.
Because you're just going to lead to a bunch of good jokes.
It shows the ice giants' bright features in the planet's
You're talking
atmosphere.
about the best, most clear look we've had of Uranus.
A zoomed-in image of the planet was captured in a 12-minute exposure using 2 filters in
I think
February.
we found
this year.
Uranus. Here it is.
See, I knew it. Are we saying it right? Is it really Uranus? Or is
it is, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe some say Uranus. I don't know if they're cleaning it up because for people like us.
I've never heard it pronounced like that.
What?
The way he just said it.
I know, but I just was wondering.
I've never heard it.
Sounds like
I've never heard an astronaut pronounce it that way.
The astronauts talk about it.
You know what I mean?
That was good.
I didn't
James
know astronauts
Webb
talked about it a lot.
Well, James Webb. Well, they talk about planets. You know.
Yeah.
Last time we were at the table talking about Uranus.
Yeah. Well, we got a great view of Uranus, the best one we've ever had with the Webb telescope. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Webb, he oversaw the Apollo program.
That's what it was.
Yeah, John Webb.
Well, you remember the James Webb Space Telescope was launched into orbit December of 2021 as an international venture between NASA, the European Space Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency, and it has sent back some images of the planet Uranus, and they're saying it's the most detailed ever.
Do y'all think?
Well, that's what we need is more detailed look at Uranus.
Time out a minute. I want to ask y'all something, and I'm serious. And look, we have people from NASA that listen to the show. We're on record for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think we're 11 or 12, or do you think we've turned 13 yet?
We're right at teenage.
This is the point, though.
12 and a half.
Hey, we can be around. We've been around, and we are around a lot of serious people.
Okay.
But we do know they have a sense of humor and they joke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do y'all think somewhere at NASA in some meeting, the 12-year-old little boy is coming out with some of those astronauts when they're in this meeting and they're talking about planets and this, that, and the other?
I bet anytime it's brought up, everybody snickers.
Do you think there's somebody in the room, two astronauts that look at each other and start grinning?
They have to.
I agree.
Especially when you're calling somebody over. Hey, come here.
Guys, I'm a pretty serious guy, and I laugh every time.
It is funny.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new dietitian win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a regular listener, you know we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. And we aren't the only ones. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. And CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for home security. Simply Safe is trusted by experts and customers alike. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring costs less than $1 a day and half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock your doors and access your cameras from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Quick reminder, if you ever wanted, hey, I wonder if the guys have got any kind of contest going on.
I was actually wondering that this morning, Speedy.
Were you?
Yes.
Well, let me help you on that. You can go to rickandbubba.com, just click on contest and see for yourself. And right now you'll see Dr. Dudney's Fix Mama's Mouth contest. That's right.
Well, how about that?
Don't know any other show that would call it that, but we have for years. It's a makeover from Dr. Dudney and his staff. You hear him on here talking about tooth talk and some other stuff, but the makeover includes the 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, x-rays, a value worth $17,000. But
it is.
You have to enter your mama, and there's some steps you have to take to register, and you need to follow those steps. And very easy to navigate through here. You just go to contest, you click on Dr. Dudney's Fix Mama's Mouth contest, and boom, there it is. How to register is there, the deadline is there, and how it all works. So go there now and get Mama entered in Dr. Dudney's Fix Mama's Mouth 2023 contest. All right, so as we are rolling on a little bit later in the show, it is a Good Friday. We will have the Easter story today. We've got golden ticket seats headed this way today. RBU with Jason Whitlock is ready to publish on Saturday morning, so a lot there for you today. Now, Helmsy, I don't really know how we even intro this, but you've got something going on at the Helmsy house, you say, that you need to discuss?
Well, just something happened last night. It's pretty gross. And
so we're going to talk about it.
Well, I didn't really think I should. And then Amanda just texted me. He's like, you need to tell the guys. Now, I don't know if that meant tell you off air or on air.
Like, just tell us?
Yeah, so I don't really know that. But I'll tell it.
Well,
I'm not really
the audience
concerned.
wants to hear it too, I think.
But so there's a big, first of all, a day ago, and I need you guys to help me out here. So we have these cross ties. Y'all have seen them.
Yeah.
The steps, and then there's cross ties kind of doing the railroad tie things.
Sure.
And
right.
So as they've gotten older, and they are old, they probably need to be replaced. There's holes in them, and so creatures can get in them, and so it's chipmunks love them, and
Nests,
and snakes. Let's just talk about snakes like them.
Oh,
so
yeah.
every year, this time of year, and I usually see a snake or two right outside of them or coming out of them or whatever, and pretty close to the house.
Have you ever thought about squirting that spray foam in those little holes?
I have.
Look good.
I have I've killed them before. I've killed them before, and I mean they come back. I mean that's because it's a good place for snakes, and it's the old black.
Old black racer.
That's what it is. I mean it's not a. I don't know if it's a chicken snake,
Garter
rat snake, or whatever, but it's black and it's non-poisonous. I do know that. And so 2 years ago, killed one, then killed another one, and then last year, the head of it had went up in there and its tail was hanging out, and I grabbed its tail and pulled it out.
Wow!
And so,
bit you.
And so evidently, one came out 2 days ago. And the dogs went nuts and tried to get in there and get it. They're like, all in there, and it panicked the family. Like they thought the snake was going to harm the dogs.
Yeah, well, we don't want that.
And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not a big deal. Okay. Matter of fact, I don't think the snake wants any of those two.
Yeah.
Like I think that's why he scared and ran back up in there, crawled back up in there.
I had a couple of Datsuns that would take a snake out in a minute.
Get the dogs inside. There's a snake. I mean, I'm like, guys, calm down. It's a snake, and it's not poisonous, and just let it be. Let everybody be.
Let it be.
Well, then yesterday, I'm sitting there. I guess it's probably about bedtime. 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm real sleepy, and I hear the awfulest commotion.
Uh-oh.
And then I hear, he threw it up. He threw it up. Blue threw it up. And I'm like, what in the world? So this is Caroline and Braden. And Braden's not, the girls are screaming. Okay, Amanda's not in there yet. Braden's like, Daddy threw it up. He's kind of like, calm down. He's not screaming. He's calm, but he's going, yeah, it's not good in here, Dad. Not good.
Gross.
Do not go in there.
Amanda walks in and starts screaming. There's a dead animal in here. There's a dead animal in here. And I'm like, why are we screaming? Like, okay, first of all, if the animal's dead, why are we screaming?
Yeah, it's better than a
we don't have a live
animal.
animal running around. So this is one of those things where I can't handle throw up. Amanda has to clean it up, but I can handle.
Brilliant move on
Yeah,
no,
it is.
Just listen.
He's masterful.
Listen, I can handle poop. I can clean poop up all day.
Well, that's kind of.
But when you have a
That
dog
don't happen a lot.
that grabs what I don't know if was dead or alive at the start, is now dead in our house, then who messes with that?
Yeah, that's an uncharted
Because
territory.
that's neither one.
Yeah, it's uncharted.
And so I look over, I want to take a stab at what it was.
You kind of really.
You're close.
Lizard.
No.
Mole.
A baby squirrel.
Oh, no.
And I'm talking newborn baby squirrel.
Stop it.
She went in.
Helmsy, you could have.
Where was it? It must have fell
I
out.
don't know. I was thinking probably
Because-
fell out of a nest or
Yeah, 'cause it
something.
wouldn't
You
have
could have
been-
just said.
Well,
And
that's
so-
one less squirrel you got to deal with.
So,
Greg.
Greg. And so I saw we got plenty of these laying around the house. I see a tennis racket, which happens to be Caroline's.
She appreciates
Get a
that.
paper
She,
towel
and she
and pick
said,
it up.
"Why? Well, I got a paper towel to pick it up and put. So what I did was I just grabbed the
You
first.
walked around.
Guys, there was so much screaming in the house. I had to do something quick. This was
the
not
dog's
like.
like,
This
Are you
was,
being a jerk about
this,
it?
No, I just
Okay.
went in there and was like, it's okay, because I was kind of
Here comes Daddy.
Hey, pretty grossed out
yeah,
myself.
that's gross.
Okay?
That's gross.
And so, and didn't know if
real gross.
if this in this moment was I going to gag? Was I going to be able to do it like I do the poop and not be an issue? Which way was this going to go?
That's great.
So grabbed the racket and grabbed a little paper towel and I picked it up and put it on the strings of the racket and I walked outside and I slung it as far as I could in the woods. And then I walked in and Caroline was like, "So you used my racket?" And I said, "I'm gonna go clean it off." So I went and cleaned it off and all that, and gave her the racket. And then everything was
went out in the
calm.
woods and got it.
It was calm. Well, I got that speech. Did you throw it past the fence? And I'm like, yeah, I did.
Because if not, she's going to come right back in.
Hey, believe it or not, have a mind and thought about that.
Yeah, I thought, hey.
You know? Didn't say that.
Has
See,
a
that would have
mind.
been a jerk
Yeah,
move.
yeah.
I thought that, though.
Yeah.
I thought, no, I'm a DA, and just threw it right on the back porch.
Yeah.
That's what I
threw
did.
it out there on the
Because I have
crossbar.
no intelligence.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I tossed it way past the line. Matter of fact, the neighbor's dog may be dealing with it at this
Okay.
point.
It's
So
on
they
down
get
the
to go
hill.
through it.
Yeah, it's down there.
Yeah.
But hey, that was a new experience for us.
Oh, yeah.
And pretty gross.
I don't want no part of that.
Didn't realize my family screamed like that at dead animals.
I'm with you now.
Well,
Going,
not every
ooh,
day
it's
you have
gross
that.
is one thing, but screaming like it's chasing you.
Yeah.
That's what I thought was going on when I
I'll
walked in
give
the
them
area.
a little bit of a pass because the what you're painting is a very disturbing scene with what you got going on. So I'll give them a little bit of, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is in the house right now. But my go-to is a paper plate. I'll instead of a racket, I'll paper plate.
Well, I was trying
in
to
a
figure it
second.
out.
But I'm sure you were like, just stay away. I got it. What are the dogs doing?
That's what I was like. Y'all get
Are
a
they trying to
handle.
help?
They were trying to get it again, and I said,
Hey, it didn't go down the first time.
Well,
Leave it alone.
and that was another thing. There was no. It was not really thrown up. He was just carrying it. Do you know what I mean? And he dropped it. And in their mind, that's how they were describing it. But there was no based off what I saw, we didn't consume it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it just walk around.
I know all that's gross.
It's extremely gross.
Yeah, that's
But that's what I had to deal with last night.
We have some
beautiful story.
We have some neighborhood cats that just kind of they have owners, but they just roam a little bit in the neighborhood. And I am very lucky because of our two dogs, and they're always outside. So I don't get this, but whenever we meet up and are all talking, everybody talks about how they're always left a surprise at the front door. Because, sometimes a cat just wants to show off and go, hey, I'm bringing you this. Check out what I've been hunting. And they describe some pretty disgusting things that the cat decides to bring to the front door and drop it. You step outside the front door and you're like, oh, wow.
Thank you.
But the cat's showing off.
Why
It thinks, hey,
throw it away
I
or
love
something.
y'all. I just want to show y'all what I've been doing.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, it's an
Keep
honor
it to
here.
yourself, what I say.
Let me get us on a better track as we go to break.
Okay,
We
thank
need
you.
one.
Because this is all your fault.
I saw somebody that
I'm not hungry
that
now.
wanted me to tell y'all hello.
Oh, really?
Yesterday.
Oh,
and,
wait, hold on just a second. It's time for.
They're my friends.
Go ahead.
Those moments when, and y'all have had them, and I'm having them now, where you have these markers that go, wow, so I am aging.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I ran into a former intern yesterday. Is it Let My Cameron Go?
Let my Cameron go.
I remember that.
Do you remember him?
Yep.
Ran into him yesterday. He works at UAB.
Really?
And evidently I walk by his office every day and had no idea. And we're going to try to grab lunch the next couple of weeks. But anyway, the marker was he has a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old, I believe, or 8 and 6,
Good
married.
golly.
And I'm thinking, goodness gracious, what in the world just happened?
That was a while ago.
And he had gray in his beard.
Wow.
And I thought,
Are you
so I'm
serious?
old. So like you were an intern
And now
years and years ago.
you got kids that
And now you've
fairly
got
old.
you've got 2 elementary school kids, and a gray beard.
Yeah, and
you were an intern.
Yeah.
We've been,
It really. I mean,
been a minute.
I walked off and was like, "Wow, so you're old."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're the old man. You're the old man. See, I'm the young guy here, but when I leave and go there, I'm the old guy.
Man.
Wow.
I
And
thought
so
this
many
was-
of them I can't keep up
I know, but I think it was Let My Cameron Go.
with. Yeah.
Let my Cameron
I see the one that played guitar really good.
Greg, I don't remember.
We'll
I
talk.
would
ask
know
him-
if
I'll
I
ask him
see
when we go to
If I
lunch.
see him, I would know.
I'll ask him when we go to lunch.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car.
So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PHIL for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PHIL. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PHIL for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PHIL.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
I am James, Senior Apparel Designer, and this is Behind the Design with Hawks. Hawks is your classic workwear brand. It's designed for those guys that are on the job site. Just driven performance, just rugged and comfortable. Thinking of durability, everything is either double, triple stitched, bar tacked. It's build durable, it's going to perform, it's going to move with you, it's going to have everything that you need in a product. Hawks, only at Boot Barn.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba show. It's the kickoff hour, Good Friday edition, golden ticket seats. If you're headed this way, we have an open studio today with the great Elite Eight. They are going to be here today. Golden ticket seats coming up a little later. Drive safely if you're headed towards the Rick and Bubba studio. RBU this week is with Jason Whitlock. That has been recorded and ready to publish tomorrow morning. If you're listening live, that's Saturday. We'll have a lot going on. Don't forget, Fix Mama's Mouth is at rickandbubba.com under contest, and we'll be playing the Easter story today as well on Good Friday. This portion of the show is brought to you by helixsleep.com/Bubba. We know with spring here and everything is kind of moving along. I can't believe it's already spring. We will blink, gentlemen, and it will be football season. I can guarantee you. College football season. I know right now the USFL and XFL are going on, but you know what I mean. And, Greg, I know you and Lisa continue to get a great night's sleep. Each mattress from helixsleep.com/Bubba is made in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. And right now you can save 20%. We all need a good night's sleep. Is that not correct, Greg?
That's right. I'm sure you get one. Do. How about that?
You just take a little 2-minute sleep quiz,
that's the key.
And they can figure out what mattress is really unique for you
to suit your style of sleeping.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying.
You can personalize your mattress. It's shipped right to your door free of charge. And what we also like is that this company says, you know what, we're going to let you test this out with our new mattresses. And so you've got a 100-night risk-free trial. And you have nothing to lose, because if you decide that it's not the best fit for you, which it very likely will not be, something that you ship back. But they're just saying, look, we'll pick it up, and you can return it for a full refund, no questions asked. If that's what happens, but we don't think that's what's going to happen. We think you're going to love it, just like Greg and Lisa do. So it's helixsleep.com/Bubba. Save 20% right now. Your new mattress will ship right to your door in a box that you go, now how'd they do that? And you'll save 20% in the process.
helixsleep.com/Bubba. It is pretty cool when you take it out of the box.
I know, and you're like, wow. And then just kind of,
how'd that happen?
All right, so I got a little something for you guys. We have a lot happening in the old world, and every now and then you need a little bit of good news. So my hint to you guys is this is a good news story.
Okay.
So I'm sure Greg will punch holes in it.
Sure.
Because I know he doesn't really like good news stories.
Is this like heartwarming?
I'm joking.
It's going to warm your heart a little bit.
Well, it's just it's a dark world out there.
It is.
And if you don't watch it, you can kind of get in a dark place because you're consumed by all the news, and it's always just doom and gloom, and everybody's against each other. And every now and then, it's nice to know that there's good people out there. So take a listen to this and tell me if you think you know what it is. Take a listen.
No one knew what was going on in the back, so everybody was still sleeping. Everybody was still like they didn't know, because the only thing we was concerned about who's kicking in our door.
Who's kicking in our door? Y'all following it right now?
I know what it is.
You do?
House on fire, and he kicked it in, saved them.
Wow, that's amazing.
Is it really it?
Everybody out safely, and that's all that counts. He seen the fire. He told me to call my superior. I started hearing people screaming out the building, and we did what we did. Yes, I was scared, but I wanted to help too, so I was willing to put myself in danger to help someone else.
2 garbage men are being called heroes after saving the lives of not 1, not 2, 15 people when multiple homes caught fire in central New York.
Dang, multiples.
When they saw the flames, they began kicking in people's doors and trying to warn them of the danger. That was one of the garbage men that are called heroes for saving over a dozen people's lives. Now, see, all 15 people were able to escape with no injury just because somebody decided to go, you know what?
Could have been tragic.
I am going to try to help. And so that's awesome. At least I think so.
I think it is, too.
Well, there you go.
Helmsy don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not the one that,
No, what you would have done is and you would have cared, you would just call 911 because that's your thing.
I would have went in, first of all.
Yeah, you'd just kick that door down. And just
I don't know. I'd have probably had to get something to knock it down. I don't know that I could have kicked it in.
Would you have screamed, "Here comes Bullet Head"?
I would have
just run in.
I would have got in there.
Go get him, Coach.
I would have.
So anyway, congratulations.
But I would
to
have
the
called
two of them,
911.
And thank goodness that worked out
in the process.
You said,
for
"Somebody
sure.
call 911. I'm going in."
I would have probably called them, set my phone aside, got in, and as I was trying to save people, letting them know what's going on.
The fire began in a building on Grand Street just before 2 a.m., so, it's late. And then spread to 3 other buildings. There was an Albany Department of General Services garbage truck picking up trash when the 2 garbage men saw what was going on. The men on that truck smelled smoke first. They thought the truck tires were burning rubber because that's what it smelled like, but then they noticed quickly a bright orange glow illuminating the night sky. And when Kenneth and Crone sprang into action and began kicking in doors to alert people. They realized there was a lot in there. Up to 15 people were saved.
Well, how about that?
There's your feel-good story of the day of people doing something to help others.
Brought to you by Calvin Wilbur.
Brought to you by...
They're my friends. Good deeds.
Yeah, exactly. So we have got a number of things happening today when it comes to the show. There's a lot of updates out there. Some funny stuff and then some more serious stuff. We'll let the guys handle that. We've talked about the Webb telescope and some images it's bringing back. We've hit you with an update on a couple of different things. One I want to leave you with here this hour. Missouri elderly woman accused of robbing bank for the third time.
Yeah, how about that mugshot?
Yeah, we got us an elderly woman that's robbing banks.
How old is she?
78.
Yeah, that's old.
I want to know how what is her deal? You know, some people give a note. Some people, you know, does she just come in with a gun and go, hey, give me the money? This is a stick up.
I don't know, but when en route, the officers, after being called that we got us a bank robbery, were given a description of the suspect as well as the vehicle. And once located, they conducted a traffic stop and apprehended the 78-year-old.
Well, you know she was driving slow.
Did you?
There she goes. There she goes.
Did you say that this is not the first time?
No. She in 2020 she was 75 when she was arrested, and I think in 2021 she was arrested.
So she's never gotten away with it.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound
they
like.
just keep letting her. I mean, I'm not saying that she's some horrible criminal, but I mean, she is stealing. She's robbing banks, which is a big deal.
Here was going to be a couple things. One, the fact that she continues to do it, not very good at it. The second thing is this what she's doing to get? Is she one of these that would rather be in jail than be out in the real world? And so this is my way of getting back in.
Or she ain't with us. You know.
Well, that could be it too, Greg.
Well, this deal about banks.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know how much money they gave her.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Main show starts right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
I haven't.
See, that's scary.
What is it?
It's I'm more scared of Jinkum.
Juuling is basically a vaping device that looks like a USB drive, and they're putting nicotine or marijuana or in some cases meth
or doo-doo
and using it. And so people think they don't think it's a device to vape. They think it's a USB drive.
Right,
so what's going on is they're using it it's actually a USB drive. They plug it in. It heats up whatever it is they've put in there, and then they go to the bathrooms or wherever and smoke this. And so the parents have no clue that this is going on because they think their kid's just looking up their papers or whatever on a USB drive. But it's called juuling. And you'll hear statements like, you want to get a hit off my Juul? Which I know.
You wouldn't say that in my group of friends.
No, you would not. But that is going on, juuling. And I put an article at rickandbubba.com about what is juuling. And it's this fat. One of the interns said, oh, yeah, I'm hit with this all the time. So this is real. This is a real thing that's getting out of control for our young folks. And it's starting as early as 13 and 14. People are trying it.
Well, I know that for some reason people are obsessed with huffing, smoking, inhaling. Is life that difficult that you're?
Really? I know.
Are you that bored that you I must get high at all times? I mean, to me, there's nothing that makes you more relaxed than actually having your act together.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what relaxes me. Is when everything's kind of got their act together. We're all looking for ways to do a little bit better, and we've talked about that. And Bubba, of course, is on a new, can he return to the summer of Bubba?
You got his workout shirt on today.
Which was, in his adult life, his most glorious run.
Yeah.
But
we need to turn it now into a life of Bubba.
Right. So we had
SOB. It's got to be the lob.
We have some things around here that are here. And they were a kick for a minute. The famous thing we're supposed to be hanging upside down for your back.
God, yeah.
That's still hanging around. The ping pong table still kind of hanging around. We kind of got in the way for the things here in the studio to have a big ping pong table in the middle of it.
We need to roll that back out for about a week.
Then there's the ongoing saga of the treadmill.
You're talking about the most unused treadmill in the history of the world?
It's an ongoing saga. The treadmill has
It's 10 years old.
The treadmill's had various lives here. At one time, it was just apparently something everybody threw T-shirts on that people gave us that we didn't know what to do with yet. Sometimes it would be turned. One time it moved into Helmsley's office where I thought it took on a new life.
Yeah.
And now it's located right outside the bathrooms.
I was told to get it out of my office and put it back because he was going to start doing bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna reel it back.
Part of
the TV.
Part of Lob.
And I heard
Life
somebody I didn't see.
Yeah,
I heard somebody crank it up for about 48 seconds yesterday and then turn it back off.
Yeah. So Greg
3 minutes.
And Greg came
3
out.
minutes.
Greg came out and said somebody's turned this thing. I heard it when I was in the bathroom. So we didn't know what was going on.
I got to laughing thinking that I was on the treadmill a shorter amount of time than Greg was in the bathroom.
Yeah.
So I know we take baby steps, but now I didn't know whether that was really you or not. But the people are saying now you're saying that in the breaks you will go get on the treadmill for a minute or two.
Well, I'm toying with some things to see how I like them.
Guys, I just heard, we'll pass each other going to the bathroom real quick. As I'm coming out and he's going in, he goes, I think I'm going to start jogging during the breaks.
Jogging
That's
during
what
the
he
break.
said.
Yeah, and
Word
I
for word.
come up with an idea for it called breaks up, knees up.
Right.
He came to the kitchen doing it.
Breaks up. Are you doing high knees?
Yeah, I'm kicking high.
Okay.
high
Now,
knees.
also, if you're going to set this
Wore
up,
him out.
don't forget at one
Yeah.
time he wanted the treadmill right here at the mic and was going to
Yeah,
do
we
the
tried
show.
that.
Oh, I
and
forgot about
And he
that.
got fired up for it, and the next day he came in, he was mad it was in here.
Oh,
you
yeah.
remember that?
Oh, I
Threatened to
That
fire
was weird.
somebody if they didn't get it
Yeah,
out.
that
forgot about
that was a
that.
weird
I don't
moment.
remember all that.
Yeah,
I don't remember
I
that.
remember. I didn't.
Remember, you were going to walk during the show and do better.
No, I think y'all wanted me to walk during the show, and I couldn't.
Hot about
I
it. Got
couldn't
mad
talk.
about it.
He did.
I don't think you can do that. I don't think that's possible.
No, it's like laying on your stomach trying to sing. It's very difficult.
Right.
Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know the budget we had on our treadmill, but all you can do is walk on that one. You can't run on it.
No, it's a little one. It's not meant to be a big, bulky
Yeah.
one.
I remember unloading it the day. It was when I first started working here, and Bubba said, hey, can you help me get this treadmill out of the car? And we brought it up, unveiled it. Yep. Still there.
How many? How
many hours you think?
I was going to say, how many hours do you think
It's not had a lot, hour-wise.
Right. No. Would you say 2 hours?
Oh, it's probably more than that total.
No, Rick,
I've put that in.
Time out. Let's. How many Bill Bubba Bussy
There's the
hours?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Bubba
okay.
hours. I'm talking about
It's
Bubba
not
hours.
a lot. Not
Yeah.
a lot.
What's the longest time you've been on it?
Yesterday, 3 minutes.
No, I probably, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes at a time.
If you determined this factor and we had to decide whether it was a coat rack or a treadmill, I think it would fall into coat rack.
On the
Because we've
deck
hung a
chair,
lot of shirts on.
If you look at the decade, it has been a coat rack more than it's been a treadmill.
Yeah, probably so.
In a decade.
Probably so.
Okay, but that's fine.
But in a decade, probably in little 10-minute intervals, 3-minute intervals, we've probably maybe gone an hour and a half.
But I'd say it has a few hours.
It's
on
not
it
one
total.
out.
Right.
Just say that.
It's
Yeah.
like,
But it's
if we
not-
said like new, we'd mean it.
It's
Oh, yeah.
it's not one that you feel real. When you walk on a treadmill, the bigger it is, the more secure you feel.
Yeah,
You
this
don't
is
feel
very
safe
scary.
on it at all.
It's a little small and it moves, a little straight.
Slides
It's a
under
cheap
your
thing.
belt,
It's not supposed to be.
slips.
Well, here's why I think, and we've already proven it because of the decade that we've just been through with it. I understand your mindset because I'm very similar.
Right.
I don't think the treadmill is going to produce many results for you because I think it's too boring. I mean, there's nothing going on.
Yeah, I got to get it in front of a TV.
And you
or
must have
something.
purchased it during the summer of Bubba because the capacity on it's 200.
It's 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We look forward to chatting with you today. The national anthem gets us started. is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. All here and ready to go. Speedy, Greg, and Helmsy giving you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler settles in to get the YouTube experience rolling live today. And then also you can catch a full archive on our YouTube channel as well. A full archive of the Daily Show also available audio only on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. You can catch it live on our TuneIn app 24/7. You get archive shows and the live show. And America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network carry the show live all over the country in different markets. So that's, of course, available to you. Blaze TV gives you an hour of the Rick and Bubba show every day on your Blaze TV subscription. And all we're missing now is the Silver Tongue one. The man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it? Good Friday, everybody.
That's a good one right there, Bubba. That one right
That
there
is
is
a
one.
good one.
That's a dandy right there. Revelation song. I still love that documentary when the person who wrote that song said, when I was writing it, I get a sense that it was one of God's favorites. You know, well, I mean, it's right out of the Revelation. I mean, here's what John sees, and he went to the cross for us today. He was before, he was here, and he is to come. And you know, today's a big day for the entire world. When it is finished, the wrath of God was poured out. Don't ever buy into theology that, well, God just withheld his wrath. He didn't withhold it. He just poured it out on his own son.
Yeah.
Because and then the final wrath of God to eradicate all who oppose him and all sin is still to come. But the good news is when that wrath comes, if you have been redeemed by what Jesus did today and what he will accomplish, what he did accomplish on Sunday when he walked out defeating eternal death, and that wrath will not come on you.
You know, it is.
And if you don't, it will.
I've always thought it's interesting that that people all over the world and throughout time, you know, there's different religions.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a commonality that most people on some version want to believe or feel like there is a higher calling,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And I find it so unique for the Christian faith that it's so different in that the other faiths, you try to serve a God by working yourself back to them. And in Christianity, God worked his way back to us
Mm-hmm.
and did what we couldn't do. And I think that's very unique and a very God thing. You know?
Yeah, I've heard it simplified this way.
Yeah, I didn't really say that.
No,
well, but you know what I'm talking about.
No, what you said was good. I'm just going to say, you know how we all love little sound bites?
Yeah.
We're in a sound bite world, but I've heard it say all the other religions say do. The Bible-believing Christianities say done.
Mm-hmm.
It's already done.
Yep.
And you do have to emphasize Bible-believing Christians now, because if you don't,
right.
Unfortunately, that word doesn't. It means a lot of things it shouldn't mean now.
And he said today, it is finished. It was paid for.
Yeah. So
and then Sunday had to be the greatest victory lap of all time.
Yeah. and Peter, and we studied that archive's out there if you want to go, and Peter seems to suggest in the epistles that he wrote that Jesus goes and presents himself to the angels that went with Lucifer and tried to overthrow, and then of course in Genesis it's documented in 6 that Satan tried his own version of God-man and God-men, and Jesus stands before them and says, "You didn't do it.
Yep,
I've accomplished it," and let them know that it's over and that their doom is done, defeated. So and then of course you get to the what do we do now, and that is now what do you do with it? And I will say this, Dean and Sarah. And so many people, when we went through one of his books and we've had him on the show, they think we're talking about his wife, Dean and Sarah.
Right.
It's
right.
Dean N. Sarah is his last name, INSERRA.
It's not a couple.
He wrote beautifully in his book, The Unsaved Christian, and he said one of the things he had to learn about this weekend, and to a degree on Christmas Eve too. And, of course, in the controversial of Christmas Day is ever on the Lord's Day.
Right.
But anyway, what do we do? Wow, I can't believe that was a tough question. But anyway, so he says that he had to learn as a young pastor that agnostics are not coming to church this Sunday. That's incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would you go to a Ramadan service?
Probably not.
No. So he said that's not who comes. He says these seats that we have to pull out and extra stuff, it's cultural Christians. And I'm going to say this because I was one, okay? This is not me saying anything other than I've been this person. And he said the cultural Christian knows that he or she should go to church on Christmas, something around Christmas and something around Easter. They know that. This tradition. So that's who comes. And he said, I started changing my messages on Good Friday, if you come to that, but mainly on Sunday. He said, because I need to speak to the people who are not redeemed but walk around claiming they're redeemed, and I need to preach a message of the true standard of the gospel of Jesus' transformation of people, and I need to present that as opposed to I'm trying to stand up here and win somebody over to Christianity who is not a believer. He goes, that really isn't. That's not who fills these seats. He said, because if that was true, you'd still need some of those extra seats the next Sunday, and you never do.
Right.
He said these are people who come because they think it's tradition, and then they're fine. They don't think they've done anything wrong. And I was that person where I lived in this life of, well, I believe the right things, so I must be going to heaven. But yet you looked at my life and you see a life of deliberate perpetual sin, and I was not immersed in the church. I had no interest in being in church, except on the traditional days that basically my parents would make me feel bad if I didn't go with them. So he said, that's the people that you're going to see pile into the church this weekend. It's not agnostics going, I think I'll check out this Christianity. He goes, and so your message needs to be focused on waking up the delusional cultural Christian like I was. And he said, because that's the extra people rolling in this weekend. And I thought that was a very profound statement and very true.
Yeah.
He said he remembers thinking that his church had just was going to double by how many people came out. And he said, not only the next Sunday did they not come back, I had less people than I'd had the Sunday before Easter.
Wow.
So something about the message was off, and because they all heard it and said, yeah, we believe all that, and then left. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
because I know you're a detail guy. You didn't miss that when you purchased it.
I figured it's close enough.
Right.
They're not going to tell you exactly when it falls apart.
I think
they're going to give you a little headroom in there.
Just stick to brakes up, knees up. I think.
I think the T-shirt needs to come quick.
Well, the problem, I'd only do it for about 3.5 minutes. It takes me a minute and a half to catch my breath.
But that was a heck of a 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, it was. And you got to start somewhere. I'll give you that.
That's
I mean,
right.
I'll tell you, if you want to really change your scenery, and we used to do this a lot of times, like during the kickoff hour breaks, is there's laps you can do around the plaza here and be back in plenty of time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm afraid.
And you change your scenery.
I'm afraid I might get into doing a lap and just keep going and forget the show and not come back because
walk down the street.
I may be getting an endorphin release from the workout.
I hate.
I don't want to be distracted.
Well, I hate to be Debbie Downer, but in your current situation with your knees and where the weight is right now, I think running's the last thing you need to be doing.
Yeah, it's not good for you.
Yeah, that's.
Well, Rick, we don't have a pool here.
I know that, but I'm talking about there's other things you can do to get your heart going. Like, I think.
Gosh, I wish we had a set of rings.
Yeah, I think.
Y'all.
Yeah, I think a rower would be good for Bubba.
Oh, the rower would be huge.
The Iron Cross.
Yeah, they're proud of those rowers. They're proud of them.
They are.
The skier.
I couldn't get. I couldn't do the iron paper clip, much less the Iron Cross.
And I think we should start with something called walking. I think
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Walking around here, you can walk around this office over there by Gorosky's and Planet Fitness and back in 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
What was your path? How did you? What was on the far
So you go
end?
back behind ITAC. Okay, and then there's a hallway, actually, like a nice little view, goes all the way by Gorosky's.
Is it inside
office.
or outside?
It's outside.
Watch them tiles; they're a little wobbly.
And if you really want to get crazy, you can go around.
I'm gonna go
ITAC,
check it out.
Go to Gorosky's, go down those steps, come underneath the parking deck, come up these steps, and then you get you some steps in.
Now,
what if he ran?
I will tell you
these?
this: on the steps are good. You need to be walking up and down steps. But here's the problem. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show, so we'll cover a lot today. Your America that was, well, I tell you, this has been talked about on the show a lot. But, Bubba, we now have an update, and this is involving, it seems to be the focus of our entire country, and that is on transgender. Also, the transgender community becoming a little militant. I didn't realize that they would start producing some of our new domestic terrorists. I don't know if y'all have seen some of that. They foiled another. I don't know what else to call it. An attempt.
It was going to be a shooting, killing,
another shooting, and then Riley Gaines, the swimmer, was defending what we're about to talk about: biological women and their sports, and the protest against her became so dangerous. Greg, you said they had to wall her off in a
room for like 3 hours till they could barricades to keep the crowd out.
So the transgender,
she said she was hit by a man in a dress.
How about this? Who would have thought that taking biological males and females and giving them all kinds of drugs and operations to change them into a different gender would make them militant and crazy?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's really pushed them toward a more happy life. Rick, the Biden administration released on Thursday new Title IX rules that would bar schools that receive federal funding.
Underline that.
Keep that in mind.
We talked about that yesterday. When they send you money, they own you.
From enforcing policies that would ban biological males from playing girls' sports. The U.S. Department of Education proposed to amend the Title IX in order to set out a standard that would govern a recipient's adoption or application of sex-related criteria that would limit or deny a student's ability to participate on a male or female athletic team consistent with their gender identity. Basically, what they're saying is that if you want to identify as a female, however you want to define that, it may be that you're actually transitioning. It may be you just say you are. You may still have the male parts, that you can play on a girl's team.
Yep.
And there's nothing they can do. This would also supersede what a lot of the states are doing, according to this story. It would most definitely be challenged in court. There was already one challenge, went up to Supreme Court, and they refused to really get involved with it, which I think that's just them wanting it to play out. I don't think they were saying they're going to approve it, but they're saying let the lower courts hash it out, and then we'll deal with it. But it's, Rick, it's just very bizarre. Being a parent of a young lady who was a female athlete, coaching female athletes, also coaching male athletes, I enjoyed both of those, but you just can't put a biological male, no matter what they're doing, say, or what surgery they've had, over to compete with the females and it be fair. They have a huge advantage going into it. Not to say they would win every single competition, but it just seems to me like the world, and led by the United States, are losing their minds.
Well, Bubba, let's go back to this, okay? So let's go back to original intent, okay? Before all of this became, I don't even know how we let this get off the ground, okay? But now trying to put it back in the box is going to be really, really difficult. But what I'm asking you, so, you go back to original intent. So why in the beginning, Bubba, did we even have male and female sports?
Well, because they needed to compete against their own kind, because it was fair. It was good competition.
So we knew from the very beginning.
Everything that these athletic associations do is to have fairness in their competition. That's why they have different categories of schools. They have little schools and big schools. Well, why is that? Why do you have 1A or 7A or whatever the designation is in your state? It's usually because the smaller schools have less students, so they have less athletes to choose from, and they can't compete with a bigger school.
So you go back to this, and now I'm not talking about the sports that at one time, like, say, American football. At one time, that was considered to be a sport that only males would play.
Right.
But from the very beginning, when we had track, okay, which has no gender, okay, we did not let females compete against males, did we?
No, we had.
What about
it was separate.
What about when females started playing basketball?
Did we they have their own league.
Did we say, well, go make the men's team?
No.
We didn't say that.
No.
Okay, so
we didn't tell Stephanie Griner to go compete against LeBron James and try to make the Lakers.
Did we tell female weightlifters to go compete against the men?
And you look, the golfers have their own league. The bowlers have their own league.
Yeah.
Even the golfers get to tee off from different boxes to accommodate the fact that they're not as strong as the male competitors.
Now, that has nothing
on average.
That has nothing to do with value. It has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with value, but what I'm saying is this. Apparently, at one time in the doggone world, not just in our country, in the world, we acknowledge that men and women are equal in value, but physically are not the same. Right? We must have known that at one time.
Wasn't offensive to anybody.
Because if we didn't, if there was any gray area on this, we would have never separated them. Right?
Right. That is correct.
Okay. So it's established.
Yeah. Rick, we have several examples of this too, in tennis. Serena Williams, and this is
where I was.
This is a well documented case.
Probably one of the best examples.
Number one female in the world in her prime. She's racking up Grand Slam titles like we collect biscuits at the buffet. And she makes a comment that she could beat any man in the top 200. She's number one. She says, I can beat any man in the top 200. Well, guess what? The guy who's ranked 198 is sitting across the table smoking a cigarette. He's a German. He says, I'll take that action. And they made a bet, and they went and played. And guess what the score was? 6-0, 6-0, or 1.
It was ugly.
It was a complete victory for him, meaning that the best female in the world was still lower than the top 200 males. It's just not fair.
So it's not like it's even
doesn't
close.
mean we can't enjoy female athletics.
No.
I enjoy them very much.
Yeah.
But they just can't compete head to head. And this brings us to Title IX, and we'll pick that up when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The latest from Toby Mac coming back. Everything. RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you just walked the circuit?
Yeah, I just walked the little loop.
Hams, what did we do? We walked them.
Yeah, I told him the loop only it's less than 3 minutes. So it's like 2 minutes and 40 seconds, I think, by the time you leave here and then come back in here. So it gives you a couple minutes to use the restroom, grab you some water, catch your breath if you need to. And then I gave him some options on other routes he could take. So I think he liked the loop.
Did you like the loop?
Yeah, I do. I like the loop. That's good.
Did you like some of the other options if you want to expand the loop?
Now,
I'll have to get
Rick,
creative
I will tell you this.
Did you hit some high
this
knees
doesn't
too?
happen on the loop every day, and this didn't help him at all. The fact that ITAC evidently is having a big barbecue today because they've got a smoker going on
Boy,
out
it
there,
smells good,
and
too.
it smells excellent.
They'll cook some good food. over
You know,
there.
somebody had mentioned the bad smell, and I thought, well, what I'm smelling smells pretty good.
We needed that being cooked yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's good.
It overcomes the dumpster smell.
That'll way to fight back.
That
Got that?
Fight back.
I feel good.
Well, Bubba, that's there's a lot of thieving and stealing going on. This one is unique. 3 thieves steal a live shark from an aquarium petting pool by pretending it's a baby, swaddling it in a blanket, and rolling it away in a dripping stroller.
Rick, we have to ask the question, why
Yes.
are you doing this? And it brings up even a better question. Why do we have a petting zoo format for sharks? Or fish in general. Fish, I don't think, want to be petted.
No.
I've done the petting, the shark things. These don't bite you.
Is this the kind they
You
get?
just reach out and touch them, and they just swim by. Kind of
Yeah,
thing.
but I mean,
For those of you watching
I don't know if that's
RBTV,
what-
you
look
be
top
tampering
right.
with them?
Top right, where are they?
Top right.
I got 'em.
Up here.
All right,
They're about to lean over and grab it.
Yeah, I've
Here
been
in
to
a
one of
second.
those before.
Yeah, okay, so they're about to try to get the shark out. How big is the shark?
It's
it's little.
They're about like
see the
this,
guy on
Rick.
the end right there?
Yeah,
Rick?
right, I got you, yeah. So he's reaching.
And
See,
he's
got
got
it
it.
right there.
And here he goes. There
Right.
he is there, carrying it there, right there. See him?
I mean, yeah.
Got me a shark. I'm out of
And
here.
then that guy's kind of one of his partners
Yeah,
there.
he's bringing a blanket, and they're going to wrap it up and walk
I
it
got
out
news
like it's
for
a
'em.
baby.
It needs water.
Yeah, it's going to need some water.
It's not going to make it.
Relatively quick. Do they have something water they were going to put it in if they could get it out to the
I
bar?
don't know. That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah. So
I mean,
they,
are these sharks valuable, or who you sell them to? I mean, what's the deal here?
I don't know
probably.
what the market is on these little things.
Did we cover the one? Did y'all see the guy walking in carrying an alligator and bought him a 6-pack of beer the other day?
No.
With an alligator under his arm?
No.
Missed that one.
Yeah.
No.
There it is again. There's the baby there. He's holding it like it's a baby, sitting it down, and now he's about to put it in his little stroller here. That's
a stroller.
right.
Where's the baby? That junk yet?
There's somebody who actually has a baby right
Yeah,
there.
they're holding the baby.
Yeah.
But,
put
but
the-
he,
put
he
the shark
comes
in.
back. Hold on. Let me.
Where is he?
go back.
Where's he appearing from?
From the bottom of the
I got you.
screen.
Okay,
He's going to appear right here.
Why did they go back in there after they had it?
I guess they
get it
took it out, got it back in the blanket, and then
Here he comes
there,
right here.
there was one of them, and then
My
here's his old pal with it in there, and then now
That's
he's going to sit
crazy.
it down and get the stroller ready,
That ain't
and then
right.
move it over.
But I'm like you. Obviously, they're not concerned about the shark being alive, right?
I'll tell you what I want to know is that woman who's holding a baby, is that baby's stroller?
Yeah, it looks like the three of them are in it together. Those are the
Okay, yeah.
three.
You hold the baby. We're
She
putting the shark in
ran.
it.
She ran a little interference when he was getting the
I got
shark.
you.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
She walked around the edge of the pool, so some people had to back up around her, and
Yeah.
kind of was a distraction.
Right.
Yeah. So they said they wrapped the shark in a wet blanket, and they were going to a back room where they put the shark into a bucket, so they had water there. But I'm trying to figure out what they thought they were going to get out of this. I see the type of shark they've got. I guess, is it exotic, meaning that they could get some money for it, I guess, and that
We're
was
just
their
trying to be sharp.
right.
I think they just want to take it home.
So anyway, but they're busted. They have them in
They are
custody
busted.
now.
Yeah.
But that seems an elaborate thing to do. I mean, there's a lot of things you think people, and nobody should do things that are illegal, but, there's a lot of things you go, well, if somebody goes to jail over it, you go, well, they shouldn't have done it, but I could see where they were motivated to. 55 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. The Good Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, if you're catching us live. And we thank you for being with us. Field of Greens, we talked about this a lot. Got another email last night. Somebody saying, now, Rick, I go to fieldofgreens.com, and I'm ready to use my promo code Bubba and save me 15%. Now, I see multiple products. Which one are you using? I'm using the green one, in the green canister, the original. And so it gives you the recommended dosages of fruits and vegetables per day. The green canister. And the results, man, I'm telling you, they've been great. And good to hear from the rest of you that are having the same experience. So if you want to get yours now, go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. That will save you 15%. And, like I was just telling the guys yesterday, I was just my doctor and I had just talked. And at one time I had to be put on blood pressure medicine because my blood pressure had shot through the roof. And so worked on, started taking Field of Greens, lost some more weight, moving around, exercising a little bit. And I was doing that at the time, but I tried to go a little bit more aggressive on that. And Field of Greens, I actually got taken off some blood pressure medicine this week. So anyway, fieldofgreens.com or rickandbubba.com. But it makes sense. I mean, your body has a certain, needs fuel and the right fuel, and this helps provide what the body was designed to run the best on. So it's not any more complicated than that, even though they have some big words that seem more impressive than what I just said. So, Bubba, let's talk a little bit. So this
Title IX is at the middle of all this.
Title IX is at the middle of all this.
And it was brought about, Rick, to protect and promote female athletics and give the females a chance. And it does a lot of other things. I'm really, cutting this down to the bare bones. I was being a fan and proponent of female athletics. I was not really in favor of the way it started.
Mm-hmm. Talking about Title IX.
And I was not in favor of the way, at times, it was implemented.
Correct.
But in the concept, I was all behind. we do need to provide female sports. We do need to provide equal access and the ability to do that. Now, in these crazy cases like where a baseball team at a high school, the parents would go in and raise money to build bleachers, but the girls' softball team didn't have the same bleachers, and a court would come in and tell them to tear it down. See, I think that's ridiculous.
Right, yeah.
That is absolutely ridiculous. That's not in the spirit or in the way that this should be done.
It was supposed to be talking about how the funds that were provided to the school through taxes were handed out, not what private booster clubs can raise for their own.
All that. See,
right. I mean, you could have a female booster club. You know,
again, the marketplace has some importance in this. It's just like the NBA. The women that play in the WNBA do not make the same that the men make in the NBA, because the NBA brings in so much more money. And it's driven by market forces. More people want to watch it. More people want to see it on TV. So, I mean, some of that just has to work itself out in the free market. You can't artificially force that stuff because it won't work out.
Well, here's what I look.
But the concept, Title IX, was to give the girls a chance to play these sports at the highest level.
Correct.
And it revolutionized what was going on. I remember when we started a girls basketball team at our high school. And I remember going to the early games, and the girls were not as good as the guys playing basketball, but over time they got a lot better.
Oh, no
and
doubt.
The games got a lot better.
No
I
doubt.
enjoyed going to see it. I had relatives that played and friends that played, and then the teams would support each other, and all of that was good. But now Title IX, thanks to the Biden administration, is going to be used to crush female athletics. Under the guise of, if you are a transgender female, you're covered under this. And the female athletes who are speaking out against this are being run out of town on rails.
But
they're being demonized and almost harmed physically.
We had to protect Riley Gaines.
Yeah.
Protect her physically.
Yeah.
For standing up for
not Rowdy Gaines, but Riley Gaines.
Right. Isn't it funny though that in the same
it's very close.
Yeah. But I mean, so then you have the Department of Education, which Bubba and I have been speaking out against for how long? Years.
Well, since it started under Jimmy Carter.
Remember, if you take money for the government, they own you. And the U.S. Department of Education has proposed federal regulations that schools will not be allowed to adopt wholesale bans on transgender athletes that keep them from participating on the teams that align with their gender identity, not their biological gender.
And when you say identity, what do you mean? Do you mean someone who's had surgery and had the chemicals? Or can I be a male? Can I pass the Tallywhacker test and I just get to go and play female sports?
Well, in this case, you'd fail the Tallywhacker test and then go and still
go in.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And harass the females in the locker room who are now going to have to change with males.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the whole...
I can't even believe it.
It's like we have lost our cotton-picking mind.
And here are things you're going to see. Transgender female, which means biological male, Brianna Gill has won the women's tournament in Australia. Just stepped right out there and won it in golf. And you're going to see this. We got a 12-year-old that is a male that is going to compete against girls and has been allowed now to run girls track in West Virginia.
Guys, every day
we're going to have these stories in stacks.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, every day we practice from 11 to 1:30. And then at 1:30, the women's team gets there at UAB, Division I tennis. This is a Division I sport, Division I athletes. The best athletes in college, this is the highest level they can go. Our worst player would dominate the best player. And that's not taking anything away from them.
No,
it's incredible what they do.
They were never intended to try to be the best male athlete. They're supposed to be the best female athlete.
But as a 45-year-old man, I can step on court with the ladies that are D1 athletes and hit with them, compete with them, do it all the time. And I have no problem. But I can't hold a candle to our guys.
Right.
I step out there, it's doing no good for them.
Right. Because
not one thing.
Because their body was designed to have a strength and a speed that the female body was not designed to be able to accomplish.
Absolutely.
So but then there's things that the female body was designed to do that men can't do.
And for some reason, we don't want to celebrate.
I don't know why that can't be celebrated. Equal but distinct.
I know.
And physically is one of those distinctions. And so, and we've always acknowledged that, and we didn't even look at it as a negative. And now we've just gone off into this la-la land, and you and Bubba were talking, and Bubba, you've mentioned it once before, but it needs to be mentioned again because we're here, and since you both have coached tennis and played tennis, the males also play more sets than the women.
In the Grand Slams, it's a best of 5 for the men and best of 3 for the women. There's a reason why.
Right, and that's not a negative.
No,
women's athletics was supposed to be able to flourish, and now the very people that claim to stand up for women are destroying women's athletics. I want to know if y'all going to let these politicians get away with it.
Well, the way this will play out, because several states already have bans on this. Kansas, I think, was the one that passed one just like 2 or 3 days ago. So now this is going to come down. So now it'll go to the courts.
Correct.
And they'll argue about who has jurisdiction in this. And the federal government's going to say because of interstate commerce, we do. The states are going to say it ain't spelled out in the Constitution, so we do. You're going to have every state's going to be different as it works its way through. Eventually it'll get to the Supreme Court, and Lord only knows what they'll decide.
Now, and then those that are transgender females, which means they're biological males, they have become such a militant group. I mean, they're out to get you if you don't give them what they want.
Yeah.
Now, Adler has this video. Now, this is old, but people have brought it back up again because of these stories today. It was actually out on some social media yesterday. And this was the transgender woman that went into, is this UFC? I know it's not UFC. It's
MMA.
It's MMA. That's what I meant to say, because UFC is actually the association, isn't it? It's MMA, meaning these are people physically fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this has already happened. It's been a few years ago, but it's a good example because when you start thinking about somebody can hit the tennis ball at me harder than the women, or somebody can hit the golf ball further, that's all bad. But what about when somebody can punch you in the face? Okay, and so
this is disturbing.
And now listen to the little speech you get, because this, I think the speech is important of what physically happens, because now this speech makes more sense to me after the way they're behaving. Listen not only to what this transgender female, which is a biological man, he breaks the jaw of the biological female that he's fighting, and then gives a trash talk speech. So I want to listen to this.
Fox taking the knees, and that's it. Fallon Fox. Holy cow. Game over. Wow. And a quick finish to our first women's $20,000 championship tournament fight. Your winner by knockout, Fallon, Queen of Swords, Fox.
How you feeling right now? I'm feeling excellent. That was sweet, huh? Did you like that? Yeah!
No, you're a dude.
And I want to tell everyone else, I'm coming in this tournament. Every woman in this tournament better look out. I'm freaking coming.
I'm going.
So Fallon Fox,
change your voice.
Listen, a Fallon Fox sounds just like
Does he really go by Mr. Fallon Fox? Did you see that name?
Was that somebody messing around? Is that
and that was round one, by the way, of that fight.
In seconds? Shattered her jaw.
Unreal.
Shattered her jaw. Do you realize, though? Do y'all realize the world you're living in? A biological man said, "I hope all you women out there know that I'm coming after you." How about this? We used to arrest men for saying things like that.
I started to say that's domestic violence anywhere else.
Fallon Fox actually did one time lose to a woman. Because Fallon Fox isn't even a good fighter. To Helms' point, it's just a dude that can smash chicks.
Yeah.
And so Fallon Fox did actually lose one time to somebody who was a better skilled fighter. But all the other fights that Fallon Fox has had throughout their professional martial arts career, just destroying women because it's a dude.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, if I can pull this off, is pulling a shark out of an aquarium at a petting zoo worth going to jail over?
No.
It just doesn't seem like it is.
No, I don't see the gain, you know.
Well, if I could have gotten away with it.
The old Beretta song, was it Beretta that had the don't do the crime if you can't do the time? This doesn't seem like that one would weigh out.
Yeah, I mean, because somebody says, you got away with it, so what did you get? I got a shark.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a little small shark I have here in the tank. Okay. Surely they were going to sell it or something. Even though I'm just trying to find something.
It says the value of the horned shark is about $2,000. They said when authorities got there from using the license plates out in the, I guess, surveillance from
they
the truck,
check all that.
that they found one of the guys. He said, luckily, the guy that stole it knew exactly what he was doing because the horn shark was thriving in his home. And they're like, they said, thank goodness he knew what he was doing, or the shark would not have been able to be returned and is in good health. But he could face a number of charges. Right now, he's got charges between $750 and $2,000, among other things. But they say the value is around $2,000, so maybe he was looking to sell it. I don't know.
Maybe. Well, I guess, he grabbed it out of the tank pretty smoothly. I guess they're saying that is this some kind of, small shark handler?
He looked like he knew what he was doing.
Is he trying to use his skills?
Because if I'd picked it up, I'd have been a little more antsy with it, because you don't know what that thing's trying to bite or something. Who knows if a little shark can bite?
Is this a case where someone's using their gifts for the wrong thing?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he just wanted a shark at the house.
Yeah,
and this was the only way he couldn't afford $2,000 shark, so he went and stole one.
Show it to
I've never woke up and said, today it would all turn around for me if I just had a tiny shark to put in an aquarium here at my house. It will fill that empty hole I have in my soul.
You could take up gardening, cooking, nice puppy.
Yeah,
a shark. That's the thing. Sharks, they don't fetch. They can't do anything really.
And also, you get ready to go.
Bark at anybody.
You getting ready to go on a trip. You know what somebody says? What about the shark?
What about the fish? Because he's gonna have to tell people, and the word will get around. He's got a shark.
What are we gonna do about the shark? So guys, I'm sorry about the fact that I'm gonna have to take the peanut butter spreader. I apologize for that. Y'all know it's
people being irresponsible.
That is so funny how that thing. There's few things that just really, just needle you to the point it sets you off.
I don't understand.
And when you start acting like an only child over it, I find great humor in that.
Well, I thought you of all people would stand up and applaud. You know what I mean? You're like, if there's one thing I'm in touch with, is what's going on with Rick right now.
I'm mad. I missed it all.
But it's the funniness of it because, we snack here on peanut butter and crackers, which
the greatest snack ever made.
In our mind, is a little bit better than just eating junk food.
And it's not. It's just a great snack.
Right.
In moderation.
And,
I love the serious
and
face
later
when
in
you
the
say
show, we have different phases of the show. We have the early, we have breakfast when it's brought in, and then later in the show we go and I usually go to the muscadine juice, the last hour.
Right.
Helms is about 8:30 to whatever. But when we're doing peanut butter and crackers, it just drives you nuts when someone leaves peanut butter on the utensil that we use to dip the peanut butter out and put it on the cracker. And we've even had segments about we can't keep that utensil. I don't even know what you call it.
It's something you use to put icing on a cake. And we found the perfect one because it goes deep into the jar. It spreads perfectly.
It's got a good handle on it.
People brought us a few of them.
Mm-hmm. It's a joy spreader.
And I'm talking about, and this was just me. When I was growing up, I guess, I don't know what things my parents did right or wrong, but growing up, when you were eating peanut butter and crackers, which you did a lot, when you were done with it, you took the knife, you got a paper towel or a napkin, and you took the peanut butter off of it.
And then put it in the dishwasher.
And you put it in the sink or if you had a dishwasher, in the dishwasher. Or you even did that and left it there if there were other people. You didn't leave your gross peanut butter covered knife. You didn't do that.
But let me ask you this: in this situation, is it okay to leave the knife with peanut butter on it till the show's over, and then you clean it up? Because multiple people.
Yeah, absolutely. I can live with that.
Right.
I would like everybody to clean it per use.
Yeah.
But I can live with that. Now, what I don't like is when I go in there and y'all got it run all down the side of it, and it's now getting on your hands. And
it's on the handle.
Yeah, and all that. It's almost like, I don't know who taught y'all how to eat peanut butter and crackers, but it must have been somebody from the pig family. To the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Let's go phone trolling. Let's go. Let's get it done. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All 10 lines are available. Your comments, your questions, bringing information to the table. on this Good Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Come on. 30 seconds a pop. That means we roll through the calls quickly. And the good news is we did have 2 lines misbehaving yesterday, and they have been repaired.
Good.
So we only had 8 operating for a few days, but now all 10 are back making it happen. So you can join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines operational and available for you. Also, don't forget to go to rickandbubba.com under the contest button and enter your mama and fix mama's mouth. Once again, Dr. Dudney is going to give a $17,000 dental makeover to somebody's wonderful mom. So go to the contest button and just follow the steps on what you're supposed to do, and we will be handing out that to some lucky mom. The cutoff is May 4th, so make a note of that. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are lighting up, and we will begin with Ryan. Ryan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, my daughter plays on a competitive soccer team here in Birmingham.
Uh-huh.
And the team they play in Birmingham has a 13-year-old boy that plays on that team against them. So yeah.
So how does the biological male do?
He's a lot quicker, but when he stacks up against my daughter on the defensive line and the other girls, it don't work out well for him because she.
Okay. Yeah, that's what's that.
At that age, girls develop quicker anyway.
You're right,
so
yeah.
That's really apples and oranges when we're talking about what we're talking about.
Yeah,
overall.
wait. You better hope he's not still around when high school gets here.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Jason out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, sir. Sure can.
Hey, I'm a retired high school football coach, and I coach junior high football also. And so I've dealt with some of this. We had a girl come out for the junior high football team one year. Of course, we had to accommodate, for her getting dressed for the games and practices and stuff. And needless to say, she did not last long because I had a pretty mean group of.
That's really not
a little different.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. But I appreciate what you're saying. You are still making the point. But what we're talking about now is biological males declaring themselves and identifying as women and then playing against women. I know you're saying I'm establishing the difference between men and women, but we've had biological women from time to time think they can go play things like football and things like that against males. And before puberty, they do pretty good.
We had a girl striking everybody out in Little League one year. Remember that?
Yeah. But then when puberty hits.
Pre-post puberty is a big difference.
It is.
Everything changes. Lisa, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Lisa.
Just going to comment on what you said yesterday. They keep adding letters, and they're going to run out of letters before long. Why don't they just call it what it really is, mental illness?
Well, there was a time when it comes to the transgender part of this, it was called gender dysphoria, and it affected, thankfully, a very small number of people, and they were shown compassion, and they were, there was attempts to help them, work through that. But you're right. Now you're not allowed to say that anymore. But there's, and then I know that people keep trying to push back on this because you just can't believe it. but I'm telling you, it's now become trendy. So if I want to get a lot of attention and I want the celebrities to make a fuss over me, and I think I'm on this unique cutting edge of the latest cool hip mod thing, I just do it because I think it's cool. Now I know for some of you, you're like, Rick, why would anybody want to do that? I'm telling you, it's there. That's in play as well. Let's go to Bubba again. I'm not sure how many of these we have, but one of our many Jordans.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Jordan, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I got my tickets for the Gridiron Men's Conference, and I know that former Vice President Mike Pence is going to be there. David Jeremiah is going to be there. But I'm excited most about hearing one Rick Burgess.
Rick Burgess. Well, that would make you probably in the minority when you look at that lineup. I'm excited about that. I talked to Phil Waldrop, Phil Waldrop Ministries. They've been doing the Gridiron Conference, for years, and I've been fortunate enough to be part of it for several of those. He said, the tickets are almost gone. There's still tickets available, but I mean, they've got David Jeremiah, Robert Jeffries, Mike Pence, and then I get to be part of it again. I'm normally honored to be asked every other year to be there, so I'm it hit on a good year for me. But you're kind, Jordan, and I look forward to seeing you there too, man. We'll have a lot of fun. We continue.
And also, go Braves!
Looking forward to gridiron. Can't wait to see red.
By the way, it did something I hadn't done before, but
you scare me when you look.
Well, I found out how to get out of it.
He'll click. He'll click real quick.
Let's go to Marcus.
It's a quick clicker.
Marcus in Tallahassee, Florida, the home of Dean and Sarah. All right, Marcus, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, listen, my assigned age is 51, and my assigned weight is 290. But I identify as a 7-year-old boy, so I'm going to join a Pop Warner football team. I'm going to rip these kids up, man. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, where do you draw the line? Why not?
I know.
Why not?
Baker in Kentucky. Baker, go ahead.
Hey, morning, guys. So what happens when the entire high school softball team for the girls is all guys, and then you go to the next level collegiate women's team and it's all guys?
Well, that's
and
what
then
you're
the
going to end
US
up
women's
with.
softball team. Yeah.
You know,
where does it end?
I would say this. I think we need to take this another step and get ahead of this and tell the Department of Education and the governing bodies we're not going to have female teams. We're just going to have a team. So what difference does it make? Let's just have a team.
Right.
And whoever is the best makes the team, and who doesn't. And then you take care of that, right? Why have two teams that males can play on?
Right. I mean, that's where you're headed. And I don't understand, and we've touched on this a little bit, I don't understand the mindset of a biological male.
Yeah, why do you want to do that?
Even Bruce Jenner, who now is Caitlyn Jenner, even he says, I realize that I may identify as a woman and that's how I want to live my life, but athletically, I can still hit a golf ball 300 yards. And there's no way I should be competing against other women, and I wouldn't find any joy in that.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we were just talking about this in the break. Excited about this new movie that is coming out called Nefarious. What a cool idea! Our fellow brother on Blaze TV, Steve Deese, has put this movie together, and it launches nationwide in theaters on April the 14th. Nefarious. You may be like, what in the world is that? I won't give away the whole movie, but listen to this cool idea. And it's based on the book that Blaze TV's own Steve Deese wrote. If you want to find a good analogy, those of you that ever read C.S. Lewis's book, The Screwtape Letters, this one is very similar, and it's like Interview with a Demon. Here's what the story is. A psychiatrist is called to a prison to meet with a convicted killer who's about to be executed. And, of course, the psychiatrist is a person who has no convictions, doesn't have a biblical worldview or anything like that, thinks all this talk about supernatural stuff is just a bunch of hogwash. But he goes in to interview this killer, and the killer says to the psychiatrist that his name is actually a demon named Nefarious. Now, of course, the psychiatrist thinks this is hogwash and is trying to decide if the man is insane, pretending to be insane, whatever, but I won't give away the rest of it. But it's a supernatural thriller. And if you are looking for a great movie, and if you're hearing this going, was this some kind of horror flick? It's not. Don't think that. It is a supernatural thriller, and certainly when you're dealing with angels and demons, there's a it may spook you a little bit. None of that's all that fun to deal with, but we're not talking about some gory horror film. Nefarious opens nationwide on April the 14th, and if you'd like to find out more or go ahead and get your tickets, go to this website, Who Is Nefarious, and that's NEFARIOUS.com. Whoisnefarious.com, and make plans to go see it when it opens in theaters on April the 14th. Old, it's And so I mean, there's a way to eat this snack. There's a way to eat this snack and have some semblance of human being.
Now, I've also rolled
It's like a bunch of animals run through there and say, we're going to try peanut butter and crackers. I mean, you know what I mean? We got hoofs. We can't hold it good.
Y'all remember, y'all made fun of me when we had multiple of these things, whatever you call them, and I took one and hit it in my office. Y'all remember that?
There's one going to my office today. Because I'm going to tell you what, I'm done with it. And I don't know, because who loads the dishwasher? Interns?
Yes. Yeah, normally.
How can y'all explain to me? Because, you know,
Rick,
and I'm making the mistake of trying to understand it, and I realize this is a mistake. How in the world can y'all look at the peanut butter spreader and it be caked with peanut butter and throw it in the dishwasher with the peanut butter on it? Who taught y'all that? Do your parents teach you anything about peanut butter spreaders? I mean, who does that? Let me tell you what it does.
Yeah,
let me tell you what it does. Let me tell you what it does, and it ain't gonna happen again. Not with this one, because this one's gonna belong to me. This is my spreader from now on. And people who would like to eat peanut butter crackers with me may, but I will take it with me when we're all done, because I will no longer leave it to these animals that can't look at something and see, my gosh, this is covered in peanut butter. I probably shouldn't throw that in hot water with other dishes.
So it bakes it on
So
there?
it bakes it on there. I started noticing stains on this beautiful spreader. And I said, you remember that day I was in there? I said, where do these stains come from? What I realize now, these are pieces of peanut butter that have been cooked on to the spatula, because no one thought, gee, Coach, I wonder if I should wipe the peanut butter off of this. I don't know. I guess I just throw it in there and magically it'll be okay. I mean, how hard is it to pick it up and get a paper towel or a napkin and just, I never thought of that. I got one finger in my mouth and one in my butt and I'm swapping. I mean, what's hard about that? That doesn't seem to be a difficult thing to figure out to me. Hey, gosh, I guess I might want to wipe that off. I mean, it just, does that make any sense to you? I mean, what do y'all do?
I've come through.
Do y'all
wipe 2 hours
do y'all
after
wipe
the show.
your rear ends? Do y'all wipe your rear ends? Do y'all just take a hammer, get up, and start walking around, pull your pants back up? I mean, it doesn't make sense. You clean up. You know what I mean? You I mean, I don't. I mean, y'all just, and then I'll see you look. What's happening to my underwear? I mean, come on.
I was just all looking at you.
Today was the last day.
That was it.
I tell you what you miss, Helms, is when I had it out staring at it. I had it right in front. Well, how far away from my face was it?
About 2 inches.
And I was just staring at it going, how does this happen?
And I don't know what mode the new dishwasher was in, but we couldn't get it to do anything. Right. I don't know.
Well, you think these Nimrods can't wipe off a knife, know how to run a dishwasher?
That's a good point.
I mean, come on. If you can't wipe a knife off, that dishwasher's like you're trying to get the shuttle off the ground.
Yeah, you're right.
What's all these buttons? What does start mean?
What's normal?
What's normal? How you get the water going? Should we shut it?
Should we shut it?
I mean, come on. I mean, I just can't understand. You know, that's the thing. When I get to the point, y'all seen me get this. So when I can't get my mind around it, I can't understand it.
Yeah.
Trying to explain it to yourself.
You know, that's right up there with the. You know, we're on 2 lanes of the road. We're about to go to a 4 lane. You're slow in front of everybody. Here comes the lane that we're supposed to pass you, and then you stay in the left lane. Don't you know this is when we're coming by you? That's the same people don't wipe off knives. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you for being with us today. So, Bubba, coming up this weekend, another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Blaze TV's own Jason Whitlock, and we talked about Jason on the show yesterday after there was some controversy that was created that somehow Tucker Carlson and Fox News cut him off because of the things he was saying. And the thing that really hurts that case the most, and we talked to Jason about it in the podcast this weekend, is that Jason got to say everything he wanted to say.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like that he so I and then
I think it was a simple case of the host lost track of the time.
I've been there.
Yeah, it happens.
I've been there. I've done it, and they went to commercial break. But anyway, we did have a very good conversation with Jason Whitlock, and I think you'll get a lot out of this weekend's podcast. But there's a funny moment too as well, and on this topic, and really what he was talking about with Tucker Carlson, and what we talked about here is, he said we're moving as a society to the place where worldviews are becoming so polarized that we can't even find common ground.
Yeah,
and
there's a point where you just can't communicate, and I think we're stomping all over it.
Well, yeah, because this is the thing. You're getting to the point, and we talked about this with Jason Whitlock, and there's also a great event coming up in Nashville next week. And we certainly buy into one of the biggest problems with our society is that we are sorely crying out for godly men to take their proper position in our society. But anyway, as we say, disciple men change everything. And I know that's unpopular in some circles, but it's biblically sound. But as the thing is, when you're trying to find common ground, okay, and I'm all for trying to find common ground.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in battle all the time or at odds. I mean, it's not a lot of fun. I don't enjoy that, and it'll puncture a fun zone in a minute. But what happens is that it's and we've said this about overplaying your hand. It's never enough. And even when you look at this current situation with dealing with the current movement in our country, is remember the first thing that was brought to those of us that may have a biblical worldview, and there's some things that we just cannot because of if we're followers of Jesus and we have left our own authority, we're now under His. He says, "If you truly love me, you'll obey my commands." Is that biblically sound?
Yes.
Those are His own words. John 14. You can go read it for yourself, and He said it other places. So.
Told it to Peter.
So if that's the case, okay, then when you take us to a place where we have to choose Him or you, we're going to choose Him. And that's what we've been told. And that's not because we hate you. That's because we are devoted to Him. And your problem isn't with us, it's with Him. Well, remember in the very beginning, and this is how it always works, it was just, hey, how come two men can't just get married? I mean, why? I mean, how can y'all just not, just stop being against that? And you go, well, okay. I mean, y'all want to have some of the same advantages that legal marriage brings to couples, and you give a little bit on that, but now you look, it's never enough. You never. It's kind of like our flesh, and that's the way sin is. It's never satisfied, never. That's why we've seen over and over and over again, all the way back to Solomon, and it continues today, these people that have been given the worldly opportunity, however it was accomplished, that they can have everything their flesh desires, everything the world says you should want, and they have as much of it as they can stand, and they're miserable because they don't have Christ. They don't have peace. Yep. And so I don't know how many times, your flesh, my flesh, same, our sin nature will never say, I'm good. Never. Okay?
Sadly.
And so you better be looking for something that truly satisfies, and that is redemption. I can tell you that my life, when I was redeemed, my life didn't get any easier. In some places it got even harder, but I have a supernatural peace that is unlike anything I ever experienced when I was not redeemed. Not even close. Mm-hmm. Okay? And so, gosh, I was reading Luke 8 today when Jesus was basically telling us, look, I've come to redeem you. You got to stop being so worried and anxious about everything. I mean, do you not realize that I'm going to take care of what really matters? What are you so anxious about? Stop worrying. And then he uses the example. He goes, you see these birds? They look worried. You don't think you're more valuable than a bird? And so anyway, we are headed to all this being resolved, but when we get to the place where we're pushed and in America, see, it took us longer to get pushed there in our lifetime. But around the world, the church has always eventually been pushed by the adversary to a place where we have to decide whether we're going to stand with Christ or we're going to compromise for the world. And we're there again on this topic. And that doesn't mean that you hate anybody, you dislike anybody. Now, if some of you have that attitude, you're wrong. Because people that I love dearly don't agree with me on this. I love them dearly. I would give my life for their redemption. Okay. But I stand with my Lord and my Savior against all who oppose him, and I don't even care who that is. Right. And Jesus told us that, and that would be, I think that's in Luke 14. He told us that probably that could happen.
Yep.
And
it's going to.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so let's not be surprised by it, meaning we let it tear us down, and especially we take away this. Here's what we need to be thinking about on this Good Friday as we roll through Resurrection Day, is that everybody that is out there right now, you can be redeemed. Everybody. And if we repent and we turn from our sin, no matter how much we think that sin may own us, and I've been there, okay? I remember thinking, I don't know that I want a life without all this, even though it was destroying me. That's how ridiculous that was. I was thinking, but I don't know that I can live without this. And that was my flesh talking, and my spirit was dead. But when I turned, from my sin, that's what repentance is. You're turning, and I turned to Christ, and I just said, I can't redeem myself. Mm-hmm. I can't save myself. Only you can. And I acknowledge that you can. I believe that my whole life, but now I'm ready to submit to it. I like Jason talks about this weekend with us. I had no problem with you being a savior. That sounds pretty good. I was being pretty ignorant to the point Bubba's made many times on what you must be saving me from something.
Right.
And what I'm trying to do is have you a savior while not letting you save me from it.
Yeah.
And so then I go, oh, this is what you're saving me from. Oh, but I got to leave my own authority. I can't just do whatever I want. And then I repent, which means I turn from that, and I leave faith in self, because we're saved by grace through faith, but that's a faith of action. And I place faith not in myself, but solely in Jesus, and I say, only you can redeem me. And I acknowledge that I'm in need of redemption. And no matter what it is that I think I can't seem to get out of my life, I can't, but I know you can. I know you're so powerful that you can transform me. I'll even acknowledge, Jesus. I'll acknowledge. And some of us need to acknowledge this. I don't love you. I don't. I know that you love me because today I'm looking at the cross. But I look at my life and I can tell I don't love you, because you said if I loved you, I'd be obeying you, and I don't. So, but I know you can teach me to love you. Okay? Show me how to love you. So as best I know how, I turn from my sin as best I can understand. With all sincerity in my heart, I desire for you to redeem me, and I desire for you to change me. And I acknowledge you that you will now be my Lord. I won't be on my own authority anymore. And I turn from my sin, and I turn from you, and I ask you to save me, and please redeem me. And Scripture tells us that only God knows, and you know if you're sincere about that. And if you are, that he'll justify you. That means you've been redeemed. And then the process which some of us need to get started on, he'll sanctify you, and he'll transform you into something new through abiding in him, which means to make a decision to remain in him, to act in accordance with him. And throughout the years, there's things that I thought I would never leave my life that are gone. I didn't do it. I didn't establish some new self-control or, new commitment. I just immersed myself in him. And now he's become greater than anything else in this world. I have to pretend to care about anything else just so I can have some friends. Okay? But I promise you, everything else pales in comparison to him. And so, and that doesn't happen overnight. So don't hear me say that. It's still working. But justification can. And sanctification is good all, and then there'll come a day when he's going to return for his church, or you're going to die. And when that happens, then you'll be glorified. And you won't be battling this sin nature anymore. And that's what today and this weekend is all about. And so what you're seeing in the world is the world screaming to us, compromise him, compromise him, compromise him. You're awful if you won't compromise him. But if you'll adopt the right attitude, we aren't against those who oppose Jesus as far as hating them. We just love him. And then they've chosen to oppose him as we stand with him. And, once you get there, you kind of understand.
We really don't have any other choice.
Yeah. And so I'm immovable on that. There's things in my life because of him and my devotion to him, I'm immovable. And that's not because I hate people. It's actually because you love them. Because they need the same thing we needed. I acknowledge I needed it. Like, what do we say? The redeemed are just beggars showing you where the food is. Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're just not aware of what's going on or something. I don't understand it.
You know what's to blame? Chicken.
Right.
Harbaugh may be onto something.
A bunch of chicken eaters out there can't wipe a knife off.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm going to show you on the break how to do it. It's not that hard.
Well, and that's
you wouldn't believe how clean it gets.
We actually have napkins.
You know what's easy to wipe off something? Peanut butter. It's not even hard. It's not like we have rice that's hardened on there. You ever had that happen?
Oh, yeah.
You forget to wash the rice out and it hardens on everything. I got it. This is peanut butter.
Yeah, you need
it's
a pickaxe
smooth.
to get that.
We don't even have crunchy. It's not even crunchy.
Rick, I wish you had a tool belt with a little string hanging down. You had your peanut butter spreader on.
By golly, you know what?
Stayed with you.
You know what? That's an idea. I'll tell you one thing. I'm
and
turning
you wipe it off and you put it back in its holder.
I don't care how many siblings I've got on this particular issue. I'm going OC.
That's it.
You know what? And I'm gonna hug it, and it's gonna be mine, and I'm gonna take care of it.
But nobody touch it.
Oh gosh, I can't believe it.
Stuff.
I just can't believe it. When you think, well, this won't happen again. This is the last time I'll see this, and then it happens again.
It's about 3 days in a row.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, that streak has ended. Because if you don't like something, you got to do something about it, right?
But the only problem is you'll lose it.
No, not my spreader.
You got to have a special place for it.
I'll have a special place.
I wish you had a thing you slid it down.
I wish I had a holster. I just put it in a holster.
That's it. A spreader holster.
Does wiping something off that hard seems weird to you? Does that seem hard?
No.
we're back 23 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. We will, as we do, be playing all the historical moments that we as Bible-believing Christians are celebrating this weekend. Today, Good Friday, Resurrection on Sunday. And we'll play that back for you coming up in the next segment. So those of you that normally catch that every year as part of your celebration and reflection and remembering, we will do that. All right, so CNN, we'll play some of this. CNN, we talked about Biden's approval rating right now is at a whopping 44%. And CNN is actually going to, I think that maybe I know that CNN's got new ownership and all that, but I think also it may be that they don't want Biden to run again because they're starting to get more and more truthful about him. And if you're a Democrat, you really don't want him to run again. But anyway, so because nobody with a mind that works correctly, unlike the president now, sadly, really believes he can serve a second term. Nobody really believes that.
I don't think he's serving a first term.
Yeah, but here it is. Here's CNN telling the truth about Biden's approval rating and why it is so low. Here we go.
And then we looked at his overall approval on some of the major issues of the day. And I think what's interesting here is the economy, 37% approval, immigration, 35%. He's underperforming his overall job approval on a slew of issues. Only on the environment, at 46% approval, does he actually overperform that overall 42% job approval, John.
So his biggest place is the environment, and he's still only at 46%.
So and he's even underperforming on other issues based on the average, which is really incredible.
And then the thing that we've been saying, of course, again, we have a biblical worldview, which you know pretty clear here on the program, that maybe this climate change thing is something more tied to the fallen creation and the way the earth has been responding with extremes throughout its existence, however old you think it is, and that mankind has very little, if anything, to do about it. About changing worldwide climate. Just think about what I'm saying. But anyway, so now CNN may be telling the truth without really knowing it because guess what?
Yeah, think about what you're going to hear.
Think about what you're going to hear. The weather's slowly changing on Jupiter and Uranus as well, other planets. So here we go.
NASA has new images showing how the weather on Jupiter and Uranus is changing. Take a look at these. The large smog-like circle hovering over the North Pole of Uranus appears to be much brighter compared to 8 years prior. NASA says that several storms are gathering near the circle's edge as well. And on Jupiter, check out this image from January on the right. The planet's great red spot, which actually is a gigantic storm, is the smallest that it's ever been on record. But overall, storm activity on the planet has increased, which is visible in both images.
So, and look, we're...
Now, wait a minute. Is somebody driving an SUV on those planets causing that change?
How are human beings affecting climate on two other planets?
Is there a storm on Uranus?
Greg.
I knew it.
Is that not what she said?
We didn't cover the story the other day because I didn't want to hear Greg say that 50 times.
Right.
The people who actually are in charge of naming the planets are seriously looking at changing that name.
Probably a good idea.
They go, we just can't.
Did you hear
the comedy? We just can't
Probably
get everybody to let up.
And there's something about the English accent made it even more funny.
You're all over it.
We can't let this name stand.
No,
we
I don't even know how it got off the launching pad.
Right, we got to change this name.
Well, it's a problem because, we've had people with phallic names, and I've kind of investigated this before. And their parents will say it wasn't a bad word when we named it.
That's true.
That society made it a bad word later on, decades later.
But anus has always been around.
It's always been.
This has been a scientific.
It's been around for a long time.
I think that we may be mispronouncing it too. I think
we discussed that in the kickoff.
I think it may be Uranus.
But I've never heard anybody say that.
I've never
It's still kind of weird.
Ever.
But I mean, how do you come up with it?
Rick, we were talking earlier. We know like these scientists,
Pluto's available now, so
when they have meetings and Uranus comes up, that for a second they go,
oh yeah,
because you can't help it. You get that look on your face, elbow your butt and go.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why every biological male in the room, when somebody tries to be serious and says like her with a very serious voice,
here
here
he's dying to play it again.
Okay. Here, let's see how she says it. Here we go.
The large smog-like circle hovering over the North Pole of Uranus.
Sorry,
that sounds like a bad day.
Well, how about this?
Better see a doctor.
You know what they said. I'm not eating cheap Mexican. But
It's hovering
over the North Pole.
But think about it. How about this? Why can't we hear that without laughing?
That's the key.
Why can't
And that's what I made.
I
made
would
this
like
point.
to be able to do that.
I've tried to work through it, and I've made no progress.
We have some of the most
progress.
serious professionals at NASA who actually listen to this show, and Bubba can vouch for that. And I guarantee you they can't get out of a meeting that's mentioned and they don't smile.
We got to change the name.
Yeah.
If we want to seriously talk about that planet, we got to change it.
I applaud her for working through the teleprompter and getting through it with no giggles or no
Well, you know why they
smile.
brought a female in because
Right.
she won't be silly about
Yeah.
it.
This is
true.
You know it. You know why there's not a male anchor right there?
You're
Because
right.
he couldn't do it.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Have a look at these. The large smog-like circle hovering over the North Pole of Uranus.
And look, this is space and science, so Bubba doesn't want to laugh at it because he wants us to be more serious about it. Look,
I know.
but how about this? The bigger topic is this. There's climate change going on these two planets, and there's no human beings there.
That and the fact that we got truth tellers on CNN now.
I know. What a weird day it is. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sweet.
Well, Rick, glad you're here.
Golly.
I was prepping all morning for a round of Bubba Rama.
Let me tell you, I don't know. It has to at this point start getting sad for the audience. It reminds me. I hope we don't get to the point where, and I hope he's not listening because I would be terrified to go to the truck. But when I saw Mean Joe Green play 1 year too many, you know what I mean? I started saying, Joe, you can't move like you did. You're not getting down the line. You had a lot of injuries. You're limping a lot. Mm-hmm. Watching this show fall apart physically has got to be just difficult. Is it painful to watch and hear?
Rick, I think you're looking at this wrong.
Okay, good.
You're looking at it like a plane that's headed into the side of a mountain.
Okay.
And I don't think that's the way to look at it.
Thank you, Bubba. That doesn't sound good.
I think what you should look at this, because simply our ability to survive as long as we have doing what we do.
Yeah.
You can't look at it like the kid that got up and hit 2 base hits first time he was batting.
Right.
And then he popped up and he threw his bat down and said, I hate this game.
Okay.
Look, you go to the Hall of Fame if you get a base hit 3 out of every 10 times.
Right.
Which is an outstanding failure rate on life in general.
Will you please make a note of that because I need to tell you something on that exact topic right there. Well, we now have on our list of things happening to the show, and I think Helmsley's already been down this road, and now I will follow him on what we call Gallbladder Avenue. So this is, and here's the thing. What was so hilarious about this yesterday is that in the aging process, like we talked about, you get injured sleeping. I had a text from one of our buddies that's having yet another medical test today.
I'm beginning to blame him for this.
Mm-hmm. And he
every
said
time he has something, one of us gets it.
And he said he's going to have a redo on his colonoscopy. He said, which his quote,
I got to get a redo.
Yeah, well,
no, you get one shot on that, baby.
Let me tell you what, you don't want to know in the break. But anyway, and he just texted back to me, can't wait till the 60s. When we all turn 60, but it's going to be great. So the 50s are banging on us pretty good, which we kind of expected. So I'll give you the story, but I actually just really, it feels like just moments ago, came from the.
Oh, it's because you did.
Yeah, it was moments ago. Took a nap, came in
from the emergency room to the show today after having some sort of gallbladder attack. And what I'm talking about, what's so odd about us, I don't know, maybe some of you. Greg, there's some Burgess in here that is it's really, I think we have some sort of weirdness, is that we got so much stuff going on, it takes us a while to get to the conclusion that we may be in trouble.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things that, hey, my knee hurts sometimes it doesn't. My foot hurts sometimes it doesn't. sometimes my hip hurts and sometimes it doesn't. So when something starts hurting, it's not an immediate alarm for us.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like, well, that's kind of
pain of the day.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what we always say? If that doesn't hang on, I'll just move. I'll pay no.
I believe it's okay.
Hey, Greg, I'll pay no mind to it. So
if you get easy.
I do want to say this today, and I think we've said it, and it's very dangerous, and I do want everybody to know that it's dangerous. It's very dangerous, and you have to be so careful with it. Had that conversation last night. But I just want to give a shout-out to the entire team and just a special recognition to sweet, sweet Mama Morphine. Now, I know that can be a very dangerous drug, and please only use it when doctors are in charge and saying this is how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a time last night when I was in so much pain, and sweet Mother Morphine reached out to me and pulled me into her sweet bosom where I was comfortable, and I just sat there and said, "Thank you for holding me and making me feel better." And when they say the phrase, "Do not be alarmed," but your head is going to feel like it's about to slam back against the pillow for a minute, and you're going to get real warm in a minute, and then you're going to be in a place. I can't tell you. You know how I was telling Bubba, because I didn't get to the point that I was incoherent and didn't know what was going on. They didn't give me that kind of deal. It's not like you're getting ready for surgery. Right. They're just trying to get you. I love the word comfortable,
right?
And which I really needed it, and so I kept. You know how you see yourself and you know what you're doing, you just can't stop yourself from doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Rick, are you asking me that?
Yeah, I know. But
I see my hand go to my mouth many times every day.
And I noticed, Adler and I even had a talk the other day about all of our little phrases. Mine is, you know what I mean? That's my Berlin. Jesus. 35 minutes past the hour. Good Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, and as is tradition on the Good Friday edition for many, many years, we reflect on what God did through His Son, Jesus Christ, today and the resurrection on Sunday.
The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt on that night, and will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am the Lord. Now the blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be on you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. So this day shall be to you a memorial, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations.
The Gospel according to Mark.
Immediately in the morning, the chief priests held a consultation with the elders and scribes and the whole council. And they bound Jesus, led him away, and delivered him to Pilate. Then Pilate asked him,
"Are you the king of the Jews?"
"It is, as you say." And the chief priests accused him of many things, but he answered nothing.
"Do you answer nothing? See how many things they testify against you?"
But Jesus still answered nothing, so that Pilate marveled. Now at the feast, he was accustomed to releasing one prisoner to them, whomever they requested. And there was one named Barabbas, who was chained with his fellow rebels. They had committed murder in the rebellion. Then the multitude, crying aloud, began to ask him to do just as he had always done for them. But Pilate answered them,
"Do you want me to release to you the king of the Jews?"
For he knew that the chief priests had handed him over because of envy. But the chief priests stirred up the crowd, so that he should rather release Barabbas to them.
"What then do you want me to do with him whom you call the king of the Jews?"
So they cried out again.
"Why? What evil has he done?"
But they cried out all the more. So Pilate, wanting to gratify the crowd, released Barabbas to them, and he delivered Jesus, after he had scourged him, to be crucified. Then the soldiers led him away into the hall called Praetorium, and they called together the whole garrison. And they clothed him with purple, and they twisted a crown of thorns, put it on his head, and began to salute him.
Hail, King of the Jews! Hail, King of the Jews!
Then they struck him on the head with a reed and spat on him. And bowing the knee, they worshipped him. And when they had mocked him, they took the purple off him, put his own clothes on him, and led him out to crucify him. Then they compelled a certain man, Simon a Cyrenian, the father of Alexander and Rufus, as he was coming out of the country and passing by, to bear his cross. And they brought him to the place Golgotha, which is translated, place of a skull. Then they gave him wine mingled with myrrh to drink, but he did not take it. And when they crucified him, they divided his garments, casting lots for them to determine what every man should take. Now it was the 3rd hour, and they crucified him. And the inscription of his accusation was written above, "The King of the Jews." With him, they also crucified 2 robbers, one on his right and the other on his left. So the scripture was fulfilled which says, "And he was numbered with the transgressors." And those who passed by blasphemed him, wagging their heads and saying,
"Aha! You who destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, save yourself and come down from the cross."
Likewise, the chief priests also, mocking among themselves with the scribes.
He saved others, himself he cannot save. Let the Christ, the King of Israel, descend now from the cross, that we may see and believe.
Even those who were crucified with him reviled him. Now, when the 6th hour had come, there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour. And at the 9th hour, Jesus cried out with a loud voice, saying,
Elo, lama sabachthani,
which is translated,
my God, why have you forsaken me?
Some of those who stood by when they heard that said,
"Look, he's calling for Elijah."
Then someone ran and filled a sponge full of sour wine, put it on a reed, and offered it to him to drink.
Let him alone. Let us see if Elijah will come to take him down.
And Jesus cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. Then the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. So when the centurion who stood opposite him saw that he cried out like this and breathed his last, he said,
"Truly this man was the Son of God."
There were also women looking on from afar, among whom was Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James the Less and of Joses, and Salome, who also followed him and ministered to him when he was in Galilee, and many other women who came up with him to Jerusalem. Now, when evening had come, because it was the preparation day, that is, the day before the Sabbath, Joseph of Arimathea, a prominent council member, who was himself waiting for the kingdom of God, coming and taking courage, went into Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus. Pilate marveled that he was already dead, and summoning the centurion, he asked him if he had been dead for some time. So when he found out from the centurion, he granted the body to Joseph. Then he bought fine linen, took him down, and wrapped him in the linen. And he laid him in a tomb which had been hewn out of the rock, and rolled a stone against the door of the tomb. And Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Joses, observed where he was laid. Now when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James, and Salome bought spices that they might come and anoint him. Very early in the morning, on the first day of the week, they came to the tomb when the sun had risen, and they said among themselves,
"Who will roll away the stone from the door of the tomb for us?"
But when they looked up, they saw that the stone had been rolled away, for it was very large. And entering the tomb, they saw a young man clothed in a long white robe sitting on the right side, and they were alarmed.
Do not be alarmed. You seek Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. See the place where they laid him. But go, tell his disciples and Peter that he is going before you into Galilee. There you will see him, as he said to you."
So they went out quickly and fled from the tomb, for they trembled and were amazed. And they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. Now when he rose early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 demons. She went and told those who had been with him, as they mourned and wept. And when they heard that he was alive and had been seen by her, they did not believe. After that, he appeared in another form to 2 of them as they walked and went into the country. And they went and told it to the rest, but they did not believe them either. Later, he appeared to the 11 as they sat at the table, and he rebuked their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they did not believe those who had seen him after he had risen.
Go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. He who believes and is baptized will be saved, but he who does not believe will be condemned.
So then, after the Lord had spoken to them, he was received up into heaven and sat down at the right hand of God. And they went out and preached everywhere, the Lord working with them and confirming the word through the accompanying signs. Amen.
Happy Good Friday. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Give you peace. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his presence go before you, and behind you, and beside you, all around you, and within you. He is with you, he is with you in the morning, in the evening, in your coming, and your going, in your weeping, and rejoicing. the Lord turn his face toward you and give you
And it's all reassuring. Well, I picked up morphine took me to one that I guess was uniquely morphine. Everything was cool. Hey, man, that's cool.
That's cool.
Cool. And I could hear myself doing it. And I even said to my morphine self, stop saying cool about everything. You know what I mean? And I couldn't stop doing it.
Cool.
Yeah, now, Mr. Burgess, yeah. I'm okay, that's cool. That's cool. How you doing okay? We sure are. We're doing great. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Can I put my shoes on? Do I need to have my shoes off? Do whatever you want. Cool. That sounds cool. I like that. Long as I can see the light.
Did you do any singing?
Yeah, I sang CCR a little bit,
Okay.
and so which is why I played that today, because somehow reason this got in my head. I think I felt like because there's a moment you think that sweet Jesus is drawing you home. You know what I mean? You think this is what it's going to be like when it's all finally over, and you finally are at full rest. So I'll come back and we'll talk today, but thanks to the entire team last night. They could not have been kinder. As a matter of fact, the folks that were helping me are about to get off work in 45 minutes, and they say they all listen on the way back home.
There you go.
I tell you what, the overnight dream team down at the ER, you think that's not the dream team? And I always ask that. I walked in, I said, hey, is this the A team?
Yeah.
They're like, absolutely. We'll be back. I'm good.
everything of our lives, of what we leverage our lives for. This is it. Sing this is your prayer. I'll build my life. And I will build my
Big is our number. And Speedy's taking phone calls now. All 10 lines are available. Do catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend. Jason Whitlock from Blaze TV will be our guest, and we'll be chatting with him. So catch that over the weekend wherever you get podcasts. As your phone calls are coming in, and if you move now, you will get in to comment on whatever you want to. We have the Elite Eight, the Grade 8 are coming up top of the hour. Our guest will be visiting with us in the golden ticket seats today. Looking forward to meeting them. And those of you out there that have not made a move to rectify the situation with your automobile, if your warranty is out, you need to do that, because if you don't, if that warranty's gone, the next time that baby breaks down, it's going to come out of your account. So go to carshield.com/Bubba right now. We will get you a 20% off a protection plan. Getting coverage is easy. They have options that offer 24/7 roadside assistance. I love the peace of mind that goes with that. Courtesy towing, I like that. Also, rental car options that get you back on the road quickly. So, there's no bigger hassle than for an automobile to shut down on you, because we're so dependent on them. And so be sure you get a protection plan if your warranty is out, okay? So go to carshield.com/Bubba. If it's a covered repair, they'll pay directly the ASE certified mechanic of your choice, whether that be the dealership or a mechanic that you trust. So carshield.com/Bubba, or call 1-800-451-7776 and just mention the code Bubba to get that 20% off. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Louisville, Kentucky. Someone else named Bubba is going to be standing by. So,
Bubba's Unite.
Bubba's Unite. So, Bubba, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, guys. Appreciate your show. I've been a listener for more than 5 years, less than 10 years.
Well, thank you.
Love it. And happy Good Friday to you. Appreciate all y'all do. I'm curious, every morning you guys, or Rick, you do an introduction to Bubba to get him onto the field. What is the history behind that, and has it morphed over the years? I'm just curious.
It has not morphed. It's exactly the same. Bubba I guess it was in 93, Bubba was a reoccurring character on the show.
He was the engineer at the studio where the show was being done. And so when he would come in to do commentary, including Good Old Boy Theater, that's how I would introduce him. So when we came in 94 and said, let's make it a two-man show with two hosts called Rick and Bubba, we just kept it. I mean, is it any more?
Right, I appreciate it.
It really has not changed at all.
No, it's
exactly the same.
It's exactly the same. Yeah. We continue. Jeremy, welcome.
And a year before that, I was trying to convince Rick to come to our radio station.
Yes, I remember that.
And had several failed attempts.
Yep. The Lord moves in his own time. Jeremy, go ahead.
It's really so weird, all of it.
It really is. Super.
Hey, good morning, guys. I've also been listening for a long time.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to call in and say, look, we love the Adler episodes. Anytime you can get him more time, we love it. We love anytime you can feature Adler. We think he's hilarious. So I'm just dropping the hint. More Adler. Adler. More Eddie Van Adler, baby.
I can tell since his parents have retired, his dad has a lot of time on his hands.
Yeah.
Good to hear from Dad.
Good to hear from you, Pop.
Thanks, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you for your unconditional love all those times I messed up growing up. Thank you so much.
right here on Good Friday.
But it's chocolate sprinkles, guys. Chocolate sprinkles are great, but you can't have chocolate sprinkles all over everything. You can't have a plate full of chocolate sprinkles, so I got to just be a sprinkle. That's how I view myself, and it's a great analogy, Rick, and it really is.
Chocolate sprinkles. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chaco.
Let's go to. Is it Bruce? Bruce, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, listen. Before I get to my point, my favorite part of the show yesterday.
What was that?
Was Rick when you were walking a song back out of a break, and there was a second left in between when the voiceover stopped. And the guy started singing, and you leaned into the mic and you said, "Young Broderick, that's how it's done." I love that. I did not get enough of that.
Yeah, well, he texted me and was roaring. He does all kinds of documentaries and stuff, and he's always using bed music. And I've been trying to train him on the proper use of bed music, and he loves that every time I do that. That's funny.
God, that is so good, and I can never get enough of the old school Rick DJ voice. Please, every now and then, please just drop that.
No, I may walk one on Good Friday.
Oh my goodness! Hey, real quick, you were talking about. I think it was day before yesterday or yesterday. You were talking about when your 12-year-old little heart was broken, and because you didn't make the All-Star team in Little League.
Oh yeah.
Are you telling me that your dad did he not hire you a personal coach and then drive you all over the country to baseball clinics? Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you. He did not do that. I didn't know anybody who had a personal coach.
No, there wasn't any that I knew of.
Yeah, and it was an interesting concept, and I have no problem with parents trying to give their kids the best shot at life. So don't hear me saying that, or the best shot at anything that they're excited about. But it was a different time. I don't remember any parent that I knew that thought their kid was going to play professional sports. And the children of that time, including us, we were not treated as the center of the universe. We did not live in child-focused homes or child-centered homes. That's the word I was looking for. I mean, it didn't mean our parents didn't love us. I had great parents. My parents took care of me. I went to bed every night knowing that I was loved and protected, and I had great, I was always given great birthday parties and great Christmases and all of that. I wasn't treated as if I couldn't have anything, but I knew that I was not the focus of the entire house.
And I had rules that I had to follow, and if I broke those rules, I knew the consequences.
Right, and our parents, some
of those I didn't like.
Right, and the way we learned sports, Bruce, was by playing with other kids in the neighborhood. I don't remember until I got on an organized field. I don't remember anybody teaching me how to swing, catch, throw, run. No one. We just learned it on our own.
We played a version of baseball in the yard.
Yeah.
It had various sometimes it was with a real baseball, sometimes it was with a tennis ball, sometimes it was with a wiffle ball.
Right.
I don't even remember having a glove to catch a baseball with till I was about 10.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
because we just used our hands to catch it.
Sure. Yeah. Brian in Ewan, Alabama. Brian, go ahead.
Monkey grass, rain exercise.
Hey, thank you, buddy. Hey. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment. You know, we elect our state officials to make decisions for our state.
Mm-hmm.
If the states that's making the rulings that child, you have to be a certain age before you can have any kind of transgender surgery. If we're at the point that we're not going to let our state government make decisions for our state without being contested by the radical left and take it to a higher court, what's the next step? Are we getting to the point that everything is going to be contested?
Well, I think he's saying, when it comes to these kind of issues, the state should be able to make their own decisions. But what we read to you earlier in the show, the federal government is, as usual, trying to overreach into the state's world. And, we got to be careful not to let that happen.
That's right.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look ahead, just like I talked to Bubba at acknowledging him about his heart symptoms. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened.
Everything.
Rick, I know you have to be. Right now, you're like, can we just go ahead?
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to know everything about.
That's all I can think about.
Rick, don't do this because now he will have gallbladder problems.
Right.
Well, I just want to know how it started.
Once he gets in his
because at some
head,
point you were just moving along with your day, and then you went, uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know what that was.
Well,
and
see,
then,
a lot
there.
of people, you went and got your CT score, and I think my episode helped you, and a lot of other people I know.
It made me get a physical that I was putting off.
Now
I
he's
blame.
going to worry about his gallbladder.
I can credit
know
you
when it's hurt.
I can credit you with saving lives.
You'll know. You'll know.
Let me tell you. It's one of those things where you go, something's got to change. I mean, you begin to say out loud, something's got to change.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
and
that's what I want.
Then you'll try everything to get it to feel better, and you think something, for the love of all that's good and kind, something must change.
But before it just hits you, okay, there was some discomfort, or did it just go? We'll stop.
Well,
did it go from red light?
Do you
to
want me
green
to tell you
light?
about it?
It's up to you.
Y'all want to get into it?
Yeah,
well, I can't.
Speedy can't concentrate.
I can't stand it.
Do y'all realize? And again, for the past month, this show has been like a medical show.
Oh my God!
We've had to discuss every.
Coming up next hour, Dr. Dina Dale.
Good.
Now, first
hey, do you want me to run the list?
Yeah, go ahead. Update it. Wait a minute. Let me get the.
Because we've had these discussions and people have now look. Hey, can we say no calls about gallbladder?
No,
Yes.
we want to hear all about it.
No, they got them horror stories. We don't wanna hear
If you
that.
want to email me, just go greg@rickandbubba.com.
Okay.
So, just a really quick history here. Bubba's had sinus surgery, 4 knee surgeries, 2 foot surgeries, heart stents.
A stent.
Heart stent, correct. Thank you. Lower back block.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. Yeah. Did I forget that one?
Yeah, you did.
Moth removed from the ear. Well, I mean, we wrote it all down.
I love that. I'll never forget that.
Well, Dr. Greg attempted that one with a pair of pliers.
I tried to help.
Oh, multiple medications prescribed by the doctor. You passed out, even though you say you grayed out.
Grayed out.
That was a tough day.
Yeah.
But
let's
that was
see.
a long time ago.
I have had a vasectomy, broke my ankle.
I don't know if
had
that
2
counts.
hernia surgeries, skin cancer, chainsaw injury.
Oh my God.
The list goes on. Then had a CT score, and now I'm on statins.
All right.
Let's see, Greg, you've had multiple skin cancer procedures.
That seems to be my thing.
Yeah. You've had bad blood work that you're working through
terrible.
right now.
Sugar, everything.
Lipo. You've had
That don't count. That was for a promotion.
That doesn't count.
That's not surgery. That was for a promotion.
Patch.
We're talking about things like medical things you have to deal with.
Right. Are we going to talk about?
We're going to talk about. I just said that.
Okay.
We're
So
going
you
to talk
can
about.
say
You
it?
got to. If you talk about my lipo, then your nose job. We're going to talk about it.
I didn't have a nose job.
Yeah,
Yeah, you did, Jennifer Gray.
Huh?
Go ahead. I get nothing. Thank you, man.
Nose job from Petro.
By the way, in that
What are you talking about?
Oh, you had cool sculpting.
Yeah. You had those shots.
I did for the show.
What about your goozle?
I'm going to move on to Helmsy. He's had wisdom teeth removed.
Still got them in my office.
I'm not counting that either.
At least 2 blocks, right?
Yes.
Am I right?
How many back
Right?
blocks have you had?
2.
Appendix?
Yes.
Gallbladder?
Yes.
Vasectomy?
Yes.
Adler, he's had wrist injuries, stitches. He's had multiple wrecks, face stitches, nose surgery, and high cholesterol currently.
And probably needs a vasectomy.
And really, if you look at Greg,
Rick, you
well, if you look at his age too, that's that list shouldn't be piling up this quick.
No,
Yeah.
you have had blood clot in the leg from a TV,
The fellow, yeah.
bicep tear surgery, cyst removed.
Yeah,
that's what it has.
That
on
was
here.
down in the lower tract.
Oh, I
Staffed
forgot about
twice,
that.
requiring hospital stay.
Rick, that may be the worst one to this point.
Cholesterol issues here
Correct.
recently.
Oh, I had them all my life.
And I don't know if I've missed anything.
Rick, I think just days spent in the hospital, you're winning that.
Well,
however,
I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Because staff, I mean, your minimum's 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
But Rick, that the surgery you have.
And we have to see if we're going to draw.
Put it off, too.
If we're going to have to draw an arrow to your doing better weight loss in the situation.
Well,
you're
that's how
having
I was gonna. You really led into it because Bubba and I have done a study, and I actually threw this out to the medical team last night, and they did not scoff at it. Let me just tell you that.
They something to it.
They didn't scoff. No, they didn't scoff at it. And they said,
Rick, it sounds like a stat Bubba made up.
No, well, I'm just going to tell you.
I put this right up there with the speed of light. It's not constant.
The reason why
I'm putting it at that level.
The reason why I didn't think that I would be in this category is that my weight loss has not been as traumatic as some people. But they said that when people have a big time weight loss situation, they say especially from the surgeries, where they do make your stomach smaller and all that. Yeah. They say they usually gallbladder problems follow that. And Bubba and I have been watching it. And they said what's interesting about that is the thing that's supposed to irritate the gallbladder and irritate the stones, if you have stones that are created there, are the very foods they're trying to get off of. You know what I mean? So those are the foods that cause it. It's almost like Bubba said it. I know we're out there, in Rick and Bubba medical field, but it's almost like your body you take them away from them too quick and it can't handle it.
Well, it's used to working hard, and then there's nothing to do, and it doesn't know what to do.
But you're talking about those people. Hey, I'm gigantic. I had a procedure, and I had this massive in a hurry.
I don't know
You're
how
talking about
many.
somebody just trying to do better, getting in better shape.
Well, 6 minutes past the hour on the Good Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We are so thankful that you are with us as we start a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. We also welcome back for a brand new hour, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us today. We have the Elite Eight, or at least half of them in here today.
Fabulous 4 right now. But the Elite Eight were on the schedule today. Fabulous 4 of them are here. The others may be dealing with traffic or something like that. We will see. But 4 of them have arrived. Welcome. Glad that you guys are here. And they've brought all sorts of goodies. Sausage balls and peanut butter pretzels. So anyway, things to be looking for. The real Greg Burgess today in Birmingham, Alabama. So if y'all came from other markets and y'all want to go see Greg and have lunch with him, he'll be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall in Hoover, Alabama, the land of ZZK. So let's talk about ZZK. First of all, testing 1 2 check 1 2 Sibilance. We are back.
Sibilance.
All right. Now I know this is going to start another conspiracy theory. Our Rick and Bubba University this weekend is Jason Whitlock. Right after everybody claimed Fox News cut him off,
right?
And he explained that didn't happen. That they just went to a hard break, and
he really said all he wants to say.
Yeah, and Tucker had lost sight of the fact that he was supposed to go to break. We've all been there.
Bad host.
Now I know that in the world of conspiracy theories, and that if you're listening to us on ZZK, you're convinced that when we were playing back all the different scriptures that tell us the historical moment of Good Friday and the redemption of all who repent, that when ZZK went off the air that was somehow them not wanting you to hear that.
Right.
That was not that. It was some sort of now. If you want to say that Big Red went up to the tower and tried to knock it off the air,
he's up there kicking around.
Yeah, I mean you could.
Yep.
But the ZZK has never ever ever tried to limit the freedom we have on this show to talk about our faith, and so I'm sorry that happened, and the timing of it, of course, was just as bad as it could be. I mean, because it sounds like that we're talking about Jesus and a radio station cut us off. That didn't happen. No. So I don't want that.
And you may not even be hearing us give you this explanation.
Well, they said we're back.
Are we back?
Yeah, they said
we're back.
Yeah, I was waiting on that because I got all excited.
I did not hear that.
Well, I got all excited a minute ago and told Speedy, I got to tell everybody. He goes, well, you might want to make sure we're back for
Yeah. We got word we're back.
Yeah, so we're back, or at least we were told that. I hope we are.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. So anyway,
Cats are back.
Well,
Cats are back. Cats are back.
On that note, and I was laughing again. Now remember when we go to commercial break, okay, when we're broadcasting normally, and the feed doesn't go away. We're just going to break on purpose.
Right.
When we hit that little closure, which I don't want to talk shop inside, but that's what it's called. All kinds of commercials start everywhere. Okay?
At all the different stations.
So sometimes if it's a local break, it's all the local spots, and if it's a network break, all those stations but one hear all those. Okay, or if they're on barter, you might hear half of it. But anyway, I was told that when we did this story last hour about how we've got to change the name of the planet Uranus, and we played the English-talking woman trying to be serious about, a cloud over Uranus and all that when we went to the break, that the first commercial they heard was a company called the Crack Guys.
All right.
Yeah, the irony of that.
You can't make this stuff up.
And those kind of things happen all the time.
Right, yeah.
It happens, it seems like a lot.
Right.
When we're talking about something, and then there'll be some comedic tie-in to the first commercial that you hear after that. But that was certainly one of them. I guess that one was probably just in Birmingham, but that's pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
That's very funny.
All right, here we go. Well, I always said this. Yeah, man, glad you guys just came back on. Played scriptures and they cut you off. Now it looks like ZZK is going woke.
No,
they're just like ZZK.
No,
just like CNN. No, that didn't happen.
No,
okay,
just a transmitter issue.
Now I know. Now I can't help that's the way it looked. Now there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But I mean, and if you're ZZK, you're like you can't have nothing. Why couldn't that go off when they were talking about Uranus?
I know.
You know, and so I mean, you can't.
Yeah.
Even, yeah, so it's everybody. I know we're all. Hey,
everybody be cool.
Everybody be cool. I know it's out there. It's. You know how you say
and everybody's on guard.
Look,
and I appreciate it.
We got a tinder box out there, Bubba.
Yeah,
Tender. Easy to start a fire up.
Don't play with matches.
All right, so some things that we have not covered today. So Cindy McCain has kind of became a big story today. This is the widow of John McCain. You know what? If your husband's going on in, is there any need for her to say this?
I have not heard the clip. I saw what she said. Let's hear it. I'm really confused in the context that this came up.
She's being interviewed by somebody here, and this is involving Jeffrey Epstein. You know, the evil Jeffrey Epstein, and she's going to tell us in this clip that her husband was aware of how wicked he was and intentionally said nothing. So. We'll just let her.
Is that what she meant to say?
Well, let's see. Here we go.
It hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. But we had no one that was, legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him. For whatever reason, they were afraid of him.
So she's saying that there was no case you could bring against him, and so.
It was fearless John McCain, who has stood up to
Prisoner
all
war,
kind of
all
things
that,
on the Senate floor, knew Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking underage girls and did nothing about it? I mean, that's what she said, right? Am I hearing that wrong?
She said we all knew.
Yeah, all knew.
We all knew.
Everybody in the swamp knew, I guess.
So I guess what I'm trying to say for clarification, is she saying she knew something wasn't right? or did she know exactly what was going
Let's
on?
hear it
Because
again.
there's a big difference.
Let's
in
hear it
that.
again.
Oh, sorry. I was just showing some just random pictures of Epstein.
Yeah.
This is just
Some random pictures. There he is.
random pictures.
There's old Billy C.
Oh, that
buddy.
is Bill Clinton with him. Okay.
Yeah, oh,
all
sure.
right, all right.
Bill Clinton being around him is like Bubba and I hanging out with somebody that runs Krispy Kreme. Yeah. All right,
Not
so
a good comment.
Birds of a feather.
All right, here we go.
It hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. But we had no one that was, legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him. For whatever reason, they were afraid of him.
So we all
So
knew what he
she's
was doing.
saying that they knew what he was doing and they tried to get action, but the people in charge of that refused to do it. Is that not? Is that what she's saying?
She was saying that no one would take legal action against him, meaning we all knew what he was doing. So that's confirmed. But I'm going to give her benefit of the doubt. She said we couldn't get anybody to take any legal action against him because they were afraid of him for whatever reason.
I think I know what she's trying to communicate.
Yeah.
I don't think she said it in the best way.
Well, the fact that they're talking about combating human trafficking, I think that's the topic there on stage. It's pretty obvious what they were talking about.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I think she was referring to, we knew it, we were trying to get something done about it, and nobody would do anything.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a more fair way to say it. Mm-hmm. It's still, you want to say, why were you not using your platform to say this must stop? I know what's going on.
Yeah, you are in a unique position.
You do have to answer for that a little bit.
I just find it hard to believe that a senior senator in the United States Senate, one of the leaders, could not get something done if they had prosecutable evidence that something was being done illegal, especially that on that topic.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe she should have said it even plainer or different. I don't know. But that really doesn't reflect good on her or the senators, what I'm trying to say.
It does not. No, it doesn't. Because even if I couldn't get legal to do something, if I'm in the position that these people are and the powerful platforms they have, I can get in a bully pulpit and try to make something happen, even if I can't get anybody in law enforcement.
He can go to the microphone in the Senate and make a speech and put it in the record, and then everybody knows about it.
Exactly.
And he definitely killed himself in prison. Although he did have some broken bones in his neck that are more consistent with homicide. That's weird. Also, both of the guards that were watching him, both guards fell asleep.
Yeah, and the camera went out.
And two cameras actually were watching the cell.
I'm sure that was all just a coincidence.
That's crazy.
15 minutes past the hour.
Bonkers.
More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I'm talking about, I went in 40 days. I went from like 295 down to like 250 something in about 40 days.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Usually, the people who I notice it in that have gallbladder trouble just had a big weight loss.
Yeah, now that's been,
and it just seems like it happens a lot.
Bubba's going to try to avoid that.
I'm only saying there appears to be a non-scientific correlation.
Mine did not.
Yeah, yours you didn't. No, and there's certainly exceptions, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Did you make your odds higher if you're somebody who's Mr. Tubby and you tried to do better?
So, Bubba, you're saying to save your gallbladder, you're not going to try to lose weight.
I'd be careful losing too much weight.
Not too much.
I don't want you to step
But I think it gets used to working on that. That high-fat diet, and then when you take it away, it's still in there pumping.
Gotcha.
It messes it up. It doesn't know what to do.
Well, it says bad.
That's a non-scientific term.
Well, we asked the question last night. They said the bad fats will irritate this, the good fats won't. But I mean, when they said tell us what triggered this, and I told them what I had just eaten, they kind of had that look on their face like, well, there goes that.
I don't know.
I mean, this was not a cheat night. This was not.
Yeah.
I'm living on the edge. Hey, listen, we're all in.
I think this was just over a time thing.
Yeah, I think this was building over a time. And back to this again, and I enjoy it when you can go when you need to be a pro and move on through that and it's nothing but genetics and all that, to have a pretty good tolerance for discomfort. But the problem with that is just like my dad, just like Greg, we don't do a good job. My wife's been studying this. We don't do a good job of seeing a red flag.
Yeah.
We don't recognize them. You know what I mean? So now that this has happened, I've gone back and go, you know what? I remember, that I started getting a pain right there.
And that's what I want to know about.
Well, you do know.
And that's where we'll start.
For me to say
get the doctor on the line, something's got to happen.
Yeah. Oh, it had to be bad.
It was Helms knows.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
you've been there, huh?
Well, Greg witnessed my episode, and
from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost like picture.
There's no relief. There's just no relief.
If you've watched one of those gladiator era type movies, you know that thing that has big old blades on the end of that ball on a chain. Picture somebody taking one of those and hitting you right in the side with it.
There you go. And it not letting up.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I will put my trust in you alone, and I will not be shaken, and I will build my life upon your love. It is a firm ground in my trust. I will put my trust in you alone, and I will not be shaken. Holy, there is no one like you. There is none besides you. Open up my eyes in wonder to show me who you are, and fill me with your heart, and lead me in your love till those upon you. Holy, there is no one like you. Oh, there is none beside you. Open up my eyes in wonder and show me who you are, and fill me with your heart, and lead me in your love till I will build my life. I will build my life upon your love. It is a firm foundation, and I will put my trust in you alone, and I will not be shaken. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being with us today, all across Rick and Bubba land, and thank you for being here in the studio with us too, our guest on this Good Friday. All right, so Bubba, we're going. Today's Good Friday. We're going into Easter weekend, and some of the things on the secular side of Easter, and they do all have a pagan history, but it's
Right.
if it
I can't help what people used to do
right,
or what
well-
they're going to do, but
well,
I can control today.
I
you know?
heard Harry Reeder talking about this. I get to listen to his little
Yep. He does a great job.
reflections on the way in, and he was talking about that. And I've talked to other church leaders about some of this stuff, and I thought he made a good point. He said, it is true that the eggs and all this go back to the fertility gods, and there's a pagan background to all of it. He said, but when my grandchildren go out and hunt colored eggs, they aren't going out there, praying to God for fertility, or to the gods, or even have any concept that it's about fertility. He goes, they're just trying to find colored eggs.
Yeah.
But he said, and then I thought this was a very profound statement from this man of God. He said, I think when you get into this kind of stuff, and there are certain things we should be careful of. I'm not diminishing that importance. But he said, you might want to ask the question that's really more important, not to go down and talk about what you're not going to do. He said, what may be more important is I would ask the question, what are you going to do? Are you going to put it in its proper position this weekend? What you're going to do is probably more important than what you say you're not going to do. Is to be sure you do what you were told to do this weekend, and that is to remember and to continue to go into all the nations, telling them what Christ has done. But anyway, one of the things that can be fun is a chocolate bunny. And Bubba, did you know that we have now the American who made the legendary chocolate bunny, and I guess his name is Robert Lincoln Strohecker? Is that how you say his last name?
What a name!
Wow.
Yeah, what we're going with, Rick.
Yeah, he's now. Here's what you're going to. And I told Adler see if he could find this picture. He may. I don't know if he can find.
Yeah, there it is.
Look at the first one, Bubba. They think this thing was. It was. They think it's his ears is.
Good
they think
night.
this guy was not that tall, but they said this thing is over 5 feet tall. And look at this chocolate bunny that he made.
Where did he get that much chocolate?
I mean, it's gigantic.
Bubba like to say that.
It was a solid chocolate rabbit, which are the only ones I acknowledge.
Yeah, I like solid.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you feel guilty bringing this up in front of Greg?
Of course, they're doing that
Because
thing
of your
where
childhood when you used to take
Okay,
them
so
from them?
can I get through one of
And
these
he's
without
gonna-
us bringing this up?
Yeah, and he's going to point out something that
They're doing
everybody
that
knows.
thing where they stick it close
He's
to the
behind
camera.
it.
Yeah,
He's
we got it,
behind
Greg.
it.
We got that, Greg.
It's like he's holding a fish out front. We get it. We get it.
It's a 5-foot bunny, Greg.
But the
No
history
way.
says it was around 5 feet,
Well, he's a midget.
or perhaps even taller. No, you could still have
Little
that
person.
and do what you're talking about.
Can I tell you what it looks like? It looks like the bunny is sitting in front of a mirror, and then he's way back across the
Yes.
room in this picture.
And
It's what
I
it
think
looks
that's
like.
what it is.
does.
Are you saying that he attempted to take a selfie? But anyway, so
good.
he displayed this outside Pennsylvania retailers in 1890.
That makes sense. Pennsylvania, Hershey.
Now, he did not do this intending
Rabbits?
for people to eat one this large. It was almost like you do the things out in front of the car lot.
Yeah. Okay.
He put this
But
out.
he did it with chocolate.
But it's going to melt.
Well, Bubba asked the question, where do you get that much chocolate? Well, they have access
If
there.
he's a chocolatier, it no problem. Yeah. But he did this.
Where'd he get that big mold?
He did this to promote smaller versions of what he deemed the new Easter sweets, which were born out of a German tradition, of course. And the sales of chocolate Easter bunnies.
Picture's bogus.
I love this line. When he did this, the sale of chocolate bunnies multiplied just like rabbits. At an alarming rate. I'm here always.
Mass
Do y'all like the
produced, baby.
hollow chocolate ones or the ones that are
Solid.
solid?
Solid.
I will not eat a hollow one. I don't consider them the real thing.
I'm always disappointed when they were
I mean,
hollow.
I'm
the
just
ones you
glad
were
to
allowed
have.
to eat?
I'm just
Yeah.
glad to have the chocolate. I don't care how it is.
Solid is the only one that counts.
I love solid.
Hollow, they don't taste right. There's something wrong with the chocolate. It's not as good.
Do y'all just eat them or do y'all break them apart?
I eat the
break
ears
'em.
off first.
I break
Okay,
them.
there you go.
I break them.
Eat the ears.
I break
off
them and
first.
share them.
Made a lot of people happy, Rick.
Yeah.
That you ate the. You eat
And
the
I
ears
hold
first.
the whole thing, and I go ear, head, and then I begin to nibble on the shoulders and come all the way through.
Yes.
Yes.
This
like
is the
a
way.
dog.
This is the way.
Yeah. His ears and head first to go.
That is a big old bunny. What do you think that thing weighs?
It ain't that big.
Greg, they said they're Greg.
We're
They're
gonna
saying it's
assume
5 foot.
we're going to assume that.
Let's just call it 5 foot.
that-
Yes, it's not as big as it looks, but it's 5 feet.
I think it's on a
Greg.
table.
We're going to assume that it is what they say it is. Okay, how much that weighs?
About an Adler.
Sounds about right.
So
Where do you go, Adler?
Are you 170?
Yeah, 165 right now.
Okay,
Still a lot
Solid
of
muscle.
chocolate.
Solid muscle.
Solid.
He can hardly float. He's so much
Lean.
muscle.
Adler, remember, let others say these things.
Oh, okay.
Because I was just about to say it,
Okay. Thank you.
and it would have resonated more.
But this
Yeah.
this rabbit is 5 feet tall, so it's pretty tall.
Pretty tall.
Getting up there.
All right,
You
so
got made it's 3 feet tall.
all right, the Easter, the buckets, where the Easter bunny brings.
been Easter
how
baskets.
long?
Big baskets.
Yeah,
They'll
we
bring us buckets.
we have like 10 buckets for the boys. We have. That's why I guess I called it that. They're all painted up.
Well, they're grown.
Yeah.
with their name on the side. They're
Well,
grown.
the
And I've
old
tried
Easter
to
bucket, Rick.
I've tried to tell Terry that they probably don't need that still, but
Oh no, they won't.
But anyway, how long do you let the chocolate Easter bunny sit before you eat it? How many days?
Not long.
Talking about if the kids ignore it.
Yep.
Not long.
Oh, Bubba, I have the
couple.
number. I have the number.
I would go about 3 or 4, and then
Day 3, I'm reaching for it.
yeah.
I have the number.
Yeah, at least get
no,
part of
it's
it.
multiple Adlers. They estimate that the massive bunny, and I dread. I'm just going to take Greg's mic and turn it off.
Well, it's solid chocolate. You got to think.
They estimate the bunny weighed 400 to 500 pounds.
Wow.
Whoa.
And would cost $10,000 to make today.
Believe it.
Mm-hmm. I turned it off because I didn't want to hear you say that.
Yeah.
I knew you
400 to 500 pounds.
Greg, I wasn't there. I didn't weigh the bunny. Okay, I'm just telling you that.
We're just going off what they say.
Yeah, I didn't measure the bunny. I didn't weigh the bunny.
The 1,000-pound sisters weigh that.
Greg, I know. I knew. Everything always goes back to the 1,000-pound sisters.
Well, I'm just saying, you said big though. You tell me that bunny weighs as much as the smallest 1,000-pound
Greg,
sister?
would you be okay if I
She's
could
like it between 4 and 5.
Would you be okay if I would just say that some German guy in Pennsylvania, to promote selling little chocolate bunnies, made a really big one?
He did.
And kind of like they do a massive sub sandwich.
He had to exaggerate it in the picture. But
Right.
All right, so we're looking at Big Boy right now.
You don't like
it's
big
not.
food,
It's not
do
as
you?
tall
No,
as
I don't
Big
like
Boy.
big food.
You don't like oversized food.
I hate oversized
No,
food.
yeah, that's kind of what we're looking
All
at.
I can think about is nobody could eat this bunny. It's driving me crazy.
Oh yeah, that's not for eating.
It's like a giant pumpkin.
I want how long before it melts.
He was about as big as Big Boy, but just
Yeah,
picture
so-
Big Boy being solid chocolate.
Right. Yeah.
I bet he'd be heavy.
You
400 to 500 pounds.
Yeah. Greg, and I'll go low. We'll say 400.
It's probably about
Did you eat the
250.
Did you eat the chocolate bunnies in front of him, or did you like steal it from him and he didn't know?
No, well, Greg didn't get
He
bunnies.
would replace it with Peeps.
The Easter Bunny, gave me 2 and gave him none and gave him extra Peeps.
Sticking with it.
did he?
I don't know how the bunny did that, but
Ooh, you got extra Peeps. It was like that.
yeah, that's what I would say. Oh man, you got extra Peeps.
Oh, he didn't strong arm it. He tricked me. He couldn't strong arm me. I wouldn't let it happen.
You got extra Peeps.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Oh wow, I got an extra bunny.
And then
guess-
I thought somebody was giving bad information to the Easter Bunny because I don't like Peeps.
It's good sales. It's good sales, Rick.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, just to make my point again, when we think about the Rolling Stones, do we say they're falling apart or they're amazing?
Well said.
There you go. That's probably a better example.
So anyway, the reason why confusion, I didn't immediately jump on this last night. Some people say you had too much Burgess in you, but it really was beyond that. As we have put together our plans to try to do a little bit better, I ended up having to do something that I normally don't do because of my age. Now, again, I know we frustrate the entire health industry when we develop our version of what they want us to do.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I understand, you're not that old, but I know what to do, and I normally do not work out 2 days in a row. I work out, get my body recover, then I'll work out again. I do not do 2 days in a row.
Did you do 2 days in a row?
I did. And
well,
so,
that's it, Rick.
yeah. So what happened was
I can see that one for
That
you,
and
bud.
losing weight.
there was a workout that I had that I committed to a period of time that I would not miss these little challenges to kind of see where I am compared to a year ago. So we were out of town Friday in Atlanta, so I was not able to do that.
Pushing it?
So I came back Sunday afternoon and accomplished it, and and foolishly felt pretty good about myself. Which was the worst thing I could do because I thought I could have something.
But you did go over that workout with us, and it was quite a workout.
It was horrifying.
It made my gallbladder hurt.
It did.
So the next day, because of the way the week laid out, if I didn't work out Monday, I wasn't going to be able to work out again until Wednesday. So I said, well, I'll go ahead and do Monday, skip Tuesday, and then so Monday I knew that I would be extremely sore, and I was. I mean, I really, really was. So keep in mind, my body is hurting. I'm just sore everywhere. And I'm joking about it, and Sherry's talking about laughing about how I'm walking and all that. And so we eat. Now, I want you to know this. Sherry had to go run a bunch of errands, and it's just the two of us right now. The boys are gone again. You know how it is, teenagers. You hope you'll get a letter from them at some point. And so anyway, I said, by the way, dinner's on me. We had rotisserie chicken, which, by the way, came into play last night. I learned some things about rotisserie chicken I didn't know. We had fresh squash.
Okay.
And with Vade onion in there with it. We had black-eyed peas and a new move on the okra because it was raining like crazy at our house. Mm-hmm. I took the okra and just put it in a pan with a little bit of olive oil and did the same thing you do on the grill. I just did it with a pan.
Yeah.
Kind of
worked out?
And it was fantastic. Mm-hmm. So Sherry comes home, and we've got fresh squash with Vade onions in there. We have okra, we have black-eyed peas, and we have rotisserie chicken. Okay? Now, the rotisserie chicken I didn't prepare. I just picked it up. So we're all fired up. Now, that's a pretty
healthy meal. We don't have any white bread. We don't have
By
any white.
comparison,
We don't have
yeah.
any white rice. We don't have any of that. You know, it's we've eaten all these things before with zero problems, and but I had been noticing over the last probably year and a half that every now and then, if I'm in the car, which I attribute it to, you're in the car and you're having to ride a long way. If I had to ride a long way, I would start getting a hitch and a pain on the right side down below my ribs. And I'd kind of go, well, that's kind of uncomfortable. And I'd kind of try to move through it, move around, try to stretch. And then I just move on through it.
Seat belt or
Yeah.
something's holding me too tight.
So I go over to this is where it gets weird. Sherry told me, I think I have a sinus infection. Could you talk to the doctor and see if he could call me in a Z-Pack? So I'm not even in trouble. I'm talking to the doctor as the husband.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, talk to Dr. Farley. And he said, absolutely, I'll take care of it. And you can go pick it up, which gets funny in a minute, and be happy to take care of that. I said, yes, she knows when she has a sinus infection and she needs to do something on Friday. She needs to get well. Okay. So then after I've done that, I'll walk over to the counter in the kitchen, and my goal is to take some Relief Factor because of the soreness, to go over there and just a glass of water and take that, and I roll over there and I take the Relief Factor and so I get ready and I tell Sherry's got something she's trying to do. I said, when your prescription's ready, I'll go get it. Right now I'm going to go downstairs, kick back, watch a little TV while you finish all the stuff you're doing. Sounds great. Thank you for dinner. It was fantastic. You're more than welcome. So at this point, because I want to include everything, I moved to get a dark chocolate dipped banana.
Ooh,
okay, that was in the freezer. Okay, because you can buy those frozen bananas, which I love. Somewhat a healthy snack. Okay, probably be debated, but in our world, that is somewhat of a nice little reward for eating well. So I do that. So at that point, I start. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being here. We'll get to some of more of your phone calls coming up here shortly. Right now, though, I want to point you to mypillow.com/Bubba. Mypillow.com/Bubba right now. Outstanding savings. And some of you are maybe grabbing the new Rick and Bubba coffee mug from rickandbubba.com under the store. Fill it up with my coffee right now at 50% off. You can get that at mypillow.com/Bubba. Also, other big savings include their all-season MyPillow slippers. They've reduced those down to only $25. You'll save $125. Men's and women's sleepwear and loungewear, 80% off. And they've also launched the new MyPillow 2.0 that Bubba and I are loving. The new temperature-regulating technology keeps you comfortable throughout the night. You're never sleeping on a pillow that's gotten so hot that you're now getting stuffy. We love ours. It provides a cool surface, engineered for comfort, and you also can get that. Buy one, get one free. They're available in 4 loft levels and all sizes. So mypillow.com/Bubba, big savings there right now. You can also access that by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors button. All right, so we'll try to get back to some phone calls coming up maybe in the next segment. But, Bubba, you noticed on our video list today and our stories to cover, Dinesh D'Souza. Now, you remember Carrie Lake, who was alleging that the gubernatorial race was stolen from her in Arizona, correct?
Right.
Yep. And kind
real
of
close race.
Yeah, kind of like Trump said that the presidential election was stolen from him. Well, Dinesh D'Souza is going to claim in this video and in the audio you'll be listening to that Carrie Lake has a chance to prove she was robbed of this governorship.
Yeah, I have not seen the clip, so I was curious as to why he was bringing this up.
All right, so here he is. Let's listen and watch.
People are so arrogant, they are essentially feel like we're not accountable to anybody. We run the process. We run the system. So we're going to run it our way. And look, the problems with this election in Arizona go far beyond the issue of signature matching. Signature matching is the issue that's going to be looked at, but it's a much bigger issue. The bigger issue is simply this, that on election day, these tabulators, which were working perfectly fine before and were working perfectly fine in other parts of the state, suddenly basically break down. And it's not one or two of them. It's the majority of them. break down at the same time during the critical hours when Republicans are trying to vote on Election Day. And so it's almost as if the Maricopa guys devised a perfect scheme. The perfect scheme is, let's have a glitch and let's make it a big one. And let's make it in the crucial area of the state. And let's make it on the day that Republicans are pledged to get out and vote. And this is a way to disrupt the Republican vote. And that is exactly what seems to have happened. Now, there's an expert witness that Kari Lake has found who has apparently decades of experience in the printing industry. He's looking at the fact that these tabulators weren't working, and apparently they weren't working because of a mismatch between the size of the paper and the tabulator. And this expert goes that in his opinion, he's filed an affidavit to this effect, quote, "An intentional change was made to the printers affecting the day of election ballots." In other words, you can't just by kind of carelessness, oh, you know what, let's print it on a different size paper and it's not going to work. No, somebody decided, hey, I've got an idea. What about if we print the paper at a different size? It's kind of like knowing that your paper is not going to feed into the tabulator or into the printer. So this is a deliberate action, even though in legal terms, sometimes deliberate action is very difficult to prove. And it may well be that this is why the court decided to focus only on the signature matching issue. Now, Kari Lake is confident that even on that issue, if there is an honest accounting, she will prevail. And on that issue alone, she will win and she will be in the governor's office. In fact, there have been people who've been saying, oh, Kari Lake, give it up. Oh, Kari Lake, there's a Senate seat opening up in Arizona next year. Why don't you run for that? But Kari Lake's like, no. In a sense, she's a bit like Trump. She believes, hey, if I really won, I'm going to try every measure to make sure that I get the legal office that was duly handed to me by the voters through a legitimate election process.
So so they think they found something. One of them, he said, harder to prove, but the signature will be easier to prove, and the court's going to focus on that.
Both of them are going to be hard to prove. It's at this point, it's going to be very, very difficult to get, I think, prosecutable evidence that will stand up in court.
That was such a joke that day. We played the footage of voters being turned away. Sorry, the machine's not working. Come back later. Go to another place.
Oh, yeah.
What a joke that was that day.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and they're trying to prove that that was not random. It was set up to have the glitch and have the problem at the perfect time to make a difference.
Well, I tell you a way around this, and I think we need to be wiser next time around, is a lot of Republicans need to vote in advance, early voting. Don't wait till there's one day that can be sabotaged.
Right.
And that's how you can get around a lot of that. See, we're the last ones in. So what you do is you get the early lead and then make them play catch up. With the live vote.
So we'll see how that goes. Also, looking at 2A, Adler. 2A, since we're talking about the things that are going on, you know, the beautiful thing about the times we're living in is there's audio and video that captures historic moments, and we have plenty of it. We're going to do a flashback now, and we're going to go back to watch the media when former Democratic presidential candidate John Edwards was indicted.
Yeah, we remember this.
You remember when this happened. Now, remember what they've been saying about Trump being indicted. Keep that at the forefront of your mind. And now we're going to go back in time to the same media that existed at that time, the ones that are still here today. And this is the media then reacting to a Democratic presidential candidate, as you keep pointing out, Bubba, that Trump is a candidate. John Edwards was indicted. Here we go.
There are growing questions tonight over whether the government overreached in its indictment of former presidential candidate John Edwards. Edwards is accused of using campaign funds to hide an extramarital affair.
There are growing questions over the indictment of former presidential candidate John Edwards for allegedly using campaign funds to hide an affair. Did the government overreach?
This looks like one of those things you read about in third world countries or in India or somewhere, or Pakistan, where they get somebody who's been out of office a couple of years, get them while they're down, hit them with some incredible charge with campaign funding that nobody's ever heard of before, and put them away for a while. It just looks like revenge against the party, against somebody who lost an election.
Even if most of the facts prove true, there already is controversy over whether it all amounts to a federal crime.
Critics blast the government's case against the former presidential candidate.
why they say what he did may not have been against the law today.
So I guess the question is CAD or criminal? I mean, there are people who are saying that this indictment is very questionable.
A Washington Post editorial said it is troubling that the Justice Department would choose to devote its scarce resources to pursuing this questionable case.
Even some of those with no love for Edwards are scratching their heads over the charges.
Even some who find Edwards' behavior despicable question the strength of this case.
Leave him alone. I mean, why waste our effort on that?
What's your political view? Do you think there's politics in this prosecution? Was it just a Republican U.S. attorney going after this guy, sticking around to do the dirty work for the R's?
Wow. It's all different based on who it is, isn't it?
Yeah, you saw a lot of, well, we're asking questions, allegedly, reportedly.
Well,
and now, boy, they were trying to keep from jumping up and down on Tuesday.
This is what happens in banana republics and stuff like that. And this is clearly a political move to hurt his chances of being a good candidate. And is this even a federal crime? We may not like the behavior.
He was funneling nearly $1 million in donations to his pregnant mistress. Meanwhile, his wife was getting cancer treatment.
Yeah, remember that was
a great situation.
That's what made it look so bad.
Oh my goodness! I mean, you talk about horrible. But even they're saying, why do we care about this? I mean, this is clearly politics.
This is revenge, political revenge. When y'all see 34 counts or whatever it is against Trump. That's actually just a copy and paste of the same charge over and over and over again. It's the same charge. So when people keep repeating it's 34 charges against him, that is what that is. And they're actually just taking a misdemeanor and trying to upgrade it to a federal felony. There are so many things here in which the case against Trump is not strong.
Yeah, even after they unveiled all that, you really had a problem trying to find out what the big crime was.
Yeah. Well, you would think since they were so fired up about it, they would tell you that right out of the gate.
Yeah. Well, and then they said, well, we don't have to tell you what the other crime is.
It's called stacking, what Adler is referring to.
Eventually, don't you have to tell me what I'm charged for here?
Yeah. We'll take your phone calls next. Lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wow, I'm really.
Had you eaten that already, or was it after you ate that?
It was all of that was behind me before any pain started. Any more pain? I'm already sore. That's why I'm confused.
Right.
But most of the soreness that I'm dealing with is in my legs, in my quads, because of the stuff we. But we did a lot of stuff that involved shoulders, chest. So. The first thing I think of is the cartilage in my rib cage is just sore.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right, I see that.
Yeah. And so, but it's not hurt, because if it was hurt, I wouldn't be able to breathe like I was breathing. I tried to breathe, and that didn't hurt it. You know what I mean? So I thought, well, it's not a rib injury.
Breathing's good.
And I didn't hit anything. I didn't land on anything. And I thought, well, I guess, I'm just really sore. And I'm joking around and whatever. And then it kind of, picture the right side, go to your sternum and come to the right. And it starts hurting really bad right there. Keep coming around. It starts hurting through my ribs. It starts hurting back here behind me.
I'm feeling.
And it's kind of running here a little bit.
Got it.
And I mean, I'm not talking
about.
Is
it right above or below that roll?
It's right here. Look, right here. Right here where my six-pack would be.
Yeah.
Okay? It's
the
gallbladder.
I'm going to mark mine.
I don't know what it is about men. It really hurt bad enough right then. I should have been screaming, somebody help me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I just went, well, I'm gonna get situated in this chair, and that's gonna stop. So I sit down, and you know how you do this? No, that's not gonna.
Trying to shift to get comfortable.
No, that's not it. Okay, then you start doing crazy stuff.
Yeah. Ballet moves.
Just any way you can arrange your body and
get in a plank.
And it's not just not it is not going to relinquish at all. As a matter of fact, it says we're going more, and I'm like, so you're gonna go more. And I kept thinking, I don't know what's so long. This is nothing. I just need to get in the right position, and I'll be fine. So then the pain got to the point that I describe it as acute.
Mm-hmm.
Like now, like I said, this is now when the guy in the Gladiator has the ball with all the blades on it, and the spikes on it, and he's hitting me in my side right there, and I'm like, well, this is really, really painful. And I'm not enjoying this one iota.
But you have made it to the basement.
I'm
and
still
you're down
there
kind of by yourself, having a minute.
Well, now I'm the animal that you left in the cage and he's battling.
Okay.
You know, I go over and lay in the hay.
Yeah.
You know, I get up and
Right.
you know that kind of stuff, and I'm like, I'm gonna beat this. I will at some point not feel like this. I don't know why we do that, but I was just banging my head against the wall, just putting off time. So we come back, I'll tell you, and those of you that have known me for the last 22 years, since I've been married to Sherry, the next thing will not surprise you at all.
Oh, boy.
All right, top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes now to the top of the hour. Phone troll format now. That means we're cutting the calls down to shorter. And you make a comment, ask a question, bring some information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that during the phone troll format. This is designed to get a lot of people on in a short period of time. All 10 lines are available, and you can reach us right now. This weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Catch our conversation with Jason Whitlock, host of Fearless on Blaze TV, and we'll be talking to him also about Fearless Army Roll Call, an event coming up next weekend in Nashville. But we'll talk about many other things with Jason as well coming up this weekend. Next week, I'll be in Omaha, Nebraska 1 week from today. The Westside Church Men's Conference starts 1 week from today. I'll be speaking on that Saturday the 15th. I might be there on the Friday the 14th as well, all according to how the commercial airlines, their commitment to being on time. We'll see. But I definitely will be there speaking on Saturday, Lord willing. April 21st, down around Tampa, Florida, in Brandon, Florida, at Bell Shows Church. Sherry and I will be there for a one-day marriage conference, April the 21st. Find all the details on those and other upcoming events at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And if you're in Birmingham today, catch the real Greg Burgess 11 to 1 at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. Mike is in Nashville, Tennessee. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Mike, go right ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Happy Good Friday.
Back at you.
Happy Good Friday. From a truck driving Greg Burgess minion, Bible believing, Christ follower. I want to say the reason that everything seems so upside down to us is because God created us for our spirit to tell our soul what to do, which is our mind, will, and emotions, and our soul to tell our flesh what to do. Well, man's got it right backwards, right the opposite. Our flesh.
No, you're right. 100%. The fall calls that all to be out of order. You're right. Jay in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Jay, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I got a real quick two things. My 10-year-old and I, we were listening, and he brought up a good point about the hollow bunnies, the hollow chocolate bunnies. He said if you bite off an ear, create a hole, you can drop like your favorite candy, like M&M's in there.
That's good.
I thought that was pretty cool.
That is cool. You ought to be proud of that.
I am very proud of him. He's very smart. And then last thing, let's go, Brandon.
Well, you know,
hadn't heard that in a
when your kid comes up with something that brilliant, what a great feeling is it?
I know. I know. You have to feel good about that.
And you know what? I will probably do that. I mean that right there is
that kid needs to be in advanced class.
He just took a mediocre hollow bunny and made it a joyful piece of candy.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, that's really good.
I love combo and stuff.
Can I tell you one thing I do not like? And I know this is going to be because I know a lot of people love it. My wife loves this. I'm not in that camp of people who like salt on chocolate.
I do.
That's okay if it's
a
little bit.
I do like the salt.
I do not
it's
like
pretty
that.
good. Yeah, I admit it. I admit it. I do.
A little salt.
It ruins.
Salty sweet.
It ruins chocolate
really?
for me.
Just a
tiny bit,
I can't stand it.
Just slight tang.
What you're saying is true.
I get excited about it.
The one that's got the thick caramel and then a little chocolate and a little salt. That's good.
Just a tiny
salt out.
smidgen.
Yeah. Kind of wish we had some.
Teeny.
Shannon in Nashville, Tennessee as well. Shannon, go ahead.
Good morning. I am celebrating today in the great state of Tennessee. We finally have some fighters in giving the Democrats a little bit of what they've been doing. I don't know if you heard. You had to have heard this, but the three that had the bullhorn and they were in there and they disrupted and did a whole lot worse than what they did up in January 6th. And the Republicans have kicked them out of the House.
Yeah.
For the same.
Yeah, two of them were removed. One of them was not, and she survived by one vote.
Oh, really? Yeah. So I saw that. I saw that story running on one of our TVs here. So that's what happened. They were saying they were being so disruptive they removed them.
They had their own version of the insurrection, and they had people out of order grabbing the microphone and talking. And anyway, some of them, there were three of them who were elected officials, and they voted to kick them out. Two of them were kicked out, and as I said, one of them survived by a vote.
Wow. 866 We Be Big. Lines are available. If you move now, you will get in. Chester in Mississippi. Chester, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just need y'all's advice on something. My truck needs about $7,000 in repair just all of a sudden, and I was wondering, should I get a new one? Should I fix it? It's got about 200,000 miles on it. I just don't know what to do.
Now, I will say this, Chester. Have you priced a new truck?
Yeah, it's kind of outrageous.
Ooh.
What are you having done for $7,000?
Well, it's got a timing issue where if that don't get fixed, it could slip a rod, bend all the pistons in my engine, and it's got a turbo issue as well.
Well, the timing issue ought to be pretty repairable, right?
It's definitely repairable, but you got to replace you got to replace about half the engine. You got to take the gasket off and all that kind of stuff.
Is it a gas burner? Is it a gas burner?
Oh yeah, she's a gas burner.
All right. So what I would do, you asked our advice. If I were in your position, I would not invest $7,000 in a truck with over 200,000 miles on it.
Not being a gas burner.
And I would probably go to truck. The problem you're going to run into is it's going to be harder to find a used truck than it is to get a new one.
And you're not going to get a lot for it with those problems.
No, but I would first try to look at a used truck that has less miles. And you're probably going to find that the used car market has been through the roof on overpricing. And you probably can get a better deal on a new truck. Work on take advantage of some of the really aggressive finance options, and then try to pay it down. With a low interest rate if you don't have cash to buy it straight up. That's probably what I would do.
I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd go see Greg today.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Greg will get a
remote. Don't cost a dime to look.
No.
That's what I would do. Grab me a piece of pizza along the way.
We can
check that Silverado. I got.
He's in Mississippi, but it might be worth the drive.
I mean, it's not that far. He's got time.
Head on now.
Come on. Let's go to Arab.
If it'll make it that far.
Steve standing by in Arab, Alabama.
Good point, Bubba.
Steve?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, I was listening to WZZK.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the Passion of the Christ. Y'all went off the air, and I thought, uh-oh, Joe Biden is the Antichrist.
Yeah, that has just been a technical issue.
We understand we still may have some audio issues bouncing around from time to time.
Yeah. They're having a hard time getting it back.
I heard mixed minus.
Yeah.
No. This sounds like STL trouble.
Uh-oh.
Sounds like a little
Jason, 1047 WZZK. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so I just saw something I thought was pretty cool. I thought you guys would like. It's about gun control, a little saying. It says, the rock in the right hand killed Goliath, and the rock in the wrong hand killed Abel. It's not about the rock. I just thought you guys would like that little
Good.
saying.
You know, we've heard it's not as good as Adam and Steve versus Adam and Eve, but
right up there with it.
But you know what? It's good.
If we could polish it, tighten it up a little bit.
I like it. I like that it's a new phrase. I like that.
Yeah, I like something new coming out.
Some of them need a little freshening up.
Yeah.
Let's go to Christopher, Birmingham, ZZK. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
I wanted to talk about Jason Whitlock, and I remember listening to Jason when he was on ESPN, and he was sort of an outlier from the bunch, but he was one of the first people to kind of talk about LeBron James a different way, where LeBron James was sort of a media darling, and Jason was saying, that's fine, he's a great player, but I don't like the way that he's making everybody a victim.
Yeah, he actually covers that in the podcast that he did become an outlier at ESPN because of his worldview.
Yeah, you need to catch it. It was really, really insightful.
Yep, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Glad to be here and glad Rick's with us today.
So I'm telling the story of last night. I ended up having to go to the emergency room over what turned out to be a gallbladder situation. I'm now in excruciating pain, and I'm walking around the house, and I'm trying to get into different chairs. I'm trying to stand up. I'm trying to lay down, and I realize I now have abandoned trying to watch anything on TV, and I start moving around trying to live. Now at this point, if my doctor had called and let me give me an update on the prescription he called in for my wife, not me, if he would have said to me, if you will go outside right now and eat 2 handfuls of gravel, it will stop, I would have done it.
Yeah.
It's like whatever I've nuked, you know what I mean? I would have been like, whatever needs to be done, because you keep thinking, okay, in a minute it will stop hurting.
It don't back off at all,
and it won't. And then it just starts doing this. It starts rising.
Yep.
Oh no!
And then to no one's surprise, now I begin to wonder.
You're
the house.
screaming, I surrender.
Yeah. Now I'm wondering the house. I won't stay in one room. For some reason now I think a new room will change it.
Yeah, you just got to move.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into a different environment. That'll help.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, I will not relinquish that I'm in trouble.
No,
I'm trying to land, and this is a muscle spasm. This is whatever Sherry's, putting muscle spasm stuff on me, and then at one point, I kid you not, I'm in excruciating pain. Now remember, this has been a theme for the last 22 years. My wife says, "Hey, could you run under and get my prescription?" What? And I looked at her and I said, "I'm sorry, what?" She goes, "I need you to go get. I'm in the middle of something right now, and I need you to go get that prescription for me. Could you do that?"
You're like, I'm trying to breathe.
So then now I'm out in the truck. So now
you attempted that?
Well, you know why? I said I got to do a twofer. I'm gonna search the aisles for something that'll stop this.
Okay.
Okay. So I think now I'm going to take care of her, and I'm gonna see if I can't get a bonus.
What were you looking for? The pain in the side aisle?
I am. What are you looking for? That was it. I really was.
You have an aisle for when you have.
I wish you'd seen the pharmacist when I said, "You got a prescription for Sherry Burgess?" And she goes, "Is you sure it's for your wife?" Yeah. What aisle can I find excruciating pain in my side? And of course, stupid me, was it muscular? Absolutely. I will not consider major organ. You know what I mean? And so, so I go over and get that stuff I like, that Highlands
That's for cramp.
For cramp.
Okay.
Of course, it clearly says calf and leg cramps, and I pop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the way, I thought I was in trouble with security cameras because I was in the aisles taking medicine. And by the way, I don't think you're supposed to do that.
No,
You know what I mean?
probably not.
You can eat a grape in a grocery store.
Yeah,
but you're
I'm in the aisles opening up packs, and I'm popping stuff down. I'm grabbing a water out of their cooler, and I'm just something's got to change.
Yeah, you know,
Milk and
security was going,
magnesium.
we got a bearded man. He's taking stuff, aisle 3.
I'm hollering things. I'll pay for it. You know, I mean, I'm not running. I'm waiting on my wife's prescription. You got me. You know what I mean? You clearly see me. And so so then I get my wife's prescription, and I take the muscle relaxers. I grab some of that stuff that is the lidocaine stuff to put on a muscle. I see the whole time I think this is muscular, the whole time, because I want it to be, because I think there's a way to solve it. So I get home. Sherry does the Epsom salt bath. When I get into the bath for the very first time the entire night, I don't know if it was the buoyancy of the water or whatever, but for a moment I thought, we did it. We did it. I'm going to make it. You know what I mean?
I think you distracted your brain.
Yeah, I think
with sensory overload of the water.
Then I realized that I did the water too hot, and now we're in the middle of summer, and I start to profusely sweat. And I'm like, I got to get out. So then I get out, and here it comes right back. We are back. You know what I mean? And I'm like you're back. And so then I go, what? Well, if I can just lay on the bed, I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
Now keep in mind, hours are going
I just
by.
need to lay down.
Okay. So, and what I'm doing now, all I'm doing right now is ensuring that I'm at the emergency room later, okay, rather than earlier.
Yeah.
So
you're clean when you get there.
Well, that's true.
And Sherry's like, okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take my Z-Pack. Lots of things going on here. And she goes, are you going to be okay? I don't know. I think I'm fine. Something's got to change. So I go and lay on the bed, and what do I think? Well, if I can just get my pillows right, I'll be fine.
Sure.
And so now
that'll cure it.
I think I'm about to tell you, well, here comes a commercial for my pillow right now. It's going to keep your gallbladder from rupture. You know what I mean? So now I get the pillows, and I'm nothing. I go back, I go side, I go. One time I'm completely laid on my stomach, and Sherry's walking on my back. Come walk on me. You know what I mean? Step right there. You know, but again, Rick, you're ignoring. You're also hurting up here.
Yeah.
Rick, will you pay attention? It's up here too. It's not just back in here. And so she walks on me for a while, and I mean, we're literally trying everything. So then Sherry leaves the room, and when she comes back, I'm as white as a sheet. I've got sweat on my forehead, and for some reason, I still can't figure this move out. I'm over at her dresser pushing myself up.
Well, you
trying to stretch my body. You know what I mean? And she says, and she finally says, "This is ridiculous."
If you had just had a set of rings.
Now, what happens next? You begin to Google, and I've got lung cancer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My gosh,
Don't
I have
ever
lung cancer.
Google.
I have lung cancer. And I started saying, I didn't even smoke. You know, and Sherry's like, you don't have lung cancer. Oh, my gosh, it's my pancreas. It is not your pancreas. Will you please just call the doctor? Can you just call him? So, and I called the doctor. And
hello.
And he goes,
hey, Rick again.
He said, did the prescription? I said, no, that's fine. I'll pick that up. I said, I'm in excruciating pain, and something must change.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me where it is. Gallbladder. He said, your gallbladder's doing something with your gallbladder. And he said, here's the deal. Here's your deal. You can. It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, Good Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, out here on the bleeding edge of technology. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, we have a number of stories still to cover this hour. We'll try to get some more phone calls in before the hour is up. Also, welcome back. We've had some of our golden ticket seats ladies. They took on the journey to try to go to the restroom, and they made it back. They barely got back before we got started.
Well, you have to cross the zip code.
You're right.
Yeah, they said they got their steps in for the day.
I saw them in the lobby, but they said, we wish we would have known where you were going. And I said, well, that would have been fine. But now I was on my way back, which I realized I wouldn't have made it. And no offense, but when ladies are going to the bathroom, it requires a little more time.
I sent them the way that they went.
Yeah, there was no way for that to work.
And plus, What is your name? Sonia. Sonia's been our little host this morning. Like, she's been taking care of business. Like, I haven't had to do anything. She's signed people up.
Oh,
she's
good.
giving directions.
Good
She's
job.
taking people to the restroom.
Great job.
I'm thinking about if we could get her to enroll in a class somewhere at a local university, we'd just give her an internship.
That's right. We've done it before.
Got gum.
Yeah, and they saw me. They saw
I did
me
find some in my bag. I got excited.
Yeah, they
couldn't help but wait. I couldn't wait. I had to pop it in there.
They also experienced something, and I don't know why this is. I mean, you know, I've today's Good Friday, and I'm celebrating redemption, and you know, I was redeemed in 1996. Okay, in 27 years. Okay, Rick, but when I see a policeman still, and there was one standing in the lobby, I still there. I mean, there was still that.
Yeah.
And he was kidding around. So I panicked. And so what I did, young Scruggs, it's his last day as engineer.
I meant to say, do we need to do an exit interview with him?
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know. I think he...
You didn't really like him.
I think he would rather not ever speak of this place again if he could. It nearly killed him, Bubba. Right. But anyway...
The popping alone.
Greg, you know what I did? I looked at because you could tell the policeman was looking for somebody, and I did my eyes towards Scruggs.
Yeah, this guy.
And he goes, is that the one? I said, that's the
That's the one. And with his hair,
Well,
it
he
really
looks,
could.
he looks like he could be suspicious. His hair's all messed up.
Yeah. I thought it was a perfect time to point. I did one of these to the law enforcement guy.
Yeah. It's right there.
Yeah,
it's right there. I would like to bring him in one last time because I feel sorry for him. What Helmsy did to him.
I would too. You want to see if he
What did I do?
He said bye.
Speedy, why don't you see if you can catch him before he gets out of
He
here?
was saying bye, and we were all saying bye, and you were on your phone. You were like, "Man, see you later, man."
That was his goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
He's got to go. He's got to go to the tower.
Rick, we had an
site.
entire conversation before.
He said this is the last time I'm going to see y'all.
Wait a minute.
But he's got to come back for the 3 on the
He
screen.
looked at me. No,
The only thing I
got
feel
that.
bad for is I made fun of his hair in front of the golden ticket
Speedy,
seats.
catch him for
That's the only thing I felt bad.
Catch him before he leaves.
What do you do?
Go catch him before he leaves.
Because he told me he told me he was coming back for 3 on the string.
Well, he's a backup. We have,
But we need to do an exit interview with him.
He told me he's going to do it with his phone.
There's confusion there, Rick. We have a
Is ZZK back on there? I'd like for that to be done first.
I don't know.
Yeah. So
Greg just screamed.
We're on the third string back.
We're on, but we
STL.
sound like chipmunks.
Y'all don't like me chewing gum? Y'all got a problem with it?
Oh no!
As long as you don't pop it.
It's your version of taking a sip after.
Well, you
something.
can't really tell.
You're not one of those that smacks, are you?
Hey,
Are you a
John,
smacker?
it's Speedy, man. How are you?
You're been around people that chew gum and smack.
Pop it.
Oh, yeah.
They pop it.
Yeah. I got one kid that
Hey,
does
could
that.
you
Drives
come
me
back
nuts.
for an exit interview? Even though
I don't
Helmsy
mind the
didn't give
popping,
you
but the
much, could you
smacking.
come back?
And Bubba won't scream at him today.
And Bubba promises he won't down talk you. Okay, he's coming back.
Oh, is he? Okay. So we're gonna do it now.
You got that out of that?
I was going to say, he didn't actually say anything.
Well, I didn't know he was.
You know, Bubba.
That's
Bubba made the call.
I mean, Bubba was
Hey,
marking
Scruggs,
directions.
Scruggs, you
Come sit in
you
my
must have
seat.
been sitting in my office just now. You were no way you were that far away.
I tell you the way he looks, he must have been asleep.
Right.
I think somebody woke Scruggs up.
Right. Helmsy wants to say bye to you again. Try to redo
Yeah,
that.
because he kind of
So you feel like Helmsy that you and you're the only one you did get a proper goodbye?
Yeah.
Okay, see, I did. We didn't. I didn't.
There were
know.
witnesses.
I actually told the policeman to go over it.
Yeah, Rick called you.
Yeah, right. Did the guy talk to you? Law enforcement?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So
John Scruggs.
Attaboy, John.
John Scruggs, young Scruggs, the engineer. So it's over. You're done.
There you go.
That's funny. So
Parts unknown.
Yeah.
That is a funny sign.
I'm going to ask you a question. There's no need to really ask because I know the answer.
But ask it anyway.
Today is your last
Will
day.
you always remember us? And the
I will
answer,
always remember you.
I bet.
Yeah.
I mean, trauma sticks with you.
You ever hear popping sounds in your sleep?
Oh gosh.
That was
Let's
tough.
hope we don't wind up with those anymore.
No. Well, what do you care?
Well, I'll hear them. So my wife and I are fans of the show anyway, so we listen to y'all.
Yeah.
Every day,
Thank you.
regardless.
You don't wanna hear
Before
popping,
I came to work here.
Okay, good.
Oh, I would hear it even at home going. Every time it would happen. Go.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So the popping was finally defeated.
We hope so. Yeah.
We hope so.
Don't
Pretty
mojo
much.
it.
You had to help build a new studio in
Record time.
record time.
Record time.
That was
That really almost did kill you.
that was that
Was that the
got
begin-
close. So
was that the beginning of the end?
No. That
was
really
big.
did almost kill me
That was
because
big.
I was very sick. Fortunately, it wasn't COVID, but I even remember you going like, "Hey, Scruggs probably has COVID, and we can't. We won't let him get tested because we just
Yeah,
Right.
they may
He's
make
gotta
him
keep
go
going.
home.
But
can't go home.
I remember this because if you see people change day to day, you don't notice it as much. But if you take some time away and then you see them after a couple of weeks, which is what happened.
Yeah.
I was like, is no one taking him to the hospital? I mean, I looked around and I thought, man, he looks really bad.
Had to get it done, Rick.
So when we removed the lighting, which was the last thing, the track lighting that's in here from your last studio, when we started pulling the stuff down from the ceiling, it literally snowed dust inside the building.
A little dusty.
So we were sitting there pulling on the ceiling grids, and all of a sudden it literally looked like it was
14 years of dust.
It literally snowed, and anytime I get into that level of dust, I get a sinus infection immediately.
Well, yeah.
You just had to power through it because you really didn't have a choice.
Can I tell you, I think that place was turned into a sick room. Do you know I have felt so much better health-wise since we left that place?
Really?
Yeah. I think we were in
The
a sick
stress of leaving was not necessarily good.
Oh, no, that wasn't fun.
I think we may have operated in the sick room after a while.
You may have.
Well, I mean, look at all that was in there. Yeah. You remember and all the different toilet things that came down, all that.
Oh, yeah.
So, John, we hate to lose you, though. Today is your last day, right?
Yes, today is the official last day.
And you will be doing what?
So I am going to do I will be working for a marketing company that represents technology manufacturers to end users and dealers across the country. And I
have no idea what that means.
Yeah, it's harder to explain.
Can you
would
clarify
think.
that at all?
And I stopped listening about a quarter way in.
So we'll be the boots on the ground representing large technology manufacturers.
Okay. So for instance, give me an example.
JBL will be one of those.
Right. And you will be the person who does what?
I will be assisting the salespeople in specifying technology and helping them answer questions.
Question on how to make it operate,
how to make it work, how to put it together,
operate correctly.
Yes.
You will be saying, well, here's what you need to do.
Yes.
Hey, I'm installing this new JBL sound system, and you will be a person I could call, and you'd go, let me tell you what we need to do here.
You're AV expert.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. I got it.
It's fun.
And John, with you leaving and us not having an engineer here, you're really kind of sticking it to the man.
No.
You really? I saw Tom's face. He feels stuck to it.
And Tom is
I will not
like
speak,
6 states away right now.
I will not speak for Tom. I will let you have him on the show on Monday.
Yes.
Because he will be here.
Yeah, he will. A lot of people think I took this speaking gig in Omaha just to see Tom.
That's really good.
That's funny.
That is the best.
Because he's there a lot, isn't he?
He is currently there.
Okay.
So how long were you with the company total?
This would be month number 20, almost to the day.
Almost 2 years.
So not quite 2 years.
Not quite 2 years.
Locked it down.
And Bubba, we've been with this company for...
Oh, Rick. I don't know. It's been a long time.
Hey, y'all
we've been in this new studio how long?
2 years.
2 years here.
So we did.
1 year.
1 year here.
1 year.
1 year here.
It's only been a year. It's been a very long year, but it's been a year.
I think we have to add him to the list. Y'all have done it again.
We've done it again.
Yeah.
I think we've been. I think we've been with this company. Now it's changed. The names have changed. It's been broke up and all that. Gosh, Rick, since 90.
You want to talk about nerve?
I have to look. I have to go back and look. It's been a while.
Hey, could we, before you leave, could you fill that hole in right there?
If you really want me to, no.
Because you're really good at cutting stuff up. Could you not cut it up?
You want to talk about nerve-wracking? Okay, so this console furniture is irreplaceable, right?
Okay.
Won't be replaced any. Well, I mean, you can probably buy new pieces, but we certainly weren't going to get them in 2 weeks.
No.
So cutting a hole or cutting the shapes out of the desks, you mess that up,
so
bad things are coming.
You got one shot.
Yep,
you have one.
Did you measure twice and cut once?
Yeah.
Every good carpenter knows.
And I had a great assistant carpenter.
Adler was all in. Yeah.
I mean, I know we give Adler a lot of grief, but
I don't.
He did a great.
No.
He did a great job
Did you
helping
just
us
say
out
you
with
don't?
that.
You just punch
Is
him,
that
Rick.
No, nobody does. Hey, but we're gonna
That
miss
one.
you, Scruggs. We're gonna miss you, buddy.
Yeah,
We'll
I'm gonna miss
call
all
you.
y'all.
We'll call you when the station goes down.
Yeah, just for
to
old
say,
times.
Y'all
hey,
be calling me Monday or Tuesday.
just
It'll
to
be
say
all right.
howdy.
I still have your cell.
Rick and Bubba.
Wrestle around all night long, potentially be in danger. I know how, because he deals with all of us. He knows how we are.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you do this? Because then he starts speaking my language, no hassle Rick language. He's giving me a turnkey.
Yeah.
Go to this emergency, which we advertise for. Now these places, all they do is diagnostics and emergency. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Go there. I'll go ahead and call and tell them you're coming. It's not going to be that crowded right now. Walk in an hour, they will be able to diagnose the deal with a blood test and an ultrasound, and you'll know. And then there was the thing, and they will do something about the pain. And I thought, I am in.
Yeah, I'm out.
Because I'm at the point now, I was ready to eat gravel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now,
I wish you'd have called me when you were headed that way. I mean, you're only a few blocks from.
I know. I should have said, "Can you come get me?" Because Sherry, she could have left me.
Yeah, I know.
Because at one time I saw her yawn a few times. I thought she's going to leave me.
Yep. You remember Betty dropped me off at the door in the emergency room one time, headed out.
Yeah. You remember Sherry left me?
I had to call Don Juan to get me one time. Remember?
I do remember that. So that's what I'm talking about.
That was a different trip.
Our wives have done things that I think they should have been in trouble for.
Yes.
My wife left me at the hospital one day for 3 days. I remember one time the doctor, he was working on me. I mean, it was an update on the staph infection that was in my face. I mean, the plastic surgeons are in there. And she rolls in with my overnight bag, sets it down, and leaves. And he goes, who is that? I said, that's my wife. He goes, she doesn't want an update? I said, apparently not. You know what she texts?
Y'all can handle.
You know what she texts me? Hey, I'm not a doctor. I got things I got to do. And if I figure you update me when you got it, what am I going to do about it? Did you not need clothing? Did I not bring it to you? You got your toiletries? I brought all that. Now I'm moving on to the next thing I got to do. We can't stop the world because, you may have to have your face reconstructed. So anyway, God gave me a very, very tough woman. I don't know what happened in heaven when God said, and now we will hand out mercy. Sherry got distracted. I don't know where she was. She went over and picked up a little speed. She can run fast, but she's not very merciful. So anyway, I know now that she could abandon me at any time. So she's trying to get answers, and so they come in, and very, very kind people. And as a matter of fact, the ultrasound, I think Kelly is on her way home right now, and her husband and her, who've been listening to the show since the 90s, are having an anniversary today.
Oh, right.
So happy anniversary, and the entire team was just fantastic people.
I got you on my mind.
Yeah. So when we come back, sweet morphine, and then we'll talk about the diagnosis.
All right, so you're there, going through the process, trying to get the pain to subside.
Right. And I'll talk about that I ran into a Brian Regan moment.
Oh.
Brian Regan does a great bit on when they ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, where are you? And Regan is right. You can't say 10. You just can't. You know what I mean? Look at that.
Rick and Bubba.
82 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so young Scruggs, the engineer of the No Name Studio, moving on to another opportunity. Can you draw a straight line between those two things? No one can convince me different.
Yeah. No, wait a minute, Rick. He almost worked 2 years. I mean,
our run of breaking.
Hey, Rick, he
hung in there for almost 2 years.
You could tell he was into it. He went 20 months.
But the show did have a run of breaking couples up, and I don't know if it was our fault or just they were associated with us. I have no idea. Yeah. But it is funny that, I mean, some just don't last long. We wear them down.
His family's not breaking up. He's just leaving the job.
Right,
I just got us busted.
No, I'm just saying the show has
I don't know how these rumors get started. Yeah.
The show has a history of breaking things up. And he had to leave the job because of us. No, I'm kidding. Right. So we wore him down. Y'all wear him down.
No,
I will wear people down.
Sure.
The move,
why I don't have hair.
The move of the studio was enough to wear everybody down.
If we hadn't done that, he'd have worked at least 4 years.
No, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
If we don't have the problems with the No Name Studio, he's still here. Yeah, probably. I really believe that. I'm not even joking now.
You're really putting a prediction in.
Yeah. Rick, understand I mean everything.
Why do I want to go through this?
Right. Hey, my tongue's nowhere near my cheek.
Seriously.
Give us your analogy.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah.
Well, we did, man. How many couples did we break up?
But there you go again. That has nothing to do with this.
Yeah. Well, we break couples up, and then people that work with the show, they quit.
Yeah, well, you probably just want to go over in that category here.
I'm just telling you, we do.
Right.
Next couples break up, then we can.
That's my analogy, and I'm sticking to it.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Bring it up.
Yes, you
Even
are.
if it doesn't apply.
That's what I do.
Thought I had me something, let it get away from me.
Tried to turn it to make a point, couldn't get near it.
Not coming out of it.
I don't know if Buddy Love's a good example.
Oh, wow.
I don't think we had anything to do with that.
No, I don't.
Wow.
Greg couldn't stay on for 8 seconds, laying in the dirt.
Tried to turn it.
How many interns seriously had boyfriends?
Oh, here we go.
Just,
still trying. It's completely different.
You're still trying to make this point.
And you know what you're doing now is the worst thing.
No, I'm just playing.
Can I say what you're doing now? You're making it worse. I mean, every phrase you add is worse.
And there's the joke.
Yeah, right.
I had a girlfriend during my internship.
Oh, wow.
That's
Did
right.
You? Yes.
Are you not?
We broke you up.
Was that earthy?
Was that the butcher?
It was. We don't have to bring it up, but to Speedy's point, during my internship,
You
when
brought it
I was still
up.
in
I wasn't
college,
here yet.
We didn't bring it.
You brought it. We were
We
fixing
didn't
to go
bring
to
it
the
up.
sound. We were
You
fixing to go to the
I'm just
Afghanistan
trying to,
story.
I'm
You
just
brought
trying to
it up.
draft with my
That's
workplace.
twice you've tried that.
I don't even want to do that. I'm glad that we find new stuff. I'm doing this just because if we can't think of anything else. But right now, we've got some good stuff coming.
I'm just trying to draft with my workplace best friend.
Right.
Thank you, buddy.
And
Trying to help him
when
out.
I was in college, I did have a girlfriend, and y'all did break me up. So.
All right, Adler, can I give you a little heads up on Friday shows? The key on Friday shows is to try to have a good weekend. Okay, right. So stay out of this.
Especially on good
Right.
Fridays.
If you're going to dig a hole, do it on Monday or Tuesday.
Right.
It seems like I remember him giving us a speech about us destroying this relationship.
Yes.
At one time.
Yeah.
We'll do
Several, yes.
Yeah. No, I will tell you that, I mean,
But Scruggs is happily married.
Thank you, Steve.
Just want to let you
Remember what I said about Friday?
Now he feels
Remember what I
bad
said
about
about Friday shows?
Yeah, he's just leaving here.
You know, like we say, look, if it's Tuesday, look, you're not going to interact that much during the week anyway.
No, sure.
But I mean, you don't want to mess Friday up.
No.
You think they ought to give counseling a shot?
I don't think they get 5 stars. I know that.
Right now, the phone.
What they've done?
Yeah,
No. You know what today was. You know how. Listen. You know how sometimes God will confirm. Yes, this is the right thing.
Yeah.
That's what he's getting today.
Right. Yes.
He's like, getting away from this place is the right
Look,
thing.
Absolutely.
Bobby with an eye loves us. That's his wife. Yeah, I'm just telling you, she does.
So you're getting so.
No, I'm just saying that they're fine.
I thought all they brought was sausage balls and peanut butter pretzels. Is there alcohol in there?
No.
I mean,
Did y'all bring mushrooms and some of that? Speedy's got
All I'm
into
saying
it?
is that we wore him down.
It's
so
one of
he's
those that
leaving.
the more you talk, worse.
He's going back home.
Greg, I can barely see the board for all the dirt on over his hole.
Rick, just pot him down.
I mean, he's just.
Like
I'm gonna
save
help.
himself.
I'm gonna help you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's. It's quite a day here, isn't it? Isn't it something?
It is.
Now I'm hung in that thing where there's not enough time to
It
get
is
into
something.
this, but I'm afraid to let Speedy keep talking.
Rick, how about Afghanistan?
This Afghanistan
Well, the
story.
White House came out with their report on it, and it's funny because Biden was president. They were making all the calls, and the big excuse, the whole basis of this is they just blame Trump.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
it's comical. It's
Trying to
just
see how
comical.
they can tie that. That's,
and when all else,
Unless Trump broke into the Oval Office and was giving orders, I don't see how you blame Trump on this.
Yeah, but they know, and we've talked about this a lot of times.
I'm back.
They know that they don't, and I think when you're someone who would not vote for this administration or this political view, you get frustrated because you think that they're talking to us, but they're not. They're talking to their base who says that's all we needed to hear.
Right.
And it doesn't matter whether it can be, legitimized or substantiated. They don't care. I mean, as long as their supporters can go, oh, it's Trump's fault, good enough for me.
You know what? It's
and then they move on.
You know what it's like, don't you, Rick?
oh no, here you go.
So,
What kind of analogy you got going?
Yeah.
You
All right,
know,
so
like when people can't get along.
Yeah. When we come back, we'll play some of the actual sound clips from this because the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal is. I don't know how it's gotten brought back up again, but it's been brought back up again.
Well, it was a report. They had to give a report.
So now there's
on
new
it.
stuff out. Okay.
And they said they were proud of the way they handled it. I mean, Rick, you got to be kidding me.
Do you think the people that were killed by the Taliban that are still captured there, they feel the same way?
No.
You were talking about why they're being tortured now?
Right. You talking about it?
Good job.
I was just given a crust of bread and some water. I'm not that far enough about it.
Yeah.
It's like y'all being proud of past relationships.
You're right. We'll come back. There you go. And we'll play some of these clips for you.
Hopefully.
866 We Be Big. We'll also try to chat with you before the hour is done when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show.
Do you remember when Brian Regan talked about this next moment?
Boy, he is funny, isn't he?
He is, and he's right. And Brian Regan influenced me. He did. I don't know if you've ever seen his bit about this, about when they ask you on a scale of 1 to 10. It is an absolute, I mean, I hate to use this term now, side-splitting, very, very funny bit that he'd heard that people who have had their femur broke in half and it be a compound fracture is the world's worst pain.
Yeah.
And he said that they say that's a 10, and he was afraid to say 10, even though he thought it would get his attention because he thought that maybe they would come off of a guy would walk in hobbling who said they were a 10. But anyway, so and it was getting better because now we're researching. Now Sherry's on the on all the websites, and it says that these attacks can last from 15 minutes or all the way up to 2 hours. And I must, of course, have a 2 hour.
Sure, you're pegging out.
Yeah. So now at 2 hours, I can feel it letting off a little bit, but not a lot, but a little bit. And so when they come in, they said, "Tell us about your pain." And I pulled a Brian Regan. He always says, "Say 8," and I said 8. And so they started working on me and all that, and so they're going to do.
Now, you didn't have to pick the little smiley faces, did you?
No, I didn't do that.
I'm frowning.
Got back there really quick. Of course, now's the first time doing what we do for a living that I scan at the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And Sherry says, we need to text the guys? And I said, we're kind of in that mode now where they're all in bed, but eventually she's like, well, they need to know. And I said, well, we don't know if I'm going to be there or not yet.
I was so asleep.
Yeah. So anyway, so they go do the ultrasound and they take blood. But the woman that was so wonderful when she came in, and this is why these things are so dangerous. And she said, "You're in a lot of. Let's get you comfortable first."
Yeah.
And I thought, sweet, sweet, sweet woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Thank you, angel from heaven. And so she said, "I'm going to give you a little morphine." I said, "Whoa, morphine." She goes, well, that's because you won't have a hangover from this, and it'll do the job, and then it won't. You'll feel okay after about 30 minutes after we take you off of it. So then you know what that leads to. Now I'm holding court.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I'm talking about everything under the sun.
Oh boy!
And I want everybody to know that I'm now becoming an expert on the gallbladder. But anyway, so and I keep talking about various things. At one point, I even gave the history of the cowbell at Mississippi State. I don't know why I got
Did
into
you
that.
really?
Yeah. Well, one of the women had a family member that's going to Mississippi State too, and is going to move in the same day that Brooks is. And of course, I was told that maybe asking about the cowbell. I think we've covered it. You know what I mean? And so and I was using the word cool a lot. That's cool. So anyway, wow, Rick. But I didn't care. I all I thought to myself now is if you have a pocket knife, I mean, you remember that feeling. Let's just get it out.
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah. Let me tell you,
I'm
please. Whatever wicked thing has made me feel this way, I don't ever want to see it again. Well, sir, we just don't want to take your gallbladder out until we take it out. Is that what's causing this? It's got to go. I don't want to go home with it. It's like taking a bad roommate home. You're like, you finally get rid of them. I'm here for y'all to remove this thing that's tortured my house. And so I go to the ultrasound. They come in and they say, yes, it is. You do have gallstones. They're not big. They're smaller, which means if they were blocking the duct or something, we'd go ahead and you'd be leaving here going to surgery. But we don't think that's necessary. Let's try to treat it with lifestyle. And then when I start saying, well, look, I'm on compared to how I used to live, it don't get any better than this for someone like me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we'll have to figure out what triggered it. I can't think of anything that I described to y'all I ate that would have triggered this. Can you?
Rick, 2 days of exercise.
Yeah. Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that won't happen again.
Rick,
what you said, the dark greens are hard to digest.
I don't think there was anything. It was a time thing because with mine, I had no symptoms, nothing I could think back and say, you know what, I remember that happening here or there, or a twinge here or there. It was like somebody slammed me on the ground and said, you're not getting up. And by the way, while you're laying here, you're going to have spikes in your side.
Right.
No warning at all.
Yeah. Well, I didn't either.
So it may have been the same thing.
Well, mine, I did get confused in the fact that I was sore and stuff so that caused a little bit of confusion.
Well, it made you think that.
I started thinking I've moved the wrong way and really pulled something or whatever, but then it got to the point where this is not muscle pain. This is a knife. This is a spike ball of pain. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Good Friday edition. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Are you listening to the show on Raycon earbuds right now? If so, you got the sound just like you like it. And then you can switch to a different sound profile if you go thumping the music after we're done today. You can do that. It's got different sound profiles. You can customize your listening experience. The gel tips are customizable as well for a comfortable fit. They won't fall out. They won't budge. If you're moving around and trying to do just a little bit better or just whatever. You may be working in the yard or working at your job. So if you're looking for everyday earbuds, they got them. Right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. About half the price of the other premium audio brands. And also, they offer a buy now, pay later option. Wait a minute. Free and easy return guarantee on every purchase. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off. That's on top of the fact that they're half the price of the others. And you can pick up a bunch of them, get multiple pair. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so, Bubba, we were talking about the Afghanistan deal. The Biden administration has found some way to blame Trump over this. Even though I don't think he had anything to do with this. But Peter Ducey, is wanting to know, is anybody going to be fired over the mishandling of the Afghanistan withdrawal based on, as you said, Bubba, the new report, and Speedy was talking about, that we now have It doesn't look pretty for the Biden administration. Looks like a
Rick, it was a disaster. It's the worst disaster I've seen our country go through in my lifetime.
So let's go to Peter Ducey, and he wants to know, is anybody going to get fired?
Who's going to get fired over this?
Peter, the purpose of the document that we're putting out today is to sort of collate the chief reviews and findings of the agencies that did after-action reviews. It's not the purpose of it is not accountability. It's the purpose of it is
military leaders.
Purpose of it is to study, lesson, learn.
Well, if you're gonna learn lessons, then don't you have to hold people accountable?
Yeah, well, that's the whole key of it. Yeah, nobody will be held accountable for this. That's why we keep having these disastrous problems. And if you go up one cut there to D,
that's where I'm going.
You're going to hear him say that Biden is proud the way this was handled.
So here we go.
In reading this, you seem to be conceding that evacuation should have happened sooner and faster, saying we now prioritize earlier evacuations, noting that today you would message evacuations more aggressively. I understand you've made clear the president does not have any regrets about his decision to withdraw. But in hindsight, in reading this, does the president have any regrets about how this withdrawal was carried out?
The president's very proud of the manner in which the men and women of the military, the foreign service, the intelligence community, I went on and on and on, conducted this withdrawal. But look, I've been around operations my entire life, and there's not a single one that ever goes perfectly according to plan. Things happen. Sometimes enemies get a vote. And you always want to learn from that.
So we got no regrets, Bubba, to your point.
People hanging all over our planes as they're trying to take off and dropping people from 10,000 feet and leaving people behind. We're proud of that. Well, that's good.
That looks good. All right, here's a reporter that's going to call out.
Outstanding.
12C going to call out the Biden administration. And the report they claim was sent to them about 10 minutes before the briefing. So here we go.
So, John, thank you for doing this, but I think I speak on behalf of my colleagues in this room that we want the record to reflect that this was sent to us about 10 minutes before the briefing began, with little notice, and it's the very definition of a modern major holiday news dump. You're releasing this at the beginning of the high holidays, and after months of requests from Republicans and the broader public. So why today? And is this all we get? And is this a response to the studies that were done by the agencies? Or is this considered a summary of them?
There's a lot there. This is the result of months and months of work by individual agencies who were participating in the withdrawal to voluntarily review that withdrawal, which they did. And they worked through that. These documents are classified. And we felt it was the responsible thing to do.
People. All right. So
that's very clear.
They also picked and choose what they were going to tell us. Another reporter says, "I don't see anything about the $7 billion in military hardware and technology that was left in Afghanistan for the Taliban." So here's that.
In looking through this, it doesn't seem to address the $7 billion in military hardware and technology that was left in Afghanistan for the Taliban. You know, the president took office in January. The withdrawal happened in August. Does the president take responsibility for leaving all or some of that?
You know who was responsible for that equipment? The Afghans. Because you know why? It was their equipment. First of all, I don't believe the number's accurate. But let's put the number aside, the $7 billion. There was very little, and I mean very little, U.S.-owned equipment or U.S.-operated equipment that we left when we left Afghanistan. I'm talking like some forklifts at the airport and some ladder vehicles, some fire trucks that we were using at the airport. But the helicopters that we left there, all disabled, so the Taliban couldn't get them flying again. Whatever ground vehicles like MRAPs or Humvees, they were all disabled at the airport. Everything else outside of that airport, the stuff that's at Bagram or you pick the base in Afghanistan, was all turned over in according with a very elaborate, deliberate, retrograde plan that the U.S. military put in place to turn over all that stuff to the Afghan military. And the Afghan military, as I said in my opening statement, decided they weren't going to fight for their country, that they were just going to leave it behind. So it is the Afghans who were responsible for the turnover of all that equipment.
Of course, you would have thought you would have put that in the report. I mean, if that's what you want everybody to know, and they're all disabled, and this was the deal we made, and they didn't fight, you should have put that in the report. And he just said, I just see that's left out.
Yeah.
All right, now we get down to the final question, and we'll be done with this. And this is the question on everybody's mind. Are we ever going to get to talk to the president about this? So here we go.
Sorry, if I could just follow up. Kristen asked a question earlier. This report, this summary of your perspectives came out as the president was on his way to the Camp David retreat for the Easter weekend. When should we anticipate an opportunity for the president to stand for our questions about the findings and stuff?
I don't have anything on his schedule to speak to.
Which
means they sent me out.
And thank goodness he's taking another Easter break. Because the president doesn't get enough time off.
He does.
What do we have? 241 days.
Yeah,
he's been gone.
Yeah,
241 days.
He's very seldom at the White House.
Right.
And when he's there, they fly in, they make a speech, and fly back out.
Right.
And this is from people there.
Right.
Y'all remember last year at Easter when the Easter Bunny had to direct?
I forgot about that.
Please. So good.
Here it is.
Here's a flashback. 1 year ago, Mr. President. Go.
It's go that way.
Please, this way, Mr. President.
Go that
This way, sir.
Where he is on his cognitive skills right now, I think our country would be in better shape if we would let the bunny take his place.
Yeah, exactly. I would have felt more confident
person
walking.
dressed as the bunny. I think if we just told that person,
Bunny, give it a shot.
Just go ahead and take charge. Here's the keys.
There's no way this man is running this country. There's no way.
No,
I mean, it's
Rick, he's got another term he's going to run for.
Dude, no, Greg.
Calm down.
Right, and I'm going to go out to one of the combines and get on one of the NFL teams.
Well, you never know.
Good luck.
I mean, what are we talking about here? I mean, we got to get in the real world.
Yeah.
So I just, and no one thinks he is, surely. All right, so we'll come back and wrap it up for the live show. This will be the final segment. So if you have phone calls, things you want to comment on, we'll chat with you as we all head into the Easter weekend, even though I know some of you will hear some archive moments maybe before today is done. But we'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I have been fortunate not to have a whole lot of things go on that requires pain management.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the worst thing I've ever been through as far as pain goes.
So they say we will watch it. We will give you some things to have in your arsenal, because you can get a little nausea with this too.
Oh yeah,
and nausea.
Yeah.
I love nausea. That's a fun.
Isn't that number one?
Yeah.
That's
it's
number
a wild
one.
ride.
And so they said we'll give you something for nausea if it creeps up on you, and something for pain that just only use if you get an excruciating pain. And so we talked about that, and then they released me after $150 copay.
Sure. A couple questions. How are you sitting here right now, pain free and okay? Is it coming and going? Or
no, it's not hurting now. I had a little bit of nausea when I got up this morning, and I had a little bit of discomfort right here, just a little bit of burning right there, but nothing over here and all.
It's an attack that lasts 15 minutes to 2 hours,
right.
And then you're done until the next attack.
Yeah, and so
that's the point. Is he don't know when the next attack's coming?
Well,
maybe 6-8 months, maybe 2 years, maybe tomorrow.
Let me ask you this: what actually is happening when you have an attack? Is it the gallbladder squeezing against the stones, the rocks?
Yeah, something has triggered the gallbladder to do its work, and at this point, these stones in there have moved into a position where they're hurting while it's trying to do its work. That's what I took away. But I was on more.
Yeah, but you didn't eat anything that should have required extra gallbladder effort, right?
They tried to look at it, and they were like,
because it's usually called in for the heavy jobs. Hey, we got lasagna coming.
Well, here
we got lettuce.
I hate to do this to rotisserie chicken. I really do, because rotisserie chicken and I are great friends.
Harbaugh would be excited.
And here's what they said: thing about rotisserie chicken, not as healthy as you think it is.
Nervous bird.
They said if you're eating it at home, it's pretty healthy because you will drain the fat. But when you go pick them up at delis and stuff, part of the reason why they taste so good is they're just rotating in their own fat. Fat, 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 eat me.
That I go.
But Rick,
bam.
Is it not ironic that everything that tastes good appears to be bad for you?
Be a bank nine.
And everything that's good for you has no taste.
I'll tell you. So I'll tell you what.
I'm worried about okra now that we grill. What's wrong with it?
Well,
because it sure is good.
I put everybody in front of them, and they pointed their finger at over rotisserie. Said, if anybody in that group got you, it was the bird.
And how does it do?
Rotates, and it's fat. Now eat me.
Yeah.
and then you eat it, and it's full of fat.
Can you just go get your gallbladder checked? I need to go do that.
Speedy,
No,
can't.
you just can't walk in and go, I want my gallbladder checked.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But Father, your grace is greater than sin. Your mercy rains down and heals me again.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Somebody say. Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Say hello to our golden ticket seat guest. And we say hello to Sam Redmond. Sammy. Sam. Okay. Sammie. Samantha. Sam Redmond's here with us. What about Joy Dumas? Right there. How about Sonia Bedford? And there, look at this. He's all alone. Just one dude today, Tony. Tony Bedford here in the golden ticket seats today. Bubba, I need a number between 1 and 4.
5.
We don't have 5. Wait a minute. Yeah, that won't work. 2. Congratulations today to Sonia Bedford. Sonia gets $50 American Express gift card from Thomas Dudney. Number 2 there, Speedy. And lunch is on Sonia today. And Sam is ready for her baby predictions. Come on, Sammy. Sam Sam in our golden ticket seat, Sam Redmond. She wants a baby prediction today. Congratulations.
How
And
y'all?
We're doing great. We hope you're okay.
Oh, I'm doing good.
So how far along are you?
I'm 10 days away.
10 days
Showtime.
away. So you think you know the gender of the baby?
I think so.
Are you just going to wait and let them decide later in their life when they make big decisions at 8?
That's a negative.
Okay. All right. So you think you know?
Is this first child with Dad?
It is. It
Oh,
is.
good.
Okay. So we don't have any trends
Yeah.
yet. So tell us what he does for a living.
Well, he owns a audiovisual company and a wedding production company. So
And now he can actually call our former intern, Young Scruggs.
That's
for any
right.
help. Yeah. All right. So now, does he go out and actually on these events? Does he work hard,
does.
sweat, move
He
a lot of
does.
equipment?
He's
Yes.
not just a desk jockey.
no, he hauls the speakers and he does all the things.
Sets up all the stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. What about hobbies away from work, other than the obvious?
Does he have those?
And does he? Play,
Does he
hunt, fish?
He doesn't. He's an audiovisual guy, so
Okay.
he helps out at
Would-
church. He does.
So he just AVs all the
He's
time.
AVs all the time.
And I don't mean this in a negative way because we have some of this here even on the show. Would you see so he's a little more geekish?
No. Oh,
Okay.
no.
Okay. No, not at all. No, I didn't mean that in a bad way. I mean
no,
high
no,
tech. Yeah.
No, you're good. He's techish, but
Yeah.
he's a very manly man.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood. Well,
He would fit in real well with y'all.
okay. And
There you go.
And I'm glad you see that as a compliment.
Well,
All right, so let's talk about how your body has reacted to this pregnancy.
Okay.
Do you sense that the hair on your legs has grown more or less or about the same?
A little less.
No
Are
doubt
you
less.
sure?
No
Yes.
doubt less.
Yes.
But it's not showing up somewhere else.
On my belly. Is
Oh,
that
it
too
is?
much
Oh.
information?
No, we were about to ask.
It's actually important.
Very important.
information.
That's
Very important.
Look, I'm sorry. I've listened to the show for a long time, so I know you're going to ask that at some point anyway.
That was the next question. As Bubba asked. So hair has grown on your stomach that normally doesn't.
Yes.
Okay.
How about that face?
Bubba, you want to ask about cravings?
Well, what about your cravings? More salty or sweet from 6 months on, like now? What
I could
are
eat crystals every day, so I would say salty.
they? Salty.
Much to my husband's chagrin that
Crystals
I
are
want
good.
crystals every day.
Yeah.
I like good crystals.
All right.
Me too.
Like eating popcorn.
Bubba, if
Well, wait,
what,
you haven't asked about the dad.
yeah, what kind of underwear does he normally wear? Does he do briefs? That means the tight boxer briefs, or just briefs,
He's a briefs.
or loose boxers?
Well, loose boxers, really.
He
Yeah.
wears a loose. That's two
Not-
different answers.
Well, it is two different answers.
Does he
but-
wear loose boxers? Does he wear boxer briefs, or does he go commando?
He is just I'll say boxers. Let's go with boxers.
Loose boxers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They are loose.
They are loose because I
Okay.
wonder how he gets two pairs of pants. on.
There you go. And that's important. Well, Bubba, I know what I would say. Yeah, we believe that you are going to have a baby girl.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna die.
So what do you think you're having?
We think we're having a boy.
I'm telling you, it's not going to happen.
The cravings is what is throwing us off. I thought you were going to say sweet.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
and
I
if
could-
you'd have said sweet, it would be a boy.
I could go for a dip cone from Dairy Queen at any moment,
Bubba.
too, but I
But that's
really
sweet.
want crystals all the time.
You're not having twins, right?
No. Oh,
And the loose boxers also lean female as well.
isn't that crazy?
It is.
Well,
That's his mama, so she'll get me if we're wrong.
If it's going to be a little girl, she'll be very athletic.
Well, that would trend on par because I was very tomboy. So
Okay. Well, congratulations.
And let us know.
Yeah, and
let
we
us
do
know how it comes
we
out.
do need to know because you would be important to our ongoing success rate.
I do want to make sure you're successful.
Well, we don't.
Stay on the
I will
air.
say this: until that child is here, and they look at you and say, "It is a baby boy," we're immovable on baby girl. Now, at that point, we have to be because the results are in.
I understand.
But
well, we're told that really doesn't count
well,
anymore.
yeah.
But to me, it still does.
Yeah,
We're
you
what you
tell
co-
them what they're going to sign it.
Yeah, Greg, what I'm saying is we're old school when it comes to gender.
Yeah.
Right.
We
Yeah.
go by
Not-
the peep test.
It's not near as complicated as that.
Yeah.
No,
Betrayal.
it really isn't. So congratulations
Thank
to you.
y'all
So
so
there
much.
she is,
All
Sam Redmond. There you go, Sammy. Tell your husband we said hello. Everybody say, Who that is? There you go. There you go. But Bubba, we'll see that one will be interesting.
And let me say, guys, it goes so fast. I feel like I was in the hospital with Ruby just like 2-3 months ago. She's about to turn 3. And she is growing up so fast, guys. She's asking me questions now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, does Jesus like bananas?
Oh,
and
that's
where's Jesus's house and things like that? You know, with Easter, we're talking a lot about Jesus stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And man, Daddy, can you screw this top back on for me, please? Was the sentence that was said to me last night. I'm just like, kid, oh
Where'd
my
that come?
goodness, you're just.
Where did you
your
land on
vocabulary.
bananas?
Jesus loves bananas, and he made bananas too.
But how do you know he likes them?
He made them
as a man.
Well,
Who doesn't
we
like
don't
bananas?
know.
Who doesn't like bananas?
We don't know biblically if he liked bananas. We do know he liked figs.
We do know that.
Yes.
Matter of fact, gets angry if they're not there.
That's right.
That's right.
Of course,
Put it on the tree if it didn't produce.
He was teaching a bigger message,
Right.
but it did upset him. This is me showing ignorance a little bit with the Middle East. Did he have access to bananas?
I'm gonna say yes, but I don't know.
Plantains.
I don't
Plantains,
remember
yeah. Let's go
any.
plantains.
I don't remember any story about the disciples stopping on a road to having a banana.
And he broke
I just
up the
don't
banana.
really remember that.
He broke the bananas in that.
No, that wouldn't. You didn't hear when the feeding,
lot of fish,
the
lot
feeding
fish.
of the 5,000 and the 4,000, which
Yeah.
had to be frustrating to him when they asked him again.
Yeah.
But has to be extremely frustrating. But you never heard them ever say, "We've got fish and some bananas."
We know bread.
Yeah.
We know fish. We know wine.
We know figs.
We know wine was there. Figs.
Figs.
For sure.
Yeah.
Could have been banana bread. You know, you never know.
Grain, a lot of leavened and unleavened bread, like you said,
Yeah,
Bubba.
a lot of wheat.
But not so.
Jesus likes vegetables too. So I've
That's
trying to get her to eat her
So
vegetables.
you're trying to make happy plates, is what you're trying to do.
Right. Probably don't want to lie about Jesus.
That's
Rick,
a good
he
point.
created everything.
No,
Let's
he
go with-
made
I think
everything.
I think you lean yes on these.
Right.
I think I like
Could
that.
be part of the fall.
Yeah.
So good.
English peas, definitely part of the fall.
I'm with you on
may be
that.
right there.
I'm with you on
You got
that.
mosquitoes, thorns, and English peas. Yes. That's a good point.
That's great.
All right. Well, happy Good Friday to everybody. I hope you have a great weekend. And it is much to celebrate.
Yeah.
Sin and death being defeated. It's a big
Truly
one.
is a good Friday.
It's a biggie. Thanks for being with us. Our website's Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Get everything you need to know about the Rick and Bubba show and then some right there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.